Hello, everyone. How are you? Looks like I am right on time. Oh my god. Ugh.
And Kamala Harris's tax policies are on completely different tracks.
Will pass gigantic tax cuts for workers and keep their jobs here in the United States.
Billionaires and big corporations must pay their fair share in taxes.
Trump has a whole range of tax cuts that he's looking to implement, and he's proposing to raise tariffs significantly, which could help cover some of those costs. Harris, on the other hand, has a bunch of tax cuts and then is proposing trillions of dollars of tax increases, mostly on corporations and high-income households. But they're running in different directions, reshaping who pays taxes in America.
On one track, Trump has proposed roughly $2 trillion more in tax cuts than Harris, and would impose major tariffs on imported goods, which could help pay for those cuts. On the opposite track, Harris would cut taxes for households that make under $400,000 and would raise taxes on corporations and the rich. This is how Trump's plan could work. Trump is borrowing much of his tax policy plans from his previous stint in the White House. He wants to extend the tax cuts he signed into law in 2017. The tax bill from 2017 made a number of changes, including lower tax rates, an increased standard deduction, and doubling the child tax credit. But those changes for households are set to expire at the end of 2025. The tax cuts Trump has proposed on the 2024 campaign trail could come at a heavy cost, more than $6.5 trillion over 10 years. Extending the tax cuts
Yeah, he's gonna massively increase the deficit.
past 2025 could end up costing the federal government more than $4 trillion over a decade. Trump recently proposed a lower corporate tax rate of 15% that would only apply to companies that make products in the U.S., estimated to reduce federal revenue by $200 billion over the next decade.
And a reduction in the corporate tax rate from 21% to 15% solely for companies that make their product in America.
Trump has suggested eliminating the income tax on Social Security benefits. In 2022, almost half of Social Security recipients paid those taxes.
There will be...
Yeah, I saw Eddie Hull's videos on the carnivore diet. They're fucking retarded. If he's actually eating like that every day, he is not long for this world.
No tax on Social Security. We're going to stop it. No tax on Social Security.
Ending income taxes on Social Security benefits could cost the federal government as much as $1.8 trillion in revenue over a decade. By one estimate, ending those taxes would cause the Social Security fund to become insolvent 1 year earlier than previously forecast.
This is a proposal that's really targeted to largely retirees and people, not very, very, very wealthy retirees, but people who are kind of well off enough to have some other source of income just besides Social Security. Harris is running in a different direction, cutting taxes on middle-income families, lower-income families, and raising taxes pretty sharply on high-income households and on corporations.
Kamala Harris has largely adopted President Joe Biden's
Nah, haven't seen Terminator Zero yet.
plan, which has fewer cuts compared to Trump's, costing about $4 trillion over 10 years. The biggest chunk, extending tax cuts for households making under $400,000 a year at an estimated cost of about $2.8 trillion. One point of departure, Harris would go further to increase the child tax credit for young children.
I'll not only restore that tax cut, but expand it. We will provide $6,000 in tax relief to families during the first year of a child's life.
As opposed to $3,600 under the Biden proposal and $2,000 under current law. In some ways, you can think of it as covering some potential lost wages for people who might have to take time off to care for a newborn.
Harris also proposes an expanded credit of $3,600 for children under 6 and $3,000 for older children. Altogether, her child tax credit plan would cost $1.2 trillion over the next decade. Harris also announced a substantial first-time homebuyer tax credit as part of a larger plan to address housing affordability.
While we work on the housing shortage, my administration will provide first-time home buyers with $25,000 to help with the down payment on a new home.
It's a 20.
I don't know if that's really going to do anything because even if you get $25,000 to aid in a down payment, you're still going to be left with a mortgage.
$5,000 in down payment assistance is supposed to.
So like if you're priced out of the house, you're priced out of the house. Like, okay, $25,000 for a down payment, that's nice, but if you can't afford the mortgage payments, what good is it?
$10,000 first-time homebuyer credit that President Biden talked about, and that's roughly $100 billion according to some estimates.
To raise revenue, Trump's plan focuses on taxing imported goods, particularly from China.
We're going to have 10 to 20% tariffs on foreign countries that have been ripping us off for years.
Trump loves tariffs. Tariffs basically are taxes on imported goods. The concern would be that
Let me know what you think of this.
Spread your legs. Wider. Now show it to me. Fucking look at me. Mommy. 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 Get ready to fuck! You fuckers fucker! You fucker!
I did not understand anything that was happening. Thanks for the donation, Farce.
middle-income households use a greater share of their income to purchase imported goods than very high-income households do.
Trump has also said he wants to repeal the clean energy credits in the Inflation Reduction Act passed by Democrats in 2022.
We're going to terminate his...
He's going to terminate the Inflation Reduction Act? Oh my God.
Green New scam. It's going to be terminated, and we're going to end this war on American energy.
I think Republicans generally are opposed to the electric vehicle tax credit, certainly the generosity of electric vehicle tax credits.
If Trump imposes a 10% across-the-board tariff and a 60% tariff on Chinese goods...
There's some estimates out there that suggest that over a decade it could get to $3-ish trillion. I think there's some squishiness in trying to figure out how much money could actually come in there.
Economists estimate Trump's tariffs would also raise the price of goods, costing $1,700 a year for the typical household. Harris's plan, on the other hand, veers away from tariffs and instead raises taxes on the top 3% of American households. Harris's tax plan, in line with...
Not sure if I'm going to play the MVC collection tonight. Releases tonight? Is it already out? Huh. I don't know. Oh, shit. I feel like I might have to sneeze. Got bodied by Justin Wong on the first online game. We're just complaining about keyboard customization. I do like how they have the Punisher game added to it. I might get it. We'll see. See how I feel later. Liver King donated $2, rate my training.
And get more dates. More dates is actually a true thing. Status is strength. Strength is status. More plates, more dates, counter play.
So this looks like it might be 335.
Fishing. Do hold 8 happen. 3 is your time.
I could be totally wrong, but I imagine giving $25,000 to first-time home buyers would incentivize developers to build fuckload more middle-income units. May distort the market but could be offset by a massive increase in housing supply.
Maybe. It's possible. I don't know, though. With all the retarded zoning laws, building is pretty difficult, and there's also a lack of competition between builders. I think there's only, like... In some areas, there's literally only one, building or contracting company that has a monopoly in certain areas. So, just due to a lack of building competition in the market, that likely wouldn't even incentivize building. I'm not sure, though. Thanks for the donation, though, retard. I'm not even sure if those are 45-pound plates. These black ones might actually be 25s. That middle one might be 45.
Easy.
They look a little thin to be 45-pound bumpers.
Easy for a liver king. Liver king.
Yeah, he may be benching way fucking less than,
Trump sucks. But Kamala wants to ban assault weapons. Thoughts? BTW, I got a small dick. But I fucked your wife. Bitch. And you ain't gonna do shit, Nika.
I've heard conflicting things. I'm not sure if she's gonna do anything to ban any kind of class of firearm. I don't even understand what the point would be to ban assault weapons, because they're very rarely ever used to commit any crimes. Like, it's pretty much just handguns. So, I doubt it. Thanks for the donation, though, Papa Mango. I have no idea why he'd go into a barbell bench press and then immediately superset it with a dumbbell. That sounds kind of pointless. I have no idea what fucking weight he's using here. Like, these are just stupid fucking bumpers. Okay, yeah, I think that pretty much proves it. He's using 25-pound plates. These aren't 45s. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the same thickness plate. There's no way he is benching like well over 500 pounds for like reps and shit. So these are 25s. This is just absolutely stupid. See if we can see him taking the weights off. Yeah, he won't show it on camera. So he's lifting with 25s. Those are 10s. What the fuck even is this? His overhead press strength must be absolutely fucking terrible. If he has to, like, these might even be 5-pound bumpers. They're so thin. I've never seen bumpers like that fucking thin. Maybe they're 10s? But, yeah, his overhead press strength must be terrible. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11... I have no idea. Oh, that looks stupid. Like, just why? So, nobody really anymore uses bands for squats. Pretty much everyone's just using reverse bands because they're way safer. The way he has the band set up, too, is fucking stupid. And again, these are 25-pound bumpers. He's not squatting like 600 pounds. This is some dumb shit. Like, hella stupid. Yeah, that is stupid as shit. Thanks for the donation, though, Liver King.
With Biden's most recent budget proposal would raise nearly $5 trillion in revenue. A big part of that plan is bringing the corporate rate up to 28%.
The Biden administration, which she's adopted their plans, has basically said we don't want to extend any of those expiring tax cuts unless we pay for them.
Harris's plan to raise taxes on households making over $400,000 would bring in about $1.8 trillion in revenue. About a third would come from a new minimum income tax on people whose net worth is over $100 million.
The biggest one, and one that's most difficult to get through Congress, is this idea of a minimum tax of at least 25% on the very top people who have at least $100 million in net worth. And that basically taxes people based on their unrealized capital gains, their appreciated assets. Even with a full Democratic control of Congress, that's going to be a difficult sell.
Whoever wins the White House would also need their party to win the House and the Senate to keep their agendas on track.
If you have Trump with a Republican House and a Republican Senate, then there's going to be tax cuts.
Facing the prospect of a divided government, where one party doesn't control the White House and Congress, could cause either tax plan to go off the rails.
If everything expires at the end of 2025, there would be pretty sizable tax increases for most households, about 60% of Americans.
Donald Trump's and Kamala.
We are going to make.
All right, let's watch this Piers Morgan fucking horse shit.
He took the hook, he took the line, he took the sinker, he took the entire frickin' boat.
No, my rallies are bigger than your rallies. She also had the hosts on her side.
It was his failure to jump in and get the answers he wanted.
He didn't take the bait while she was sneering and jeering at him.
If we want to go for a round two, I say, as a staunch Trump supporter, bring it on.
Well, Donald Trump and his supporters have rightly complained for weeks that Kamala Harris is dodging questions on her record, her platform, and her litany of U-turns. Last night was a massive opportunity to ask those questions and to land a decisive blow in the race for the White House, but Trump didn't take it. Harris laid out a series of glaring traps for the former president, and like a cartoon mouse distracted by the cheese, he became ensnared by all of them. Right off the bat, she was asked a simple question about the economy and responded with babble.
When it comes to the economy, do you believe Americans are better off than they were 4 years ago?
So
I'm not sure if 25% minimum tax for people with a $1 million net worth is a stupid idea. A lot of very rich people actually use that as a strategy to not pay taxes. So they'll deliberately rack up debt or make investments so that their income is technically lower than it really is. So I don't know. If you have like over $1 million in assets, it's just hard for me to imagine a 25% tax rate being too high for you.
Was raised as a middle-class kid, and I am actually the only person on this stage who has a plan that is about lifting up the middle class and working people of America. I believe in the ambition, the aspirations, the dreams of the American people.
What does any of that really mean? But Trump didn't capitalize on that word salad. In fact, he allowed Harris to deflect and distract him all night in a way he wouldn't normally allow to happen. When Harris was pressed on the crisis at the border, which should have been a home run for Trump, she snared him with rage bait about his rallies, and it worked.
You will see during the course of his rallies, he talks about fictional characters like Hannibal Lecter. He will talk about windmills cause cancer. And what you will also notice is that people start leaving his rallies early out of exhaustion and boredom.
People don't go to.
Dude, he got so fucking triggered by that. It was hilarious.
To her rallies. There's no reason to go. And the people that do go, she's bussing them in and paying them to be there and then showing them in a different light. So she can't talk about that. People don't leave my rallies. We have the biggest rallies, the most incredible rallies in the history of politics. That's because people want to take their country back. Our country is being lost. We're a failing nation.
In fishing parlance, Kamala put out the rod and caught a big one. Remember, at that point, they were supposed to be debating Kamala's record on immigration. Instead, she got exactly what she wanted. Trump was visibly irritated and never really got unirritated. Well, today the big headline on immigration is that Trump repeated a crazy story about Haitian migrants eating cats and dogs. On abortion, where polling shows that Trump is weakest, he ranted about babies being executed after 9 months. Not until the very end of the debate, in his closing statement, did Trump deliver the message he should have been hammering all night.
So she just started by saying she's going to do this, she's going to do that, she's going to do all these wonderful things. Why hasn't she done it? She's been there for 3.5 years. They've had 3.5 years to fix the border. They've had 3.5 years to create jobs and all the things we talked about.
And they have, in fact, created jobs. There's more job growth under the Biden administration than under the Trump administration.
Why hasn't she done it?
That was the line, which she should have hammered for 90 minutes. Americans felt richer and the world felt safer when I was in the White House, he should have said. You guys have been asleep at the wheel.
They weren't richer. Like, I just don't. So here's the thing. Like, you can interview a bunch of Trump fanatics and they'll just repeat what he says. Their actual wealth can increase. And then because Trump said you're poor now, they'll just say that. If you look at any actual economic statistics, America is more wealthy under fucking Biden.
But it was too little too late. Harris was the clear winner. Today there's a lot of talk about the apparently biased ABC News moderators, and I think Trump has a point. They roasted him with barbed questions and rabidly fact-checked him throughout, while Harris gleefully repeated bogus claims about Project 2025, find people on both sides, and blah.
Oh, here we go. So this guy is a massive, massive Trump simp. Project 2025 is real. Trump is involved with it, and he is going to try to implement Project 2025.
Bloodbath and dictator on day one. But Trump must have known all that was coming. He should have had better responses. He's got 54 days left to come up with a better response. Well, joining me now is the host of Tommy Lehren is Fearless on Outkick, Tommy Lehren, host of the Michael Knowles Show, Michael Knowles, founder and CEO of the Young Turks, Czech Yuga. Taylor Swift was sadly unavailable, and host of No Lie with Tyler Cohen, Brian Tyler Cohen. So, Czech, you're the only one without your name on the title. What's the matter with you?
Because our network is gigantic. It's not just about me.
Let me start with you, Czech, because you've repeatedly called me a Trump sympathizer, a Trump whisperer, a Trump supporter, all these.
Yeah, he is. He actually has a personal relationship with Trump. Like, he's worked with him and shit.
Ridiculous things. I'm very happy, as I tweeted earlier, to say to you that I think Kamala Harris not only won the debate last night, she won it quite comfortably. And I was very surprised by that. I thought she began.
Why would that surprise you? A fucking retarded guy who's like, what, 78 years old? Who's clearly suffering from age-related cognitive decline and dementia? You're surprised he lost a debate to a much younger, smarter woman?
And nervously.
Like, by the way, she's a lawyer. She's been a senator for how long? And she's like 30, 40 years younger than he is?
Growing confidence. Trump started confidently and then pretty much lost the plot and responded to a lot of her deliberate goading in entirely the way she would have hoped. So I think it was a big win for Kamala Harris. It may not move the needle in the immediate aftermath in terms of the election.
Like, by the way, I don't know why that wouldn't be extremely worrying for somebody like Piers Morgan or any Trump supporter. Trump is clearly very, very easily manipulated. So when Harris is able to just completely manipulate Trump on stage by goading him in to, like, just whining like a little baby about his rallies, what does that say about his ability to negotiate when it comes to, like, the war in Ukraine? She also pointed out on stage, like, as long as you flatter Trump, he'll just be a dumbass and think you're great and then try to appease you. So, I mean, this should be a huge red flag for anybody who's a Trump supporter, that he can be so easily fucking manipulated.
But in terms of momentum and in terms of what happened to the Democrats after the last debate, you got to say it was a good night.
Yeah, Piers, look, in your intro, you're fair and you're right. Kamala Harris definitely won and Donald Trump clowned himself. But you're kind of rooting for Trump, and you could tell that you were disappointed in how it went. So I get it. You guys are friends. It's okay.
I'm actually,
Anyways,
you've always miscategorized. Just to be clear, I'm not disappointed. I genuinely thought he was going to win. They're different things. And he didn't win. And that's a problem for Trump and a good night for Kamala Harris. And so they're different things. You know, I don't have a horse in the race. I can't vote for anybody. I do know Trump way better than I know Kamala Harris. But I'm always trying to be fair. I've told you this before, and I think I'm being fair now when I absolutely say Kamala won.
Yeah, I hear you. Look, it's your bias, whether it's slight or significant, is irrelevant. Don't sweat it, okay?
I'm not biased.
You know what, Piers? I pardon you. Okay.
All right, let's move on.
So seriously, look, I was on here after the Biden-Trump debate, and I said Biden got annihilated, and he did, right? You have to be fair and objective, and I think you were in the intro here. There's no question that Trump got annihilated here. And MAGA has the same problem that the establishment has. The establishment thinks that everybody thinks like them, and they think, oh my God, doesn't everybody love the status quo? No, the overwhelming majority of the country constantly wants change because their lives are not as good as the millionaire anchors on television. But television anchors just cannot get that through their heads, right? And they love corporate rule, but the rest of the country doesn't. And MAGA has the same problem because they think, oh, doesn't everybody know that Haitian immigrants are eating cats and dogs? I saw an out of context video online that right wing media told me was Haitians. Oh, that's it. All the immigrants are eating cats and dogs. Look, MAGA, you're not getting it. No one else thinks that. First of all, it's not true. The local cops say it's not true. Everybody says it's not true. But not only that, the rest of the country doesn't think like you. So when you say stuff like that, you sound unhinged. When you insist Trump still won the election as Trump did last night, you sound unhinged. When you talk about post-birth abortions, that's not a thing that exists. I know in your mind you think it does, but A, it doesn't in objective reality. That's just called murder. And there is no such law in America at all. Right-wing media lied to you through and through and tricked you. But most importantly, the people that are going to decide this election are not MAGA, are not establishment. They're guys in the middle. And when they see Trump talking about eating cats and dogs and executing babies, he looks nuts, and it drives them all into Kamala Harris's arms. So if you're MAGA, you should be furious at Trump tonight.
Okay,
or today.
Let me go to Tommy first on this. Tommy, I want to play that clip where he talked about the Haitian migrants eating pets. Let's take a look.
What they have done to our country by allowing these millions and millions of people to come into our country, and look at what's happening to the towns all over the United States. And a lot of towns don't want to talk. It's not going to be Aurora or Springfield. A lot of towns don't want to talk about it because they're so embarrassed by it. In Springfield, they're eating the dogs, the people that came in. They're eating the cats. They're eating the pets of the people that live there. And this is what's happening in our country.
The thing is, Tommy, that should have been a home run.
Like, by the way, again, when you're a Trump supporter and you see that he's literally spreading fake news and wants to institute policies based on things that aren't true, that should be extremely fucking worrying for you. Like, if there was a Democratic candidate who believed in something equally as stupid, like, oh, we need to allow open borders and mass immigration because it helps the economy. Like you that would worry you if they were saying something fucking stupid like that. But when Trump does it, oh, well, you know, it's just Trump, you know, whatever, I still love him.
For Trump, right? This is absolutely his wheelhouse. She was the border czar. She's dropped the ball massively. That's all he had to say. But going down this ridiculous conspiracy rabbit hole of migrants eating everyone's pets, which had already been discredited, certainly there's no actual evidence to prove it at the moment. It just seemed, you know, as Cenk says, he sounded a bit nuts. And he lost the momentum of what should have been a home run.
I don't disagree that he missed a huge opportunity to hold her to account on the border invasion that happened on her watch. She didn't answer.
By the way, again, Biden signed an executive order. There's now less border crossings under Biden than under Trump. And Biden and Harris, they tried to pass bipartisan legislation to reform the border, but Trump blocked the vote. She mentioned that during the fucking debate. Trump didn't have any, cogent answer to that. So no.
Answer why she let 10 million plus in. That was a question.
Yeah, what's up, Aaron?
She was asked that she dodged because the low-hanging fruit is to talk about the bipartisan border bill. But I don't disagree with you. Trump had an opportunity to hold her feet to the fire, and he didn't do it. Now, I will also say this. If Donald Trump wanted to talk about Springfield, Ohio, or Aurora, Colorado, or other communities that are being devastated by mass immigration of foreign nationals, he could have taken that opportunity because it's a very real thing that's happening. Sanctuary cities are going broke and bankrupt, taking care of millions of people that have been thrown into their communities that refuse to assimilate. He could have discussed it in that way because these communities are being devastated and you have people.
They are not.
At city council meetings that are quite frankly talking about it. But he chose to go a different route. I wish he had not done that. I wish he would have taken the bait. There's no doubt he took the bait, he took the hook, he took the line, he took the sinker, he took the entire frickin' boat. And I am frustrated by that. And I am intellectually honest enough to say it. I wish he had not done that. He missed several opportunities.
Jordan Peterson donated $2. Let me see. National Post, update on my battle with propaganda minions and behind the scenes mean girl activists at the Ontario College of Psychologists. He's still lying about it. Now I've criticized Kamala Harris and her pronounced and undeniable tendency to speak to everyone as if they are retarded children, and that's strictly verboten. This guy is just so fucking delusional. So, by the way, these are just complaints. So, what is he complaining about? There's not been any punitive actions taken. They're just complaints. I'll hazard a guess, retarded children, and they got that way from listening to people like her, a devouring mother, if there ever was one. What's the clip?
Which brings me to May 30th, 2020. Bob and Doug returned to the Kennedy Space Center. They suited up, they waved to their families, and they rode an elevator up nearly 20 stories. They strapped in to their seats and waited as the tanks beneath them filled with tens of thousands of gallons of fuel. And then they launched. Yeah, they did.
I don't... I just don't get it. Okay, well, that's Jordan Peterson complaining about nothing. That is literally old man yelling at cloud. Elon Musk, well, I don't think the debate hosts were fair to Donald Trump. Kamala Harris exceeded most people's expectations. That said, when it comes to getting things done, not just saying nice-sounding words, strongly believe that Trump will do a far better job. Right, because lower job growth, massively increasing the federal debt, and his terrible, foreign policies are really what you want. After all, if Kamala can do great things, why hasn't she? Biden rarely shows up for work, so she's basically in charge already. Again, the Biden administration has passed the most bipartisan legislation. Biden, by the way, Trump took more days off than fucking Biden. Question comes down to this. Do you want current trends to continue for 4 more years, or do you want change? Things are trending in a good direction, so yes, I think I'd rather have Harris win. Funny thing about these debates is how pointless they are. Absolutely nobody's mind has changed. Nobody's watching them, then making a decision. Plenty of people are. Fags and bimbos want Kamala go queen, and men wish Trump would just to tell her to fuck off back to giving blowjobs pointless. It's exactly the type of stupid shit I'd expect to hear from Tate. I would like to see a selfie of Kamala Tikka Masala with the gun she supposedly has. Well, thanks for the donation, Jordan Peterson.
You act like you know all these facts about the US, but you don't live in the US. Inflation is worse under Biden, housing market is worse, overall economy is worse, illegals are literally taking over cities in US. Look at Aurora. These are facts, suck a dick.
Inflation is not worse. It was bad early on in his campaign due to Trump's policies, but he brought inflation back to normal levels. Housing market is literally about the fucking same. Overall economy is not worse. It's way better. GDP is higher. Every economic index is better, especially when it comes to job growth. And illegals are not taking over cities. Thanks for the donation. Dems are gay faggot pussies. Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see. That's great.
Last night, but that does not change the fact that Kamala Harris's record, both in 2020 and 3.5 years in office, is abysmal. I wish he would have focused on that.
Yeah, I agree. Let me bring in Michael, actually, on this as another conservative here. Were you disappointed when that debate finished, that Trump played it the way he did?
I thought it finished strong. I felt that Trump's closing statement was excellent. I agree with you, Piers. He should have given the closing statement probably as the introductory statement. I thought Trump did very well for the first 20 or 25 minutes. I thought that was a pretty clear victory. And then when Kamala, quite good at manipulating people.
Trump literally lied and made up bullshit the entire fucking time. At no point in that debate did he ever have any W's.
Was able to get him to fall for the trap on the crowd sizes. That did throw things. However, that was also when the moderators stepped in, the so-called moderators. And so you really did have a 3-on-1 debate at that point. There were missed opportunities, but Cenk earlier mentioned that President Trump said all sorts of things that aren't true. And the example he used was the notion of post-birth abortion, the notion that babies are killed through abortion after birth. And Lindsay Davis, who was one of the so-called moderators, made this point when she fact-checked Trump. But she was wrong, and Cenk is wrong, and this is really happening. And the irony of it is that one of the chief...
It is not happening. There's no such thing as post-birth abortions.
Proponents of killing babies who survive abortion after birth is Kamala Harris's own running mate, Tim Walz. This is not difficult to look up. Within the past couple of years, Governor Walz in Minnesota repealed...
Yes, a socialized commie Canadian telling us how things are in the US. Fitting. People also seem to forget Trump had to deal with COVID.
Yeah, and he dealt with it in an absolutely terrible way that devastated the fucking economy. The only thing he did good with regards to COVID was Operation Warp Speed, and now most of his fucking voting base don't even support that. They think he did something bad by getting, the vaccines out. You're an idiot. Thanks for the donation, Dems or gays, gay faggot pussies.
Who would win a fight, Elmo or Tate? Elmo got them hands and he's from the hood. Just saying.
Never forget when Andrew Tate tried to fight Elmo. Happy International Women's Day from Elmo. You have poisoned the minds of young boys for generations, vilifying masculinity and what it means to be a man. Elmo is literally a child. I think he's supposed to be like 6 or 7 years old within the story canon of Sesame Street. May you and your Sesame Street become reduced to a pile of burning rubble up yours, vile creature. Yeah, I have a funny feeling Elmo might actually get the upper hand on Tate. I think the red might be a little too stimulating for Tate. Thanks for the donation, though, Elmo. Elias donated $2.
Oh yeah. You look good.
All right. I hope my stomach never gets that way.
Ever wondered why Asian people have such small eyes? Well, they're actually the same size as everyone else's, but they look smaller because they have something called monolids. This is a type of eyelid shape where there is no visible crease, which makes it appear smaller. It was formed to protect the eyes from harsh weather and to reduce glare from the sun. Have you ever...
Yes, that is true.
Bro, I'm telling you, it was out.
Yeah, he might want to fix his teeth and lose some weight. Thanks for the donation, Elias. Sengoku donators are pressing movements necessary for building big, strong shoulders, or are lateral raise movements enough? I'm really not entirely sure. I think people like Mike Israetel underplay how much overhead pressing can help build your shoulders. Because if you look at really old school bodybuilders, like the bench press wasn't invented until like the 1950s or something. It was invented really late. Let me see. I think that's wrong. It says 1899, but I don't think the bench press was used until like later. It was something like the 1930s or 40s or something. But if you look at a lot of old school lifters, they had really well-developed shoulders, but not particularly well-developed pecs. So they were mostly doing overhead pressing for shoulders. There wasn't really a bench press. They were all just doing overhead pressing. So overhead pressing probably does contribute a fair bit to shoulder growth. Can you make up for a lack of overhead pressing by just increasing volume with lateral raises? I'm sure you could, like, especially with bodybuilding. There's not really any, there aren't any requisite lifts. You can always find alternatives to build a muscle group. So if you really wanted to build big shoulders and you didn't want to do any overhead pressing, you probably still could do it. You just have to do more volume for isolation work. But if you like doing the exercise, if you enjoy getting stronger, with overhead pressing, and it is just another variation, to add into your routine, and variation's always a good thing. So, I wouldn't say it's necessary, but I would say it would contribute a fair bit to shoulder growth. Thanks for the donation, though, Sengoku.
Broke ass niggas crying cause they got less money for Chatterbait. How you missing out on all these wage increases? Sorry your burger flippin' ass takes it and that you're too antisocial to negotiate a raise every 6 months like everyone else. Keep crying.
Yep. Those are some hard facts. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Watch. She's been adamant about banning assault weapons for years. I fucked your wife and you can't do a god damn thing about it, Nika.
Let me see. 40.
Pass universal background checks, red flag laws,
Red flag laws do absolutely nothing.
and an assault weapons ban.
Yeah, some people were telling me she doesn't want to do an assault weapons ban. That was like some sort of misspeak. I'm not sure, but again, what is the point of banning assault weapons? They're responsible for like 20 deaths per year. It doesn't make any sense. Thanks for the donation though, Papa Mango.
Have you noticed Frank hasn't posted anything for over 4 weeks? Do you think he offed himself? Or did he finally just give up on YouTube and will become a hermit? Piers, you are gay.
I don't think he killed himself yet because the Frankie's free range meat thing is still going. He's probably just becoming a hermit. He's getting a ton of comments every video where people are making fun of his eyes, and I think it's getting to him, so he might have just given up. Thanks for the donation though, Mike Hunt.
I love how amused Kamala was by Trump's goofy-ass bullshit in the debate. She seemed like she was having a really good time with that. I have another one for you, BTW. Would you rather have super speed, telekinesis, or be able to read people's minds?
I think I'd want telekinetic powers because with telekinesis, you could just stop somebody's heart with your mind. You could like go to a Trump rally, kill him by just squeezing his heart with your mind, and then nobody would have any clue that you had anything to do with it. So I think I'd choose telekinesis. And yeah, Harris was clearly enjoying herself during that debate. It was pretty funny. Thanks for the donation, Tyler. Do you ever feel like your triceps are getting cut during push-ups? I don't know what you mean by that. You mean you feel a cutting sensation when you're doing push-ups? No. Or do you mean like your triceps are getting pumped up and you feel like they're getting more defined? Like triceps are involved with any pressing movements, so like yeah, my triceps do get a pump. Kid Boo donated $2. Let me see.
Okej, bra. Ta det lugnt. Tänk om jag failar. Det är inte så farligt egentligen. Jag kände liksom inte. Hej tjejer. Bra tjejer!
I don't know why they were doing that. Strange Clouds, thanks for the membership. Appreciate it.
Legal requirements that would force doctors who have babies who have survived abortions to provide medical care for them as they would to any other patient. So that is happening. When President Trump quoted the Democrat governor of Virginia, Ralph Northam, who said that after a baby is born, if the mother doesn't want it, they'll have a conversation with the doctor, see what they're going to do. That's on tape. You don't need to take my word for it. You can go watch it on tape. So there were multiple instances of the moderators intervening and lying on Kamala's behalf, and then they never at any point fact-checked Kamala's lies. So I agree. I'm not saying it was the greatest performance.
She did not lie. Trump was the only one doing the lying.
Ever. I think there were a number of missed opportunities from President Trump. I suspect his campaign advisors told him not to get aggressive. I thought it was crazy that he never called out the moderators. People always ought to attack the media in politics.
Do you know what I thought? You know what I thought, Michael? I just thought at the end that he was a bit boring, Trump. And the one thing he cannot
Oh yeah, he is boring.
be is boring. Because the point of Trump is he's so different to every other politician. He either makes you laugh or he shocks you or he's combative or there's stuff always going on, which is compelling. I just didn't find Trump very compelling last night. I just felt that he was very repetitive, and he got caught in the...
Yeah, when you hear him say immigrants bad 30 times in a row, it does start to get boring.
It's called cum swapping. I jizzed in the first girl's mouth.
Yeah, it is pretty hot when girls like share cum. Thanks for the donation though, Mike Hunt.
Various traps that were laid for him way too easily, but ultimately I just thought he wasn't very entertaining either. So on every level, he wasn't Trump-like.
I agree there were a few moments where there should have been more pizzazz, but then don't forget, when he was talking about the cats and the dogs and the Haitian migrants, which we're all calling it a discredited story, but of course there are Springfield residents talking about this, and really all of the kind of evocative...
He's saying, no, Trump wasn't boring. He said stupid, insane shit, just like we wanted him to.
graphic.
Oh my god. Wames Jade donated $2. Let me see.
I'm retarded?
Yeah, Trump was the retard there.
Biden-Harris administration. Are you aware that this is the Biden-Harris administration? And she is indeed the vice president.
Not only does she inherit these numbers and contribute to them, she was the tie-breaking vote on $3 trillion of spending bills. So she is almost personally responsible for the massive inflation that you just showed on that chart.
President Biden tapped Kamala.
Yeah, so if you adjust inflation with GDP, inflation wasn't that bad, and again, it's at normal levels now.
Harris, Vice President Kamala Harris, to be the border czar.
The criminal cartels are running the entry into America, and the numbers are at a 21-year high.
Challenges that we're seeing at our southwest border. No one knows this better than the Vice President.
Kamala Harris, mostly silent after bragging about her role in helping shape Joe Biden's disastrous Afghanistan withdrawal.
Just made a really...
Again, Trump was an absolute failure in Afghanistan, and they blame the Afghanistan withdrawal on the fucking Democrats.
Big decision. Afghanistan. Yes. Were you the last person in the room? Yes. And you feel comfortable? I do.
The body of American...
Uh-huh. Have you ever seen Prison Break? No, I saw an advertisement for it, and it looked too gay. It just looked fucking stupid.
Participate. I'm not adopting your language. I'm not respecting your preferences because you don't own reality. You don't own grammar. You don't own definitions. You don't get to tell me. You don't.
I don't care.
Details are really just there to call people's attention to the fact that Kamala Harris brought 300,000 people from a failed state with rampant cannibalism into the middle of America. That's something that most Americans don't like. When he did get a little spicier, he had some good lines about sending Kamala Harris a MAGA hat and how her economic policy that she stole from Biden and from him amounted to run, spot, run. There were some decent lines. I just felt he had to get aggressive in a different way, and he especially has to get aggressive on the moderators if they're going to intervene.
Yeah, because I don't think he's worked out quite how to do that with Kamala Harris. We're bringing Brian. I mean, Brian, look, I think it was a clear win for her. I think also the fact that Taylor Swift, the biggest pop star on the planet, arguably ever, has come out with such a ringing, emphatic endorsement when many people thought she may just avoid doing that altogether. Everyone kind of knew her leanings, but they thought maybe, you know, she's with this big burly NFL guy, very popular in middle America, and would she actually show her colours in such an emphatic way? Well, she did, and she chose Kamala's big win night to do it. So a double win, I think, for Kamala Harris, especially with young women who would have been watching that debate, heard all the abortion stuff, saw Taylor Swift's comments and so on. But, and it's an important but really, this race is absolutely wafer thin. I had Nate Silver from 538 on last week saying it literally is as close as it could possibly be. Do you really think that this will move the needle in the race, or has it, what it's really done, has it given the Democrats more impetus, particularly after the debate debacle with Joe Biden?
Do I really think that Taylor Swift's endorsement
where her biggest audience is Gen Z, which is the
Wames J donated $2 beautiful baby animals. Let me see.
Sexist shit! And no, I don't have to talk to you politely. You sexist shit! In Jasper County, motherfuckers, I'm coming for you. You motherfuckers, I'm coming for you. Yeah. All legal like, yeah.
She looks like a villain from Spawn. Like, you know, the Violator or something.
Yeah, legal. We'll do it on you.
No, she reminds me of Billy Kincaid. Yeah, she kind of looks like Billy Kincaid from Spawn. Yeah. Like, pretty much the same eyes. It's weird, like the eye shape is the same.
Your terms, motherfuckers.
Imagine running into her in a grocery store. Oh.
Day 2 of filming. How's it going? It's going all right. Have you been a good boy for the camera? Yes, I know I asked you that question, and I know you're always normally good, but sometimes you can be bad. Isn't that right?
Oh yeah, his feet are tied down. I don't know what the fuck's going on there. Little baby beaver. Oh my god, he's so stubby. I like little stubby animals. I really like beavers. Beavers are good. Thanks for that donation, Wames Jade.
the smallest vote, which is the biggest voting block, but the voting block in which the fewest people vote. And she just posted to millions of people a voter registration link in her Instagram. Do I think that that will have an impact in this election where the margins are probably going to be decided by tens of thousands or just thousands of votes? Absolutely. And I think that we should take advantage of every opportunity that we get. It's important to note, too, that Donald Trump forced her hand. This was an unforced error because he was so desperate to lie about accepting her endorsement by posting some AI Swifties for Trump photo. He couldn't help himself but lie. And so that forced her hand in terms of then going out there and saying, look, I don't know if I would have said anything, but because there was manipulated video, manipulated photos out there, I thought the right course of action was to correct the record and let my actual position be known. And so because this guy is incapable of telling the truth, because he has to wield lies on a daily basis, because every time he opens his mouth, he has to spew disinformation and misinformation, he screwed himself here. And so he's the one that's going to be hurt from all of this. But moving back to just something that I think Michael said and Cenk said, Cenk started off very rightly talking about how Republicans and Donald Trump seem unhinged by perpetuating these ideas that dogs and cats are being eaten and that women are having post-birth abortions. And the first thing that Michael does when he comes on here is perpetuate these exact claims. Look, you guys can do this
and
until you're blue in the face.
With evidence.
I don't know how to convey the extent to which when Republicans say this kind of stuff, it does not resonate with normal people. And you seem crazy. And Donald Trump went out there on stage, got laughed at by the entire nation. And then, Michael, you come on here and you do the exact same thing. So please, triple down on this. Quadruple down on this. Make this election a referendum on this bogus notion that women are executing their babies after they're born. I beg of you, we'll see how that works out.
Okay.
Well, Brian, just to respond briefly, Brian, all I did was refer to the law that Kamala Harris's running mate passed as the governor of Minnesota, the position that he currently holds. So, you know, if you think that sounds crazy
Cool
or
story.
wild, or I don't know what to tell you,
nonsense.
then I suppose we're living in different countries. I think Cenk made a much better point than Brian just made. And Cenk's point was that Americans want change. They don't like the status quo. And I think that's absolutely true. And I do think this was the missed opportunity of the debate. The status quo is Kamala Harris.
Right.
She's the vice president. She's been imbued with presidential authority on immigration and other issues. So the change agent is Donald Trump here. That's what the debate's got to be about. That's what the election focus has to be about.
But actually, most viewers.
why is he bringing up immigration when Biden signed the executive order, when they both tried to get bipartisan legislation passed, and then Trump blocked it? Like, they have nothing to argue for. They literally have no argument for why you should vote for Trump. All they have is, he's really funny. He says stupid shit like immigrants are eating dogs and cats.
Would have had the complete opposite impression. I mean, somehow, miraculously, Cenk, I thought Kamala Harris managed to present herself as the change option here, given the fact she's been VP for nearly 4 years is extraordinary. Ben Shapiro, your great friend, tweeted this: "This debate won't matter. The American people still know nothing about Kamala Harris's positions. Donald Trump is still Donald Trump, and the legacy media are still a giant flaming dog turd."
Okay, so first of all, I'm enjoying everybody saying that I'm...
Dude, it's gonna be great when Kamala Harris wins, and then you're gonna get all the copium. You're gonna hear it all again. The election was stolen. There's no way Kamala Harris would win. And then Trump's gonna try to commit another insurrection, and then he's gonna get legally prosecuted, and they're all gonna whine and cry about it, and then, like, it'll be over. Bangusis donated $2. They are so chunky and baby. Oh my god, they are chunky.
You're still sharing?
Whoa.
So, Miss Darla.
They're really good at munching.
Ivy. Ivy. Evie. Hello.
Oh my god. Wombats are really good at munching. Wow, they're good at munching, and they're so chunky. Oh my god. Oh my god, he's like a person. He looks just like a person. That's amazing. Oh my god. Yes. Elephants are fucking awesome. I love elephants. Oh my god. Holy shit. Look how round. Oh my god, he's so round.
The 28th is one of our older macaroni penguins. She is in her 30s. That's quite old for macaronis. Typically they live about 10 to 15 years. So she's an older lady.
Wow. I didn't know penguins could live that long. That's amazing. That's a really good penguin. Oh my god. So round. I wish I could get a penguin. I love penguins. Oh my god.
What kind of street does a ghost like to live on? A dead end.
That's a nice little baby capybara. I want him. I want to rub his nose and then pet him. I love capybaras. Oh my god. Holy shit. They have really good noses. Oh my god, that's amazing. Oh my god, and they're good at munching too. Thanks for the donation, Bangusis. Dodo donated $2. Trump claimed this in 2020. Watch for 30 seconds.
But your Democrat governor here in Wisconsin shockingly stated that he will veto legislation that protects Wisconsin babies born alive. Born alive. The baby is born. The mother meets with the doctor. They take care of the baby. They wrap the baby beautifully. And then the doctor and the mother determine whether or not they will execute the baby. I don't think so.
Yeah, that is not true.
Now, this is one of those things where, do I really need to tell you that this isn't true? I mean, most people...
Trump literally makes things up, and he doesn't care about the truth, so he'll just make up the worst thing he can think of, and then goes on about his day. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Did you see the Charlie Kirk Jubilee debate? Yeah, he got absolutely steamrolled.
Right. Thank you, guys. So in this debate, Kamala Harris, the right wing is saying, manipulated Donald Trump into being dumb and saying dumb things. Well, what does that tell you about Donald Trump? I mean, really, guys, you know it too if you're a right winger. He got manipulated that easily. He's such a spoiled little child. The minute you mention his toy, which is the rallies, he's like, no, my rallies are bigger than your rallies. Come on, you're running for president, brother. Be a little bit bigger than that. But he can't help himself. He's a tiny, weak man. That's why he was baited so easily. His mind is weak. So, look, as the conservatives here talking about post-birth abortion, really name one case in the entire country where a woman had a baby and then executed it, and the state said, oh, that's totally okay. We allow post-birth abortions.
There were 8 cases.
You can't name one case because it's never happened, and you guys sound absolutely nuts when you say it. So I agree with Brian. Keep saying nutso things. In fact, hold on, I'm not done yet. Hold on. And then now they're attacking the moderators. Attacking the moderators is so weak. First of all, there's no crying in politics. So when you cry about the moderators, you're just telling everybody we lost the debate. Thank you for admitting it. Second of all, now some right-wing media loons are talking about
Yeah, I heard apparently Trump won't debate Kamala again because he knew he did so badly.
arresting the ABC moderators and shutting down ABC. Okay, do you know how pathetic and unhinged you sound when you make statements like that? First of all, what happened to free press? I thought you guys were in favor of free speech. All of a sudden, when your feelings get hurt, shut down the whole network, arrest it. What happened to cancel culture? Okay, so look, guys, if you don't want people to think
the originators of cancel culture were conservatives. They tried to ban music. My shop teacher back in high school had a really funny story about a conservative Christian group that tried to ban a band that he liked from playing in his hometown because they didn't like their name. Their name was something like Satanic Babysitters or some shit like that. So, like, the progenitors of cancel culture have always been conservatives.
You're going to be nuts and dictatorial. Don't say things like, we're going to arrest debate moderators for doing fact checks. And don't say that people are eating cats and dogs and they're cannibals, as Michael said. What are you talking about? Look, anyway, Brian's right. Keep going, guys.
All right, let me bring Tommy in, because I thought this was an important part as well. This is when Kamala Harris talked about Vladimir Putin and said that Putin would eat Trump for lunch. Just take a look at this.
What you think is a friendship with what is known to be a dictator who would eat you for lunch.
Now, Tommy, it's interesting because Trump has always presented himself as the strong man on the world stage. And you're looking at these two candidates last night and thinking which one would be a more effective, powerful commander-in-chief. What did you think of that exchange? Was Trump robust enough in going back at Kamala Harris? It seemed to me like she kept jabbing him with stuff like that, and he wasn't really coming back hard.
Well, there's no doubt that this was very choreographed by the Kamala Harris team, and she did an excellent job executing that performance. It was an act, and she did a great job. I'm not going to sit here and pretend that she didn't. She knew exactly what to say, and she knew exactly how to say it to get Donald Trump to say the lines that the American people are sick of hearing. The American people didn't want to hear him say anything nice about Putin because the Russia, we've been through this before. I don't know why he took that bait. All he would have had to say is, listen, in my administration, I defeated ISIS in the caliphate. There were no new wars. There was no incursion by Russia into Ukraine, as there were during the Obama administration and certainly during the Biden administration. He could have doubled down on his discussion of China and how he really put China on its heels. He could have said all of those things, how he bankrupted Iran, which he did to an extent, but he could have hammered down on those more. Unfortunately, he took the bait. What I'm most disappointed in is the ABC moderators' failure to hold Kamala to account on her flip-flops. They didn't hold her to that. I think they asked exactly one question on the economy. It was the first one, and she didn't answer it. I think if we're talking about the poor performance by the ABC moderators, not only do I think it was a 3-on-1, I think they could have asked more questions that the American people actually cared about. Talking about moving forward, they spent so much time talking about 2020, about the election, about January 6th. They could have talked about the future. I wish they would have done that. I wanted to hear more about the plans and the policy positions of Kamala Harris and why she's not the same as she was in 2019 and 2020. That's what I wanted to hear. That's not what we were given. I think it was a failure on Donald Trump's part to redirect, but I also think it was a failure on ABC's behalf to talk about the things the American people actually care about.
Yeah, I mean, Michael, I'm going to play a mashup of all Kamala's facial expressions because she kept turning and looking directly at Trump, and it was quite effective. Let's take a look.
In fact, I was going to send her a MAGA hat. She's gone to my philosophy, but if she ever got elected, she'd change it. Her father's a Marxist professor in economics, and he taught her well. But when you look at what she's done to our country, like they have, and policies like they have, I don't say her because she has no policy.
Now, Michael, it was a very deliberate aesthetic thing that she was doing, which was to keep turning to Trump and kind of laugh at him, mock him, look aghast at him, and so on. And, you know, you can look at it two ways. You could say she overhammed it, but I did think it was quite effective to viewers watching at home.
I found it wore a little bit thin, but de gustibus non disputandum est, so, you know, people's mileage may vary with that. There was a real irony with the rules around this debate and Kamala's facial and even vocal interjections, which is during that first debate back in June, Joe Biden wanted the mics to be cut when the opponent wasn't speaking. And Trump agreed to that eventually, and that rule ended up really helping Trump. Then in this debate, Kamala wanted the mics to be on so she could have her I'm speaking moment, and Trump insisted that the mics remain off. And ironically, it seems to have helped Kamala here, because I think had her mic been on and she had interjected with all of these rude remarks and her over-the-top facial expressions, I think it would have made Trump look even calmer and more presidential by comparison. So she did relatively well. And the other really impressive thing that she did in debate prep is she got rid of that crazy cackle.
Yeah.
That crazy cackle she's had on the campaign trail for decades.
What is it like being gay, trans, and retarded? Does it have its perks, my master?
I don't know. Maybe you should ask your mom. Thanks for the donation, Boogie Butt.
At this point, that disappeared overnight, and whoever prepped her on that deserves
Why? Like, they're talking about Kamala Harris's laugh? Who the fuck cares?
a prize in political science.
Well, she also, Brian, she didn't do too much of the word salad stuff. I mean, she did right off the top when she clearly looked nervous. But once she settled in, we didn't get the normal stream of word salad stuff, which I thought, again, was a plus for her. But the big question for Kamala Harris now is, you know, she's ended up winning the debate. Fantastic night for her. Good for the Democrats.
Michael Knowles is both retarded and dishonest. You can be a retard and be dishonest.
What does she do now to try and win the election? 50-odd days to go.
I think she continues doing what she did on that debate stage. That debate stage was a microcosm of this actual debate, which was to draw the contrast between somebody who beats his chest about law and order while simultaneously presenting himself as a 34-time convicted felon. Continuing to hammer away at the fact that Donald Trump is responsible for overturning Roe in this country.
Forgot my namification on $8. I'm late to the stream. Did someone important advocate have the moderators arrested? Not that I know of. I don't think so. Thanks for the donation though, dude.
Which is an issue that has killed Republicans, that has cost Republicans elections in Virginia and Ohio and Kansas and Kentucky and Alabama, while Kamala Harris has presented herself as a champion of abortion rights. And really, to put on full display her vision for the future. I think what's so interesting is that Tommy brought up this idea that the onus was on Kamala Harris to present some vision for the future. And if we think about this election, as far as Trump is concerned, is entirely predicated on seeking vengeance.
I'm drunk and stoned out my mind. Would you be into doing this to these women? Imagine a buffalo showing up to your door. You better let him in, VG.
All right, I'll take a look at that in a moment. Thanks for the donation, Bangoosis. Yeah, that doesn't look too bad. Thanks for the donation, Andy. Oh my god. I would let him in. Oh. So handsome, I'd let him in. Oh. Oh my god. So handsome. That's a really cute fox. Wow. So nice and fuzzy. Oh.
And a zebra. The people at the auction warned me not to take him because zebras and zebra crosses are very dangerous as they are wild. I knew that there was something.
I didn't know there were zebra horse hybrids. Wow. Can see some of his stripes. Very pretty. That's a nice zebra horse. Wow. Oh my god. Those are some good rabbits. Wow, those are good rabbits. Oh my goodness, so handsome. Thanks for the donation, Bangoosis.
For what happened on January 6th. He wants to release the January 6th insurrectionists who've been prosecuted, who've been indicted and charged. He is solely focused on getting retribution for those people, for what happened on January 6th. He was asked in this debate whether he would sign a nationwide abortion ban multiple times, refused to answer it. You want to talk about a vision for the future? He won't talk about what he's offering for the future. He's solely focused on relitigating events of the past.
Ryan, Donald Trump on his campaign website, the first link is the platform page. It's a 20-point, fairly specific plan on what he will do on inflation, on immigration, on, he's said repeatedly he doesn't want a national abortion ban, on foreign affairs.
Boxer was an intense one. The kangaroo used its powerful legs to deliver powerful kicks and punches to the boxer. The boxer tried to use its superior reach and strength to land punches and kicks of its own, but the kangaroo was too quick and agile for the boxer. The kangaroo kept up its relentless attack, and eventually, the boxer was unable to keep up with the kangaroo's speed and agility.
Well, that is fake.
Kamala Harris, until 2 days ago, did not have a policy page on her website. It was only when some of us in the conservative media pointed out that she was lacking in this vision that they threw one up, and it was shown by the source code that much of it was stolen from Biden. The rest of it was stolen from Trump. So I agree she had a rather good night, obviously with a lot of help from the ABC moderators, but I think it is preposterous to say that she presented...
They only interjected twice, and they just fact-checked Donald Trump.
A vision for the future. There was very little policy substance discussed at all. And if there is going to be a second debate, this I think would be the silver lining in the storm cloud for Republicans, is President Trump needs to make sure that the focus is entirely on policy. They open up asking Kamala about the economy. She starts talking about when she was a little girl in the middle class or whatever. They bring up immigration. She starts talking about crowd sizes. She has got nothing on policy because the Kamala Harris-Joe Biden record on policy has been 3.5 years of unmitigated failure. If Trump can focus on that in the next debate, he wins.
Okay, Tommy.
Unmitigated failure. Literally in every metric, the U.S. is doing better under Biden than under Trump.
You've got to leave
Michael,
us, I know.
Wait,
hang on one second, right? Because Tommy has to go. Just quickly, Tommy, before you go, what advice would you give Trump? you've always been, I think, very, friendly, critical towards him. I think in an admirable way. When many just blindly go in the tank for him, or blindly the other way. What advice do you give him to try and now retrieve what I think has been quite a damaging 24 hours for him?
Do you like cod burger?
Yeah, it's good. I go every so often. They just opened up a new location in Ottawa, so that's nice. But I do indeed enjoy Odd Burger. Thanks for the donation, Niggler. Oh, now I want a hamburger and some French fries. I really don't like dieting. I really don't like it. I'd rather not. I want a burger and fries and pizza. That's what I want. God damn it. You know what's fucking annoying? I tried riding my mountain bike today, and for no fucking reason, the derailleur is just out of, it's out of tune. It was fine the last time I rode it, but, now it's just completely out of whack. It's so stupid. I really need to get an electronic derailleur. I'd have to get an entirely new group set, right? That one's probably a piece of shit. I've never heard of Wheeltop. What the fuck is is that electronic? I don't think it is. Shifting motor. Is it electronic? Electronic wire transmission. Really? It's only 224. What the fuck? It's regularly 430. I don't need the best one ever. I know there's that crazy one that's $1,500 that what is it? SRAM makes. Yeah, it's the SRAM Eagle. I don't think is that the right one?
Bro, I bike every day. I work on my own bike so I can fix your bikes. Don't get electronic derailleur, man. It goes with complicated bikes and makes everything shittier for the less experienced rider.
Are you sure about that? Because everybody I've talked to that has a good electronic derailleur says it's way fucking better. Because you don't have to fiddle with stupid fucking wires or anything. I know how to adjust a derailleur. It's just annoying how much I have to fucking do it. It's stupid. And then rather than just being able to, just get it done in 2 seconds, with an app, you have to, fiddle with it, put it on, the top ring, and then angle it right, and then put it on the bottom ring, and then do little micro adjustments if it's, rubbing. It's just fucking annoying. Ugh. Is that it? SRAM Eagle whatever thingy? 527. Is this the electronic one? Why doesn't it just say whether or not it's fucking electronic? I thought they were way more expensive. That says Wi-Fi. That has to be electronic. I don't know. It sounds like a good idea to me to get an electronic one. Because then I can just fix it in an app in like 2 seconds if it goes out of whack. And like all you have to do is just make sure it's charged, which isn't a big fucking deal. Yeah, might get this. Might get it. I'm gonna go take a piss. I'll be right back. All right, your Lord and Master has returned. Oh, God damn it. Bro, I want, like, pizza. I want to eat this again. I want to eat that. I want to eat that. I want to eat those. I want to eat that. Cookies would be kind of nice. I'm not really in the mood for cookies. I just want, like, some nice, good, savory food. These deep-fried oyster mushrooms are just spectacular. Like, holy fuck, they're good. Suck my dick and fuck me in the ass, those are good.
Right. Well, I think that he needs to act very presidential, especially in these next couple of weeks. He needs to show the American people that he can, in fact, restrain himself. And sometimes that's not easy for him to do. I think we all know that. It can be his biggest attribute, but it also can make him his own worst enemy. I'm not going to make any bones about that. But I would also say my advice to Donald Trump.
Well, I did cardio today. I walked the dogs and then I just went on my mountain bike. I'm just fucking exhausted, bro. I do not like the way I'm eating. I'm just so tired. I want to be able to eat food, you know? Like, food is good.
Trump would be this. No more rallies. You don't need to do rallies. Do smaller events, do town halls, do more interviews, do more podcasts. And Kamala...
Why don't you get a juicer and make green juice? I don't know if I could ever really get into that. Like, a juicer takes up so much space. They're pretty big. And, like, yeah, kale juice and everything is good for you, but I don't know. The amount of space it would take up on my counter, I have to clean it. I don't know. I don't know if it's something I could just deal with.
Kamala Harris made one point last night that unfortunately I have to agree with. When he does these rallies, he goes off on tangents, he rambles. It's not helpful to him. He needs to be very concise. He needs to learn how to be brief and not ramble and hit the issues square on because he wins on the issues. So I hope that he...
Ottawa's pretty good. It's not bad. There's some vegan options here for like restaurants and takeout.
He does that. He needs to take a page out of Ronald Reagan's book. He can still be charismatic. He can still be a performer, but he really has to buckle down and get back to business. I'd also like to see him bring Kellyanne Conway back on the team because I think that he needs better advisors. I think his advisors are doing him a disservice by just telling him to do whatever the hell he wants. It's not working.
Or he's not listening to his advisors, which could also be true. Tommy, great to have you back on Uncensored. I know you're going to leave us. Thank you very much indeed. Cenk, question for you. Did you share Kamala Harris's pride that Dick Cheney has given her his...
Here we go.
Good evening, VG. I really and truthfully hope that you are feeling great tonight. I know that what you say about dieting sucks, but always remember, it produces results in the end of it all. If only you had access to GLP-1 receptor agonists so you wouldn't be hungry, lol.
Well, I do have access to them. I can order a GLP-1 agonist from a place near here. It's a place that sells peptides, and it's right in Ottawa. It's not that I'm hungry. I actually rarely ever feel hungry. It's just that I have a desire to eat food. It's hard to explain. Like, rarely ever do I get my stomach knotting up and I get that, like, hunger feeling where it's like, damn, I need to eat. Like, I don't really feel like I need to eat. I just want to eat fucking food. That's it. It's probably like a blood sugar thing. My blood sugar is probably consistently very low. And there's like a different kind of feeling to being hungry versus wanting to eat because your blood sugar's low. But yeah, I just haven't taken any GLP-1 agonist just because I think they're like $200 or $300 per vial, and given that I don't really have issues with hunger right now, I might as well save that money, but I can order just a GLP-1 agonist. Thanks for the donation though, Ben. Appreciate it.
Endorsement, given that in 2008, the President of the United States, Joe Biden, described Dick Cheney as the most dangerous vice president in American history.
Yeah, no, I did not. That was one of the low moments for Kamala Harris. The Democrats have to stop bragging about the Cheneys. I don't know if they know this. Dick Cheney left office with an approval rating of about 9%. So, look, she did wonderful jiu-jitsu on immigration, got him talking about eating cats and dogs when it should have been a strength. It was a massive weakness for him.
Before you click the link, answer this question without Googling. How many Congress members are in the United States House of Representatives?
What is it? Like 243? Jill Stein doesn't know how many members of the House there are in Congress. 600, just the latest sign she's a deeply unserious candidate, only there to help Trump win.
How many voting members in the United States House of Representatives, Republican, Democrat, and Independent? How many total?
How many total
Yes.
are there? What is it? 600 some?
No,
You know.
it's 435. How?
Okay, I was off too. Thanks for the donation, retard.
Is this enough money to get you to stop saying the word derriere? Terrible word.
I guess I could use the word mech if you prefer. Thanks for the donation, though. Forgot my namification. I mean, it is a gay French word. Maybe I should just say mech. Mech sounds cool. And mechs are cool. You know, if I ever become a billionaire, like there's that lottery where you can win billions, I'd actually make this. I'd get somebody to make me a mech like this. There has to be a company that can make this for you for like maybe 100 million or something. Like if I could get a mech suit like this, if you're a billionaire, like why wouldn't you? You know? If I ever become a billionaire, I am totally getting something like this made. They already technically have mech suits, too. Actually, I think you can, like, just buy them. Wasn't there that Japanese company that made the mech suits that you can buy? Yeah, they made... I think this was, like, a real thing, and you can actually order them. Yeah, they're only 3 million. Yeah, dude, if I become a billionaire, totally fucking getting this. This is kind of a lamer one. It's on wheels. It's not bipedal. But like guaranteed, I'm sure there's a company that you can ask to make you a bipedal mech for like, you know, a few $1 million. Most billionaires have to be the most lame-ass fucking losers. You'd think with the amount of billionaires there are in the world, you'd see more of them with like a mech suit. They must, like, live extraordinarily boring, stupid lives. Like, I guess to make that kind of money, you have to be kind of a lame-ass dipshit. But, like, why wouldn't you get something stupid like this? You know?
But on this issue, the Republican Party is the one that gave us Dick Cheney. And they gave us the Iraq War, the endless wars and the corruption and all of that. Stick them with it. Instead, embracing it is not the right way to go. But it goes to my point that I've been saying all along, Piers, which is that people can't think outside.
What is worse, Canadian versus UK weather? I would say the UK weather. You don't even have summer. You just have, like, cool damp.
I saw the thumbnail Trump's head on Perez Morgan Halarus.
Yeah. Yeah, I thought that was funny. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Yeah, like, the UK doesn't even have summer. You just have, like, a fucking cool, damp season. Like, that's it. And then it gets cold. Like, at least Canada. Yeah, the winters are kind of lame, but, you know, you can ski, you can snowmobile, shit like that. We have better looking women. And then summer's actually warm.
Outside their own bubble. The establishment thinks, oh, doesn't everybody love Dick Cheney? We all love Dick Cheney. We all love everyone who was in power, and we kiss up to them. No, the country hates Dick Cheney. And MAGA thinks, oh, yeah, babies are being executed all over the country because of Tim Walz. Yeah, A, it's not true, and B, no one else believes that. So if you keep saying it, it's not going to help your cause. And Piers, you know what I've been saying for about a year now. Biden was too old and Trump was too crazy. And the first debate showed that Biden was too old, and the second debate showed that Trump was too crazy.
Yeah, I mean, Brian, I know you wanted to come back to something Michael said earlier, so by all means do that. But I think what's happened here is that any preconception Republicans may have had that Kamala Harris would be a walkover and that there was no real difference between her or...
Yeah, Basketball Genesis, that's a good point. Or no, sorry, not Basketball Genesis, Random Gal. How the fuck do we have maple syrup, but people in the UK have worse teeth? Like, what the fuck are you even eating? Like, fish and chips is your, like, national dish, and your teeth are all rotting out of your fucking head. Like, I don't understand it. I guess there is a lot of confectionery in the UK, like, you are into chocolate and sweets and shit, but that just doesn't make any goddamn sense. We have maple syrup, yet our teeth are better.
Biden in terms of impact on the race itself. I think that has now gone up in smoke. She is definitely a better candidate than Biden would have ever been.
Oh, yeah, it's the tea and crumpets. Good point.
Given his current cognitive state. And the momentum she will get from last night should not be underestimated. But nor should Trump's ability to bounce back. In a way, he's at his most dangerous as a politician, I would argue, when he's got his, when his feet are being torched. I mean, I'll show you the cover of Time magazine.
Imagine instead of tech billionaires challenging each other to MMA matches, they challenge each other to mech battles. I'd buy a mech with a big metal penis that would gape the enemy mechs. Would be huge.
Yeah, good point. Like, why don't they have mech battles? They're such lame-ass losers. Thanks for the donation, retard.
The fuck you on about? I live in North England and it's usually colder than South England and it gets up to 32 degrees Celsius in summer and it's hotter down south. It reached 40 degrees Celsius a couple years ago. The fuck are you on about? We have hot summers.
Do you have hot summers with sun, or is it always cloudy and rainy? There's a guy who had a hilarious YouTube channel where he'd just constantly complain about the UK.
Recap of last week.
what can be expected next week?
Peter, make me come out I rain. Peter, come out I rain. You see that get bad. Peter, we have a blood out, Peter, you nearly dead.
Yeah, I don't know. I think you're cheating because of climate change.
Don't make unnecessary journeys. Don't take risks on treacherous roads. And don't swim in the sea. Incredibly, people have been spotted in the water here in Blackrock and Salt Hill, both today.
We have hot and sunny summers and some rain.
All right, I'll take a look at that in a second. Thanks for the donation, Booty Cum.
Today and yesterday.
What?
Blackrock and Salt Hill.
Is that
both
real?
Today and yesterday.
I think that's fake.
Independent judiciary, certain inalienable rights in free markets. That power would be the British Empire.
Yeah, baby. Ding dong.
What are you birds? I'm coming one by one. Gonna get my Aprilla out and do burnouts on your front lawn, and then I'm gonna close it.
It contains inside of it 4 co-equal and sovereign nations. The first of these is England, shown here in red.
Don't ask me why. I just woke up in a fucking steaming mood, yeah? Because I live in a shithole. It's a fucking shithole. I hate the fucking place. I fucking hate it. It's full of dickheads. I fucking hate it.
To the north is Scotland, shown in blue.
It's shite being Scottish!
And to the west is Wales, shown in white.
Oh, shit.
Often forgotten even by those who live in the United Kingdom is Northern Ireland, shown in orange.
I'm North England and it was 40 degrees Celsius 2 years ago, so yes, all of England gets very hot and sunny in summer.
Okay, well, I still wouldn't want to live there. Fuck England. Thanks for the donation, Booty Cum.
You want the fucking brawl? Come down to Medic Hospitality or come out Why should I write to customers? I didn't have to write to you. I didn't have to write to you. Deja vu. I just been in this place before. Higher on the street.
The former empire are the British overseas territories. Thank you very much for watching.
Oh, that's fucking good. I love the Scottish part. Do heroin? Let me see your Reddits. Ever wonder what other DBZ dubs sound like? Lol, here you go.
شدة قوتك لا تهمني.
لقد صرت قويا يا أبي.
قوته 7000 بل 8000. بشدة إلى أي مقدار ارتفعت قوته القتالية؟ تزيد على 8000. مستحيل. لا أصدق ذلك أبدا. هناك خطأ.
That is weird and jarring. Chinese SpongeBob is weird.
ऐसा है तो ऐसा ही सही.
That girl at work kept joking about me being her love today, and so I told her if she were vegan she might really be my love. Do you think that was a bad call? Her mood did change after. She seemed to be thinking about it.
No. I don't see any problem with that. I'd say that's pretty smooth. Thanks for the donation though, Axel. I was thinking that was Videl for a second. Who the fuck is that? Did Gohan and Videl have kids in DBZ? How am I not remembering? Yeah, who the fuck is that? Gohan and Videl's kid? It's Pan, Videl's daughter. I totally fucking forgot that Gohan and Videl had kids in DBZ.
Arrivo!
No, non provarci, lasciali stare! Devo bloccarla! Non ho un minuto da perdere! Energia sferica, via!
Cosa fa?
Yeah, watching DBZ in different languages is jarring. He sounds like Plankton from fucking SpongeBob. Dude, I might have to watch the entire Portuguese dub of Dragon Ball Z.
Rápido atrás deles, não os deixem escapar!
What the fuck were they thinking?
你個樣啊，真係越嚟越黑，我憎啊！你梗係想快啲落地獄啦！太可惡啊！你太可惡啊！有7000、8000啊！格古洛嘅戰鬥力數值幾多啊？超過咗8000啊！
All right, thank you for the donation, Raditz. Booty cum, let me see.
To the UK next, and they are recording its hottest day ever, reaching 40.2 degrees Celsius at Heathrow Airport in London today, topping that 40-degree mark for the very first time. And temperatures could continue to climb up to 42 degrees before the day is over. Experts say that there is a high risk of heat-sensitive systems failing, which could lead to power outages or loss of water.
All right, well, the UK gets hot, apparently.
Potential kid diddlers, he admitted to on May 1st.
Let me see if I can find his video. Damn it, he doesn't have the fucking video anymore. His Italian accent is fucking hilarious. Kid Boo Donate Tillers, is this more criminal or smart?
I need my money's worth, dog. I need my money's worth. That's very no, that's very wild though. Come on. That is very wild, bro.
Walmart do better.
Yeah, that is.
I mean,
my God, climate change just keeps getting worse.
yes, it does keep getting worse. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. I mean, they do fucking rip you off with the, like, half-full bottle. That's some bullshit. That is criminal, though.
Big ginormous cocks in my bum. Big ginormous cocks are really fun. Big ginormous cocks all in all. Big ginormous cocks. Humpty 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 T T T T T T T T T T T T T T T T T T T T T T Cox.
Well, thank you for that, Pooh. Appreciate the donation, dude.
Magazine, which is quite clever, and it has a image of Trump in a golf cart, trapped in a bunker. We call them bunkers here, a trap to American golfers. And there he is in his cart in the trap.
Climate change is accelerating senior citizens' cognitive decline.
So Pennsylvania, remember this when you have to go to vote. Okay, just remember this. 2,000% increase. This is a small. So Pennsylvania, remember this when you have to go.
How in the fuck does he think he's in Pennsylvania when he's in Arizona? I don't think that has anything to do with climate change. I think Trump's just a retard. Thanks for the donation, retard.
And the headline is "In Trouble." But the thing about Trump is he's a much better golfer than people think he is. He can get out of bunkers, traps in golf very well, and he's also proved himself to be very good at getting out of political traps, even though he fell into a few last night. Are you concerned that the bear's being poked and may come back hard, and maybe Kamala Harris won't be able to handle that?
No, I completely disagree. I think that when Donald Trump is backed into a corner, he only hurts himself. I mean, look at what he said when he wasn't getting any attention because Kamala surged onto the screen. Her rallies were explosive. She was drawing in more people than he was. And so what did he do? He went on national TV and did, said that she wasn't black. And then he had a press conference the next day at Mar-a-Lago where he said that his rallies drew more people than Martin Luther King Jr.'s I Have a Dream speech. Every time he's backed into a corner, he tries to kind of grab back the attention with some insane thing that might be fun for his base. But it's not.
Good, hopefully it kills him.
Yeah, we can only hope. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
Not going to help him. People watching Donald Trump say insane things is only going to help him with the people who are already supporting him. But for that sliver of people in the middle, the sliver of people who are going to decide this race, these conservative Democrats, these independent.
Stamp on my balls. One decillion cocks in my bum.
Well, thank you again, Pooh. That was great. Appreciate the donation. It's just great.
Have you seen this? Lean beef patty is featured.
Can you do like the...
Yeah, I saw this. It's not interesting. They just guess who's natty and not. And, whatever. Thanks for the donation, though, Clitoris. It wasn't a good video. But like I was saying, I like the way I feel right now. think I have consumed enough nicotine to forget about how much I hate dieting. And I'm not thinking about food right now, and I just feel good. I feel really good just sitting here. It's nice.
These pro-democracy Republicans, these low-propensity voters, young people, people of color, they're not going to watch Donald Trump brag that his crowd size was bigger than Martin Luther King Jr.'s "I Have a Dream" speech and think that's my guy. I've been waffling all this time, but now I know that that's my guy. I also want to harken back to something that Michael said before, which is that this idea that Kamala Harris, when she's running right now, she's running on all this baggage of the Biden-Harris administration. We have more than 16 million jobs added. We have a record high stock market. We have the lowest unemployment in 50 years. We have the strongest economy in the entire world. We've had more legislation passed under Joe Biden in the first 2 years of his administration than we've had in any administration in modern American history. This idea that this administration hasn't done a good job, their economy is strong, that the United States is performing well, not only relative to the rest of the world, but relative to where we've stood in the past, is a complete denial of reality.
Okay,
I get that Republicans are trying to wishcast, are trying to manifest into reality this idea.
I want to hold the panel for a moment. Michael, you can respond in a moment. Well, we're being joined now by the former Navy SEAL and Texas Congressman, Representative Dan Crenshaw. Dan, thank you so much for joining Uncensored. A lot of reaction, obviously, to last night's debate. My honest opinion is that Trump lost it because the expectation was that he would rough Kamala Harris up a bit and she would be exposed on the national stage and that would be it. That didn't happen. In boxing parlance, I'd say she won on points. What was your view?
It's about right, and it's frustrating because it's such an easy debate to win. I just heard the talking point by one of your guests that somehow Kamala Harris and Joe Biden are responsible for this great economy. I've never heard so much nonsense in my life. I can show you all the numbers that discredit that idea. The American Rescue Plan and their policies immediately resulted in record numbers of illegal immigrants crossing our border. They resulted in record inflation right away. Gas prices are 50% higher. Electricity prices are 30% higher. They claim they inherited a bad economy from Trump. That's also nonsense. By the time they took office, real GDP was back to pre-pandemic levels. Under Trump, it had begun.
Isaac Butterfield impression.
All right, I can try to do that for you. Let me see. Yeah. Just pretend the beard is like brown. I don't have a brown beard. Ugh. Hello there, YouTube. Right now we're going to take a look at Vegan Booty's dirt box. Apparently she made an OnlyFans, and we're just going to do a little review of Vegan Booty's asshole. Well, right, I'd say that's a good-looking little dirt box right there, especially for a vegan who eats a ton of beans. But I feel a little awkward looking at her OnlyFans, because, like, I've talked to her directly, but, yeah, I'd say for a vegan who eats a ton of beans and broccoli, she's got an alright little dirt box. Alright, there you go. There's my Isaac Butterfield impression. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer. Dwayne Johnson donated $2. Would you say eating a cat is more ethical than eating a pig, since the cat is carnivorous and by far the most invasive species? Yeah, probably. Like, if we're talking about wild pigs are omnivorous, but cats probably cause more environmental damage, if I had to guess, especially with birds. But thanks for the donation, Dwayne.
Can you watch this? It's very interesting.
Okay, sure, we can watch this. Thanks for the donation, Pooh.
Cheerio! Grubby Rabbit, how you doing? Cheerio!
Does this guy have a mental disability, or is he just acting stupid?
Cheerio! Grubby Rabbit, tell me to cheerio!
Can you be live this?
Let me take a look.
Donald
Dodo.
Trump is demanding that congressional Republicans basically threaten a government shutdown in order to obtain evidence of voter fraud or to do something about voter fraud that he has failed to provide any evidence of. Now, he posted this saying that if Republicans in the House and Senate don't get absolute assurances on election security, they should in no way, shape, or form go forward with a continuing resolution on the budget. The Democrats.
I'm an illegal immigrant living in Florida, and I'm going to make sure I vote at least 10 times to help Kamala win.
Democrats are trying to stuff voter registrations with illegal aliens. Don't let it happen. Close it down. Okay, so this lie about undocumented immigrants voting in our presidential election, it is nonsense. And if Republicans were concerned about election security, they could have voted in favor of an election security bill immediately after the 2020 presidential election, but they didn't do that. Okay, they didn't vote in favor of that. So a curious thing to want Republicans to do, considering the fact that they had an opportunity to do it and they wouldn't do it. Now, last week, Trump had a similar message saying, I would shut down the government in a heartbeat if they don't get the SAVE Act. I'll tell you what that is in just a moment.
The SAVE Act is just a bullshit bill to try to stop people from voting.
It should be in the bill. And if it's not in the bill,
this is exactly what you'd expect, okay? He's going to try to cheat as much as he possibly can in the upcoming election. He's going to lose, then he's going to try to do another insurrection. That's just what Trump does. Thanks for the donation, though, Dodo. Bootycum donated $2. There is no deal.
Before he became president, on March 31st, 2008, the president said, and I quote,
I didn't receive a proper answer then. Maybe Dodgy Dave will answer it now.
Amendment 14, Section 1. All persons born or naturalized in the United States and subject to...
On July the 1st, 2010, the president said, and I quote,
So that businesses, universities, parents and young people in
And the majority leader looked at me and said, there.
Please explain what is NATO and why is it important?
NATO is a defensive military alliance, and it's important to stop the rise of fascism and make sure Europe in particular is stable. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer.
Is no deal, there is no deal, there is no deal.
Order. It shouldn't be a collective groan. No, it's not. The honourable gentleman is good-humoured. But order!
On May 5th, 2010, the president said, and I quote,
We've got a new hand gesture from the Shadow Chancellor. Yes.
You know, I've seen a few videos on the weird political corruption that's in the UK. Everybody knows each other and like hangs out with each other, like even people on the left and right. So I think the reason why you see this kind of like weird decorum in UK Parliament is because they're all friends and like drink together.
I would have gone. I would have thought after today's
Order in the court.
briefing in the papers, the hand gesture for the Shadow Chancellor should be bye-bye.
Sons and daughters, husbands and wives.
Mr. Robertson! Mr. Robertson! Calm yourself, man! The lion must get back in its den! Prime Minister!
There's plenty more. There's plenty more.
Not in a box, not with a fox. Not in a house, not with a mouse. I would not...
That's funny. And I thought like the US was a clown show.
Yeah, you did it, I mean.
Does being fat help to build muscle? No, it doesn't appear to be the case. Do you need to keep putting on more fat while working out to benefit from it, or can you convert existing fat into muscle? You cannot convert fat into muscle. Being too lean will prevent you from gaining muscle, but if you're at like a normal body fat percentage, you don't have to go like super high. That was very weird.
It had undergone its massive recovery. Everything they say is a lie. Now, the problem is that Trump didn't say what I just said.
Right.
That's the problem.
Fugu donated $2. What would happen if a professor threatened to fail a vegan student for refusing to eat meat, a meat sample offered in a class in USA versus Canada? Well, in Canada, you'd be able to sue because there's already an established legal basis for vegans being a protected class. In the US, you could probably sue, but as far as I understand, vegan isn't a protected class in the US. But you would still have, I would say, a pretty easy legal basis to sue. I know Canada, but would it not count as discrimination in the US? It probably would. It's just that I don't know of any case law where that's really, being dealt with yet. But you'd probably easily win a case like that if it did have to go to trial. Thanks for the donation, though, Fugyu.
This is a very easy debate to win against Kamala Harris. Now she's feeling good. She's feeling confident. I think Trump should take her up on that second debate. If she's offering that, I think he should take her up on that. But he needs to remain disciplined this time, and he needs to get.
He's already said he doesn't want to debate again.
people around him who understand, who have maybe bothered once in their life to actually try to persuade an independent. I do agree with some of what was said, is that there's too much pandering to the base. And that's not necessary right now. What's necessary is to actually convince independents. And it's very easy to do because you got 4 years on one side, you got 4 years on the other. You've got policies that took place and you've got the outcomes associated with those policies. And it's a very, very clear distinction. And on those distinctions, Trump wins running away. All he has to do is talk about it. Now, it should also be said, I've noticed a couple things in that debate. Well, he did take the bait too often and didn't nail her when there were so many openings to nail her on policy. I did notice that he was also very disciplined, at least in his physical appearance, right? He didn't take the bait while she was sneering and jeering at him, condescendingly looking over, trying to get his attention the entire time. She appeared very childish doing that. He remained stoic. He remained disciplined in that regard. But again, just missed a lot of opportunities because that were easy to swat back at her.
Do you know what?
If fat doesn't help to build muscle, what's the point of bulking? Wouldn't it be better to just up protein intake, or should we eat more calories?
How do you deal with depression? I hit the gym consistently and send you weird stuff on here which helps, but it seems like I'm constantly pissed off and hate everyone.
Well, there is a cure for depression, and it's basically not giving a fuck. Nothing matters. Not your happiness, not your pain. We're playing a game, okay? And there's no winning the game. You just play it for enjoyment. You can kill yourself at any moment and it wouldn't fucking matter. We choose to exist to enjoy, our existence. And that's it. Like, we are gonna die eventually. Nothing's gonna matter. Like, why are we worrying about people annoying us or paying taxes or saving money? It's all bullshit. We're not gonna be able to take any of it to the grave. We're just gonna fucking die, and in all likelihood, nobody's gonna fucking remember us. Maybe some family and friends will remember you, but then they're gonna die, and then nobody is gonna fucking know anything you did. Everyone's gonna forget you. Nothing will matter. If somebody finds out you sucked a tranny's dick, again, they're all gonna fucking die. Nobody's gonna care, and we're all dead. So we're playing a game where the only reason we play is to just enjoy the game itself, the game of life. So the trick to depression is realizing that none of it matters, and whether you feel happy or feel sad, it is purely a matter of perspective. Happiness exists in your mind, and you can feel happy if you want to. That's the trick. And it's hard to believe. I didn't believe it before, but happiness literally does just exist in your mind, and it's just a state of mind. It's a way of looking at the world. So, if nothing matters, none of this shit matters, nobody is going to care what you fucking did, you're going to die, you're not going to be able to take any money to the grave, there's no afterlife. Why are you getting upset about anything when none of it matters? There's stupid people all around you. Who fucking cares? You can choose to laugh at them, or you could choose to be pissed off. You can choose to enjoy the rain, enjoy the snow, enjoy the summer, or you can get mad about how hot it is, or mad that it's raining and you're going to get wet if you go outside, or you can get mad that you have to shovel your driveway. It's all a matter of perspective, and you can just choose to enjoy whatever life throws at you and laugh at it and recognize it all as the joke it is. Or you can just be sad and miserable all day, and it's all a choice. It's all a matter of perspective. So I hope that helps, Pooh. Thanks for the donation.
I just felt he wasn't entertaining in a way he normally is. he just seemed a little bit dull. He was repeating himself a lot. He didn't laugh really at all. He didn't really crack many good jokes. It just wasn't the normal rock star debater we're used to with Trump. And as a result, it played into her hands, as did so many of the things that he did last night. He is, at the moment, hesitant about a second debate. Do you think it's imperative he does one, and that this debate is not the only one that the American public sees?
I would absolutely suggest that he does another debate, but make sure that none of the people who prepared him for this debate are around, because they didn't do a good job. You need people who have actually bothered to try to persuade independent voters. Again, very easy debate to win. Very easy debate to win. If you go in there knowing the facts, knowing your points that you want to make, then you can relax and be yourself. As you noted, he didn't feel like himself. You can relax a lot more when you're confident in what you're saying. When you've got those, I just stated those numbers. You can memorize those numbers. Yeah. You can memorize those facts that actually matter when you're trying to make a comparison between a Kamala presidency and a Trump presidency. It's very easy to win this debate. And so my message to independent voters is like, yeah, granted, she's a lawyer, right? She's a prosecutor. She knows how to push people's buttons. That doesn't make her a good leader, and it doesn't make her policies any better for the American people. They're still really, really bad policies. Just because she's jeering over at him and trying to poke him doesn't make her a good potential president.
No, it made her quite a skillful debater on the night, actually. I mean, you were a Navy SEAL, obviously. From a commander-in-chief point of view, do you think that she came out of this debate with those credentials slightly better than she went in as a potential commander-in-chief?
Sorry, exactly how the hell can they claim Trump is a better leader when he's clearly extremely easily manipulated, easily flustered? You can get him to act whatever way you want, depending on how you talk to him. Like, that is the exact opposite of a good leader.
I mean, not from my point of view, but look, I'm a Republican.
Oh yeah, Matzias. So, Jesus, just a second.
For the person who was asking about veganism and civil rights protections in the workplace, check out these articles in law journals that are peer-reviewed.
Veganism and sincerely held religious beliefs in the workplace, no protection without definition. Employers got vegan, how ethical veganism qualifies for religious protection under Title VII. Like, again, in Canadian law, there's already case law established where veganism is a protected class. This is legal theory for the US. But yeah, there should be a very strong legal case where veganism would be a protected class. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben. Yeah, so the idea of bulking where you gain a significant amount of fat mass is kind of a antiquated idea. It doesn't seem to actually help you build more muscle. You do not need to be in a significant caloric deficit to maximize muscle growth. It's very small. I think it's something like only 100, sorry, no. It's like under 100 additional calories per day to maximize muscle growth. Now, that might be different if you're on anabolic steroids, but if you're a natural lifter, you do not need a significant amount of excess calories in order to build muscle. So just being in a small surplus that you can relatively accurately measure. So you can probably accurately measure calories around 300 additional calories per day. You can't accurately measure calories within like a 50 calorie margin of error, but probably around 300 you can. And again, muscle growth seems to be maximized when you're consuming 0.75 grams of protein per pound of body weight, so you don't need to up your protein intake if you're already consuming that much protein.
That thinks everything she stands for is wrong for our country. So, you know, granted, I have some bias, but even on her personality, I've been observing Kamala Harris for quite some time now. I've never thought at all that she is somebody that I would ever want in a commander-in-chief position. She's defended the disastrous withdrawal from Afghanistan. She's defended every policy Biden has put in.
Well, speaking of Afghanistan, since they all love to bring it up, again, Trump was the one who had appeasement policies with the Taliban, and he released 5,000 Taliban prisoners who ended up killing American troops. So, yeah, who's worse?
in place, to include basically letting the Russians continue to win in Ukraine. It took them multiple years for them to finally agree to better weapon systems to Ukraine to defend against the Russians. That war could have been in a much different place right now if it weren't for their feckless leadership. October 7th happened under her watch because they kept a peace.
Again, Trump is the one who wants to use appeasement policies with Putin. Like, are you kidding me?
Iran. All of this is on her. She would make an absolutely terrible commander-in-chief.
Who was the fucking dipshit? Was it Chamberlain? Was he the guy who was the appeaser dipshit? Yeah. Yeah, Chamberlain. Trump is basically like fucking Chamberlain. He is the type of guy who would have tried to have avoided war with Hitler by just appeasing all of his fucking demands.
And I'll tell you what, I mean, I know the troops do not want to be led by someone like her. That I can say for sure.
Dan Crenshaw, thank you very much indeed for joining me. I appreciate it.
Appreciate it.
Let's go back to the panel. Strong words there, Michael, from Dan. I mean, I hope Trump listens to some of this stuff because he can get very pig-headed.
Are you shy of anything? How do you feel about public speaking?
No, I wouldn't consider myself to be a particularly shy person, and I've done public speaking before. It's not a big deal. Thanks for that donation, though, Speed Race.
When he's got his back to the wall a bit, he doesn't like being criticised. He gets very defensive. So that's probably not the response that he needs right now. He needs to listen to critical friends, doesn't he?
Of course, and I think what Dan said is basically exactly right there. There was one good point that Trump landed in the debate on Ukraine when he said, after Kamala boasted that she went over to negotiate with Zelensky and try to resolve this conflict that had been brewing between Russia and Ukraine, and Trump pointed out, he said, yeah, you went over, you tried to solve it, and then 3 days later the Russians invade. So clearly it didn't work out very well. And to Dan's point, you don't just need to take a Republican congressman or a Republican author's words for it. You can take Vladimir Zelensky's words for it. He says that the Russians invaded basically because of Biden. And Biden, in fact, in his own words, invited Putin to invade and said there wouldn't be much pushback if there were a minor incursion. So you see that on foreign policy.
No, he didn't. Trump was the one who encouraged Putin to invade more countries.
You see this issue on immigration, and all of the numbers Dan cited on the economy, I think, are quite apt. So then it puts Kamala in this very difficult position. She's now describing her platform as a new path forward. But of course, she's the sitting vice president, and the current vice president's a vegetable. So she's probably effectively the president. How is this a new path forward? Well, if she's going to reject the policies of her own administration, what's she going to revert to? All of her previously stated policies when she did run for president in 2020, though she had to get out before the first votes were cast, were to the left of Bernie Sanders, and they were deeply unpopular. Medicare for all, including Medicare for all for illegal aliens, defund the police, bail rioters and criminals out of jail, which she did herself when she was raising money for them on Twitter, so on and so forth. This puts her in a really difficult position because either she's got to defend the unpopular and failed status quo, or the even more unpopular policy she ran on the first time. That's where Trump's got to pin her. He's got to put her in this place where either way she moves, she harms herself with the voters. And whoever prepares him for that next debate needs to make sure that that is where the focus is, and he's always looking out to avoid the landmines that she can sometimes successfully lay for him.
Okay, we're running out of time a bit. Shane, final words from you about this. How significant do you think this debate will end up being in this race?
Yeah, I think these two debates are potentially two of the most significant debates that have ever happened in a presidential election. So they're a little bit of a microcosm of how they would do in office. And Biden's brain melted in the first debate, and he showed you he can't make it another 4 years and force him out of the race. In this debate, Kamala Harris looked strong and in charge, and she, as almost everyone here has acknowledged, easily manipulated Donald Trump into traps that he fell into. But think about what that means. So when she's talking to Putin or other foreign leaders, she's going to be prepared and strong and be able to manipulate them to our advantage. Trump, on the other hand, was a fool. He was easily manipulated, fell into every trap. I mean, think about how unprepared he was. And that's exactly how he was as president. He never bothered to learn anything. After the 2020 election, he thought that we could terminate the Constitution because he didn't like the result of the election. That's not a thing. There was no process for terminating the Constitution. He kept saying clownish things throughout his time in office and in this debate because he never does his homework. And that's how he is as president. He's weak. And the minute Kim Jong-un says, oh, I like you, he's like, okay, build all the nukes you want. And so you saw there, that's exactly how every foreign leader manipulates Trump into their advantage and our disadvantage. I don't want that stench of weakness in the Oval Office again.
Okay, and Brian, your final thoughts.
My final thought is, I sat here listening to Dan, to Michael. I believe Tommy made the same point about how Donald Trump has to fire his advisors. When he comes back for the second debate, he can't listen to these people who steered him wrong. Does anybody actually think that Donald Trump took the advice of any of his advisors? Does he think that he's disciplined enough to take any advice and not just revert back to exactly who he is, exactly the guy that we've seen for the past nearly a decade? The second he's poked, he is so easy to bait that you could dangle a cookie in front of a 4-year-old and they would have more discipline than Donald Trump. This notion that his advisors are responsible for what happened on that debate stage is a joke. It's also, you look at someone like Ronna McDaniel, for example. She was fired as RNC chair because Donald Trump always needs to blame somebody for his own shortcomings. The reason that Republicans lost was not because of Ronna McDaniel or the RNC. It's because people aligned with Donald Trump, aligned with the America First agenda, didn't present themselves well to the American people because they're lunatics, and they lost. But Donald Trump can't take responsibility for anything, and so somebody else had to get thrown under the bus as the result of that. What we saw on that debate stage was not the fault of his advisors, was not the fault of anybody on his team, was not the fault of anybody but Donald Trump. He cannot take responsibility, which makes it especially ironic that he's running to represent the party of personal responsibility.
Okay, and Michael, your final thought.
Well, I think Brian's point is demonstrably silly because Trump debated in a different way last night than he usually does. And so I suppose what I'm calling for, Piers, I think what you had suggested too, is that we get a little bit of that old Donald Trump back. That we go after the media, that he focus a little bit more on the issues, bring a little bit more pizzazz into it. Absolutely. He has to do that sort of thing. To your point, Brian, you say
Trump has never focused on any issues. He just does like retarded moralizing by making up bullshit claims that aren't true. Tekken soon. If you want to start a Tekken match, I can join right now. We can do that right now.
Say that Donald Trump does not appeal to the American people. He doesn't appeal even to the Republican base. That's why he's got to throw Ronna McDaniel out. Ronna McDaniel just left her position. And guess what? Donald Trump did something Kamala Harris was not able to do. Donald Trump was able to win the Republican primary for president. He was able to win his party's nomination fair and square through a process. Kamala Harris tried to win her party's nomination one time. She got thrown out of the race before the first vote was cast. And so she was able to finagle her way behind the scenes through a palace coup to get rid of the current president and take the nomination. Good for her. That's all very impressive. But I think this is why Kamala Harris made a big mistake by challenging Trump to another debate. Because next time they might not be on the most liberal network news station. Next time
Trump has already said he's refusing to debate her again.
they might not have a 3-on-1 debate. Next time, Donald Trump might have better preparation going in. And if that's the case, look, there's a reason the parties have primaries. It's to battle test their candidates. Kamala Harris remains completely untested. The debate was supposed...
All right. Give me one moment.
Any Hamza cringe? Been a while.
I mean, there's probably some Hamza cringe. We can check that out in a little bit. Thanks for the donation, dumbass. That is weird and annoying. Okay.
Michael Knowles is such an idiot.
Yeah, he's pretty goddamn stupid. Thanks for the donation, Dodo. Fuck. Alright, you've gotta send me an invite. Does you know it was Neville Chamberlain declared war on Germany? Wasn't he the one who tried the appeasement policies?
Kazuya Mishima.
It's probably the least stupid arena.
Get ready for the next battle.
Crazy how good pull-ups felt. My hand didn't hurt at all. Being at 170 and being pretty fat made it difficult, but weirdly I felt more power in my fast twitch muscles. Why is that?
Round one. Fight.
Fuck. Fuck. Well, being in a caloric surplus can, God damn it. Oh, that was bad. Being in a caloric surplus can, make you have more energy, so... What?! Damn it! Thanks for that donation though, Axel. I don't understand what he just did there. Fuck! I haven't played Tekken in a while, so I'm probably gonna have to like warm up a little bit.
Perfect. Round 4. Fight.
Dude, I swear some of these combos are fucking bullshit. Fuck me, dude.
Round 5. Fight.
So, Feng has like a parry move? There we go.
Round 6. Fight.
Yeah. All right, here we go.
Fight.
Dude, some of those... Hell yeah.
Round 8. Fight.
Fuck. Shit. Damn it.
You lose.
Definitely rematching. Ah, damn it. I didn't want that costume. It fucking tricked me. It's probably gonna choose the bullshit fucking stadium. Why did it say you lose? I think it's because I lost. Pretty sure anyway.
Round one. Fight.
Shit.
Round two. Fight.
Hell yeah.
Round three. Fight.
Shit. No! No! Yes!
Round four. Fight.
Damn.
Round five. Fight.
Fuck.
Round six. Fight. Round seven. Fight.
Hell yeah. Fucking comeback. One sec, let me get higher.
Round one.
Is that your excuse? Oh, that was weird. Damn it.
Round 2. Fight.
And I should stop doing that.
Round 3. Fight.
Fuck. Damn it!
Round 4. Fight.
Shit!
Round 5. Fight.
Damn it. Damn it. Fuck.
Round 6. Fight.
Yes.
Round 7. Fight. Round 8. Fight.
Shit. Damn it! Ah, motherfuck. I think it's 2-1. Gotta win this next one.
Round 1. Fight.
Fuck.
Round 2. Fight. Round 3. Fight.
Oh, that's bullshit. I fucking blocked that. There we go. At least I got the win.
4. Fight.
Oh, shit! No! Oh, that's so cheap. Fuck you.
Round 5. Fight.
What? I blocked that. Fuck off.
VG, you're getting in.
No way. No way! Eat my ass!
Fight.
Yes! Oh, I'm still in it.
Round 7. Fight.
Yes, there we go.
Round 8. Fight.
All right. It's for all of it. Yes! Haha! What a comeback, dude. Mike donated $2. You ever have any close friends growing up, or have you always been kind of a loner? Never had close friends, but I've had friends. I've always been highly antisocial. Alright, so we're even. We both won 2 matches. Let's do this last one, tiebreaker.
Fight.
What? Dude, that was the game fucking up. He literally hit me when his back was turned. That was horse shit.
Round 2. Fight.
There we go.
Round 3. Fight.
I'm sorry, what exactly happened there? Yes.
Round 4. Fight.
You're damn right, VG. Nothing matters. I think this video sums up life perfectly. A giant shark eating a dying whale while the pod tries to stop it but falls.
Okay, I'll react to that later, Dodo. Thanks for the donation, dude. No, damn it. That was close.
Round 5. Fight.
Some of things like strings are just so fucking weird, dude. Fucking, oh my god, this is bad.
Asturian rider fucking Jasmine in the 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 Ast 77 trigintillion 777 ovumgintillion 777 octogintillion 777 set bigantillion 777 sexvagintillion 777 quinvagintillion 777 quarter Vigintillion 777 Grevigintillion 777 Duo Vigintillion 777 Unvigintillion 777 Vigintillion 777 Novemdecillion 777 Octodecillion 777 Septendecillion 777 Sextecillion 777 Quindecillion 777 Quatuordecillion 777 Tridecillion 707.
Okay, I want one more rematch. Just one more. Let's do one more rematch. I think that last one was fucked.
77 decillion 777 no million 777 octillion 777 septillion 777 sextillion 777 quintillion 777 quadrillion 777 trillion 777 billion 777 million 777,777.
Okay, thank you for that dipshit. Fuck.
Round 2. Fight.
This isn't going well.
Round 3. Fight. Round 4. Fight. Round 5. Fight. Round 6. Fight.
What? There we go.
Round 7. Fight. Round 8. Fight.
What the fuck is that? Yes! There we go.
You win.
I'll let you choose if you want to do another rematch. If you want to do it, I'll do another, but okay. Alright, that was good. Thanks for the matches, dude. That was pretty fun. Okay, Dodo gave me some dumbass link, I think. Alright, that is a megalodon swimming around and biting other sharks. Thanks for the donation, Dodo.
To test her, but she didn't get any difficult questions whatsoever, and she had 2 people helping her out to beat Donald Trump. If we want to go for a round 2, I say, as a staunch Trump supporter, bring it on.
Panel, thank you very much indeed. It was certainly a fascinating night in what has become one of the most unpredictable and gripping presidential races ever. And long may it continue, because it gives us plenty to talk about. Thank you all very much. Well, RFK Jr. will be joining me very shortly, but joining me right now is pollster and political strategist Frank Luntz, who said a few days ago that the winner of the debate will win the election. Well, Frank, do you think that's the case? Do you think Kamala won, and does that mean she may now win the election?
I think more accurately it's that Donald Trump lost. And this is not the worst debate performance I've seen in my career, but it's very close to it. The conversations about people eating dogs and cats, calling the leader of Hungary one of the greatest world leaders, repeatedly missing the opportunity to focus on inflation and affordability, and the complete inability to present his point of view without completely tearing into Joe Biden, into whomever was in his...
Hey VG, I'm at 10 and do you want anything? Oh wait, I forgot. Anyways, I'm going to enjoy myself while I have a bunch of fresh crispy salty spring rolls, a sushi platter, fried chicken seitan nuggets and some sizzling plates. Thank you.
Alright, well, you enjoy yourself, Olawale. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Sites. It was a pretty negative performance, pretty pessimistic, cynical, contemptuous, and I think that this will cost him. Yes, I'm trying to decide if I want to go on record, and the answer is yes. I think that he loses because of this debate performance.
Wow, really?
There are very few undecided voters left. It's about 5% of the vote. And they only matter in 7 states. And those states are too close to call. So essentially, we're looking at less than...
Hamza 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 H Hamza 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 H Hamza 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 H Hamza 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 H Hamza 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 H.
Alright, we'll take a look at Hamza. One habit that will change your life. Just 1 hour a day. He hasn't uploaded much.
It would not be fair to, again, label millions and millions of immigrants as cat eaters as he did.
The same thing with so-called immigrant crimes. You know, there are tens of millions of immigrants, 11, 12 million undocumented immigrants. Of course, you're going to be able to find examples of crime.
Jeffrey spends his free time watching Mr. Beast videos. Jeffrey, what are you doing? That's not productive. You could be oh, Jeffrey. Adonis. Adonis sees young Jeffrey wasting his time with entertainment content. Listen.
Yes, because why would you ever want to enjoy yourself?
Young Jeffrey, your time is too valuable to be wasting. You could be reading a book or watching a seminar or going out and exploring the unknown world. I will help you. I remember being sat there.
Sit-ups don't scam.
Alright, I will do your sit-ups, dumbass. You know, I really like Tekken. Frustrates me a little bit sometimes. There's just a tiny bit of jank to it, but, you know, the matches are pretty clean overall, especially considering it's a 3D fighter. I just really wish they'd make Virtua Fighter 5 on PC, or at least, make, you know, Virtua Fighter 6 or something. They still don't They still only have Virtua Fighter 2, and it's like the Sega Genesis version. It's fucking insane. Virtua Fighter 5, hands down, you cannot debate this, is the best 3D fighter ever made. It just is. It has zero jank to it. The hit detection is just fucking perfect. It's probably the most well-balanced fighting game that's ever been made. And that's out of 2D and 3D fighters. Virtua Fighter, like, I don't know why it didn't pop off like Tekken did and shit, but yeah, Virtua Fighter is fucking sick. Heard rumors they're gonna make like a 6th. Forgot my namification, donated $2. Why do you always bite the dodo hand that feeds you? I don't think I ever really... Never really that mean to Dodo, unless he's like sending me fucking links to Disney movies and shit. Thanks for the donation though, man. Alright, there's your goddamn sit-ups.
In my bedroom a few years ago on my computer, and I stumbled upon this one video that changed my life forever. Fat Chance Fructose 2.0. It was kind of like a seminar, like a 1 hour training from some kind of doctor, nutritionist who was talking about what happens when you eat sugar. And at this point, this was like 4 years ago, I kind of, knew, okay, sugar's kind of bad for you. You heard that like all your life and stuff, right? You kind of think it is.
Here
and then
we
you also
go.
see like bodybuilders eating it, and you see like a bunch of guys and girls who eat it and they seem fine, whatever. So I kind of knew it was bad for you, but I didn't really know why. For some reason, I just...
By the way, all these people will never define what they mean by sugar. Do you mean any type of carbohydrate? Do you mean processed sugar? Do you mean glucose or glucose fructose? Like, what do you mean?
Get this feeling that I shouldn't skip past this video. Like, I was so used to like flicking through videos and scroll into the comments and everything, but for some reason I just decided to make that video full screen.
3 sit-ups, please.
Alright, I'll do that for you later. Thanks for the donation, Bootycum.
And just fully dedicate myself into learning. It was like 1 hour long. So I just sat there and fully listened to it with full attention. And so the doctor ends up talking about the consequences of eating sugar and what happens and why that causes so much sickness in a person. He explains things like what happens to your hormones. So sugar messes up your hormones. It increases your insulin, which then starts to mess up your ghrelin hormone.
Sugar does not mess up your hormones. Like, this guy doesn't even know what he's fucking talking about. Both carbohydrates and protein are insulinogenic. He posted this 2 fucking weeks ago, so nobody's probably going to see this. Both carbohydrates and protein are insulinogenic, and in fact... some proteins, like from whey protein, are even more insulinogenic than pure glucose. So, if you're going to claim sugar messes up your hormones by releasing insulin, then I guess you're going to have to admit that protein is also bad for you. This is why you shouldn't listen to random YouTubers who have no specialized education, training, or expertise in what they're talking about. Forgot my namification, donate $2. Just when you think Hamza couldn't make a worse face and hairstyle choice, he continues to outdo himself every time. What the fuck even is that? I guess he's going for the gay Persian nightclub owner look. Thanks for the donation though, man.
I remember learning like practical things, getting insights again and again and again, watching it like, whoa, this is actually so interesting. The next day when I was in the kitchen to go and make some food before my workout, I had the option between the usual like protein cereal that I would have, which looking back had garbage ingredients, and some fruits. And both are like carbs and both are kind of like sugars, but of course you know which one's going to be better for you. The one that's not been made by some weird fucking scientist pumped full of weird ingredients. I ended up having the fruit and I actually didn't have like that much of it because I thought, oh yeah, like I don't really...
The first movie you remember seeing in a movie theater?
I have no idea. Might have been Lion King. The original might have been. Yeah, it's probably the Lion King. Thanks for the donation though, Speed Racer.
You want that much of an insulin spike right now, so I'll just have a smaller handful than usual. It was at that moment I just stopped and I was like, wow, like I actually just made progress in my diets. The lesson for me from this story was that you can stumble upon some resource, some educational content, and it can change your life forever. So around
He's saying this when he has no fucking clue what he's talking about.
At the same time, I was going hard on self-improvement, probably like you are. And one of the other habits that I did, which was so beneficial, and still to this day, I keep this up as best as I can, it was reading books. For some reason, like my brain just works so well when I'm reading. Like I get so many good insights and I enjoy it as well. So I remember...
This guy does not read books. He would be far more cultured if he read books. This is not a guy who reads. He Google searches shit for videos and acts as though he knows fuck all about anything, but he does not actually bother reading.
I remember being there and I was reading business books like A 4-Hour Work Week and The Millionaire Fastlane and the Dot-Com Secrets trilogy by Russell Brunson. Reading these books,
So he's reading, so if he's even read these at all, he's literally reading scam bullshit fucking books that teach you absolutely nothing.
Implementing what I've just learned, and here was the best part. Making more money because of it. So these books, it was called Dot-Com Secrets, right? I end up reading them and it tells you about basically how to like grow on YouTube. I'm reading it and then I'm going to record my videos. This was like in 2021. And the second or the third book also explained like how to make a product to sell. So I started setting up this product. It was going to be this fitness program called the Aesthetic Body Course. So I'm making it, I'm like going to the gym and recording the clips and I'm making the sales page. I'm setting it all up myself, getting it ready to sell. And it just so happened that I got so lucky that when I was getting this fitness program ready, right, this program was literally going to be called How to Build an Aesthetic Body. I had posted a video with the same title like over a year before that point on YouTube that got basically no views. It got like 200 views. And it suddenly blew up at the exact same time that I was about to sell this new program. So imagine that, a video that you made gets basically no views for a year, 1.5 years. You're not even thinking about it. You end up just for whatever reason getting the idea to make like a paid online course, like a fitness program on the topic of that video. And then that video blows up just about as when you're ready to sell the course. I went from being on something called universal credit in the UK, like government welfare, to literally hitting $10,000 that month. And then if it's 15,000 the next month, and I've not been below 10, 15, 25 something thousand since that point in like 2021. Why did I end up making that money? Yeah, it was, it was luck that video popped off, but like, why was I making that product? Because I read about it in a book. Why did I improve my diet? Because I learned about it in some educational video. So the habit that will change your life, if you're ready to change right now, the one habit that will change and fix your life, it's learning. Now, whether you learn through the audio.
He doesn't learn shit. He knows nothing about fucking anything and never learns jack shit.
So, you know, a lot of guys like audiobooks and podcasts and stuff. I don't
Like, by the way, this guy has it's a red pill channel. He calls it a men's self-improvement channel. It's just a red pill channel. He claims to have dating expertise and knows how to, like, you know, be with women and all this shit. His girlfriend broke up with him because she couldn't fucking stand him, and he made some stupid bullshit cope video saying he wasn't mysterious. And then he got called out by one of his friends saying that, dude, you're literally full of shit. You make one video where you said you're planning to have a baby with your girlfriend and get married. Then she fucking leaves you. Then you make up some weird excuse that, oh, I wasn't mysterious enough. And then later he admits that he wasn't putting any effort into the relationship and he was treating her like a roommate. Like, this guy just has no skill, no knowledge, no expertise in literally anything he fucking talks about.
Personally like them. I don't ever benefit from listening to an audiobook. Like when I'm like doing chores or some shit, I'm not that guy. But other guys tell me, yeah, like I love listening to audiobooks when I drive. When I drive, I like listening to music. And you can say, oh, it's not really self-improvement, bro. You could be listening to whatever. But I read a lot. I learn a lot. I watch courses. I basically mostly just read books. And that's my preference. And again, I miss a bunch of days. Literally, I have a tracker behind me.
He doesn't read anything.
Read for about a week right now. It happens. But I still have, and I keep this student mindset, which means that I go through the world looking for these opportunities where I can learn from other people, from books, authors, and podcasters. And YouTube is a phenomenal place for that. Like if you've watched me for a while, you'd probably say, oh yeah, these videos have changed my life. I got into self-improvement. I started meditating, going to the gym, and now I'm on a completely different trajectory in life than before. By the way, the top link in the description is a self-improvement forum page where you can go and get into these intellectual discussions with other guys on this path, and you can also win a bunch of rewards. So just go.
So no. The only people who watch Hamza are retarded 15-year-old kids who, again, they have to be retarded. They can't know jack shit if they go to Hamza for advice. So you have the most ignorant, dumbass, clueless, just absolutely misguided 15-year-olds you could possibly fucking imagine to communicate with.
Scroll down and go click on that top link right now. These educational videos, even though I try and make them funny for you and stuff, but they're still education. They've changed your life forever. Like really think about 20 years from now, if you keep going down this path and those people you knew from high school keep going down their path, imagine how different life is going to be and why. Now, yeah, you put in a lot of work, but what inspired the work? Some self-improvement educational videos. Now there's an even more brutal story that I have to tell you. And this one is just from a few days ago. I opened up my laptop and I went onto YouTube Analytics. If you don't know, that's like this part of YouTube where if you're a creator, you can see all like the data with how your channel's been doing. And I ended up clicking on my subscriber count, which showed me the graph of like from the start of my channel to now of the sort of rates that I was growing at. You can see the sharp rise of when I grew like crazy on YouTube and I was like the #1 guy on self-improvement, male influencer space. And then it just kind of plateaued. And I looked at that, with a bit of shame and embarrassment.
Like, isn't it just hilarious? It's just so emblematic of the community. You have a fucking Pakistani immigrant who literally cannot hold a relationship down. No girls want to be with him. And he's one of the biggest people in this, like, male dating space thing. He has no real education, fucking moron, doesn't know jack shit. No women want anything to do with him. They just break up with him as soon as they're fed up with his shit. And he was one of the biggest fucking people in this, like, red pill dating thing. It just shows you the community of just misguided fucking children that watch these fucking videos. Bootycum donated $2, 113.49. Watch from here.
Is she not the leader?
Hey Destiny, how's it going? It's a pleasure to speak to you. I can't believe I got the mic. I've never met Adrian.
Beautiful.
This is the first time. I just had a question for you, Destiny. Why is one eye of your lights? Are you in the Illuminati? Are you a Satanist? Or are you just plain stupid?
I can't possibly be the Illuminati or Satan because my Mossad handlers wouldn't allow me to worship the devil. We can only worship Yahweh and whatever the Jewish gods approved are. I'm sorry.
Okay, so why don't you have both your eyes light up? Like, what type of symbolism are you trying to put through?
I don't know. People just like email me stuff and tell me to copy some things, and I get a paycheck in the mail, usually signed by George Soros or sometimes Bill Gates, and yeah, I just follow instructions.
Yeah, so So you do get paid out by George Soros. Is that the same guy who supplied bricks and committed treason against the country? So I just wanted to ask a question. Are you in favor of 7-month abortions, 8 months abortion, 9 months abortion, or when the baby's on the table?
I usually like to have the. I would say that abortion up to 2 years of age is probably best because that gives you enough time to kind of like test drive the baby.
You're just a troll,
like
so your brain's just fried.
Well, that's because I'm the.
Like, what does he expect? Just this guy's such a loser, and he's getting completely clowned.
Product, Mike, because my mom tried to abort.
Oh shit, Aaron P is streaming.
There we go.
Kitty party low. They sell old PS5 games for $15. Nothing interests me. I could type it in the chat, but if he'd see it.
You don't want to hit the bear?
When you fight vegan lanes.
Vegan games, I'll fight you 10 grand. All I want is 10 grand and a Canada plane ticket. Somehow, my fit.
Alright, we'll set up a cage match with Aaron P. Bootycam $20, it gets very tarded. Oh, if it gets worse than this, it's pretty good. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Well, I'm actually an abortion survivor. My mom tried to abort me, and they saved me on the table, so my brain's a little fucked up sometimes, unfortunately.
Oh, God, maybe she should have. You're so damn dumb.
She tried to, but thankfully Donald Trump and the rest of the pro-life Republicans saved me, and here I am on life support.
Yeah, so this is the first time I've heard you care about the people of Alabama, the people of
I'm sorry
Middle States.
if I gave that impression.
Well,
I don't care about the people
someone...
of Alabama. My bad, I'm sorry.
Yeah, I know you don't, because you're one of those people who hate the whole country.
Yep, the country of Alabama is one of the worst I've ever heard of.
Yeah, so I guess, so what do you think is so funny about destroying America? Are you an evil person deep down in your heart?
Well, I mean, I wasn't until the Jews made me that way, so I just I'm like a bounty hunter. I'm a mercenary for horrible anti-American ideas, and right now the Mossad is the highest payer, so that's where I'm at.
Oh, so you're an agent for the Mossad. Well, it's a good thing that they think you're an idiot and they use you as a tool.
Yeah, no problem. I hope one day I'll be able to get paid the same amounts that your favorite content creators got paid out by Russia. But right now, Assad's only offering, I think it's like 10,000 a month.
Russia, the same. Whoa, yeah, you really talk so fast. Listen, I can talk 10 times faster and run circles around you, buddy.
Mm-hmm.
Why did Putin endorse Kamala Harris? Because he loves. Why are you in favor of millions of people dying in the Ukraine? And if you're such a Mossad agent,
what an idiot.
Why are you in favor of Hamas and World War III?
Honestly, because they said that they didn't know which weapons World War III would be fought with, but they knew that World War IV would be fought with sticks and stones. And I figured that if we can just get to that, war, I'd be able to participate without as much of a threat of death. And yeah, I'm really looking forward to the stick wars.
Well, now I understand why only one of your eyes is lit up and not both of them, because you're a dim bulb.
Absolutely. Yeah, they installed those LEDs and it's never been the same since.
I think you're probably getting a little tired and you might be going to bed soon, because I would like 3 hours with you, because you'll be in a straitjacket at the end of 3 hours.
Honest to God, I think anybody talking to you for 3 hours would feel like they'd want to be in a straitjacket by the end of it, but...
Exactly. That's because I'm talking so much common sense into your brain. I live inside your head rent-free.
You're absolutely true.
It's called common sense. yeah, absolutely true. Thank you for admitting the truth.
This guy is such a loser.
Might send you a little bit more cash.
I thought they only pay me to lie.
I guess they do only pay you to lie.
Yeah, this conversation is lit, not gonna lie.
Well, Alabama's not sending their best all the time.
Stand this guy. Well, I'm not from Alabama. I'm from the free state of Florida, Miami, motherfucker.
Oh, cool. Me too. We had a crazy storm tonight, huh?
No, not around me. Maybe God wasn't too happy with you, and he had a crazy storm around you.
Yeah, or maybe you can't actually hear the rain from inside the padded cell. You're too deep in the institution right now.
Yeah, whatever that means, buddy. I think with your thought patterns, hey, why don't you ask your wife who she's voting for? Did she leave your ass?
Well, considering the fact that my wife was Swedish, I don't think she was voting for anybody in America. I would hope
Wasn't
not.
your wife other men? Why does anybody give this guy a platform?
Well, she was your dad while I was your
Aren't
mom.
you like the
we
number
were
one?
on a giant
Oh, yeah,
foursome.
yeah. Now you're bringing my
If you want to get personal, all right? You want to tell
Listen,
everybody
keep my
why you
mother's
hate me
name out
so
of your
much?
mouth.
Listen, I'm not going to keep your mom's name out of my mouth. I want to keep my her ass, and that's why he's so mad at me. He walked in on all of his fuck. It traumatized the fuck out of him, and here he is. Okay, he saw me, his mom, and he was like, "Mom, Mom, you promised me you would never f anybody besides Dad and your brother, and here you are with Destiny's buried in your ass." Okay, screaming.
Bro, you're nasty. You should repent for your sins.
I'm nasty.
You're the nastiest guy.
Nice try, dipshit, but thanks for the donation.
Are you serious? Your mom's the one that was doing
My
ass to
mother's
mouth,
like
bro. I
60
was just there
years
getting
old.
sucked off. Don't get mad at me.
You're into grandmothers, man. You're pretty gross.
Well,
What do you have to that? Whelp? Yep, whelp.
I mean, she's a mother and a grandmother. Grandmothers need love too.
Yeah, I know. Well, my mother's someone, I guess. You know what? Keep my mother's name out of your mouth. What else? So you're in favor of 7-month, 8-month, 9-month abortions, huh?
All the way up to 48 months, yeah.
Yeah. Wow. What else is there? You're in favor of the Ukraine war. Are you in favor of Zelensky going all the way to Moscow?
Like with the Ukrainian army? Sure, why not?
Oh my God! Let's just blow up the whole world with nukes. That's what this Destiny. What's your real name? Because it certainly isn't your destiny. I think your destiny is to be in a straight jacket. You're so damn dumb.
Do you think so?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Well, thanks for the productive conversation. It was,
Well, I think just give Donald Trump 6 months and you might be in one.
Oh man.
Okay, I'll do my best. All right. Okay, Adrian, I love you. I'm gonna sleep soon, but it's been fun.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Oh
yeah,
you're
it definitely
getting
has.
tired.
Definitely has.
You're
That guy was a fucking retard. Holy shit.
Why did it plateau? Like, man, like, why did I fall off, bro? And the answer was so obvious to me. The moment that on this graph, I stopped gaining new subscribers, that was the moment where I stopped learning about YouTube and about being a leader. I used to read like books and articles and watch videos and guides on how I could better be like a leader, like an influencer for you to help you to get onto self-improvements. And over a year ago, I stopped that. I've heard a lot of these like big influencers like shit on the idea of like learning. And I started to listen to them right there. I mean, they're more successful than me.
Random vids donate $2. Let me see. Oh. Oh my god. That squirrel likes rubs and cuddles. He says, yes, do it more. I didn't say stop. You keep rubbing. Yes, he loves those rubs. He didn't say stop. You keep rubbing him. That's right. You keep going. You keep rubbing that squirrel. That's a good fucking squirrel. Oh my god, I love squirrels. I really wish if I had like any kind of stupid superpower, like it would be to communicate with squirrels. I fucking love squirrels. Like if I couldn't have, like super strength or invulnerability or like the ability to fly, if I could just have something kind of lamer, it would be the ability to talk to squirrels. Imagine how much shit you could steal too. Like if something, like if you get something from a vending machine and then the vending machine jams up, you could get the squirrel to go up. Could also probably like assassinate Trump or something. Get a squirrel to put a thing of poison in his like coffee or some shit. Oh my god. Oh, that dog doesn't know what the hell's going on. That dog was like, what the hell was that? That was a really big animal. That's a really cute dog.
Those girls. Now that would have been interesting. What? What did you just say? Death just shows the ultimate absurdity of life.
What is this? Are you trying to get me to lose my temper because I'm about to put you through that goddamn window?
See? That's what I mean. Life is absurd. Don't say that. God forgive you. There is no God.
Hey!
Where is this coming from?
What do they teach you to scrap at school?
Could have killed those.
That kid's pretty based. I still gotta watch The Sopranos. Therapists when they see a girl with blue hair walking in. I'm sure there are those types. Yeah, I've played Squirrel with a Gun. We've played it on just one stream so far.
Went out of business overnight. Their 4 vegan fast food locations shuttered yesterday. I saw this cryptic post online that said thank you without much information. Went to the Hollywood location at 12 noon. Locked doors. The landlord was actually outside waiting for the Hart House CEO to sign the papers to terminate the lease. This fast food partnership with actor Kevin Hart opened with great fanfare. They spent a lot of money establishing the brand, and they offered a very polished, all plant-based fast food dining experience. And the food was very good. I did notice that the last time I was there was a lack of customers during prime time lunch hours. Where did they go wrong? The menu? Marketing? Growing too fast? What do you think about this? I'm disappointed when something with such great potential has to end like this.
That's too bad. Odd Burger seems to be doing pretty goddamn good. Every time I've gone into an Odd Burger at any location, they're always pretty busy. So at least Odd Burger is doing well in Canada. Thanks for the donation there, Random Vids.
They make more money than me. But at least for me, their advice didn't work. I stopped learning about YouTube. I stopped learning about influencing, about...
Can you rank the entire Rocky series best to worst?
I still haven't seen Rocky Balboa. Rocky 4 would have to be the absolute worst. Hands down. Or no, was it 5? 5 was the one where he was retired and broke, right? Yeah, so Rocky 1, that was with Apollo. Rocky 2, Apollo again. Rocky 3, that was... Mr. T. 4 was the Russian, 5 was the shit one. 5 would have to be the worst. So out of the ones I've watched, best to worst, best one was probably Rocky 2.
This happened in a mosque. This is a sect of Islam called the Sufis, but most of them are considered to be non-Muslims by mainstream Muslims.
I don't get it. Nobody has bomb vests on. Thanks for the donation, though, Johnny Bravo. So yeah, Rocky 5, or sorry, Rocky 2 was the best. Probably say Rocky 1 was probably the second best. Rocky 4, third. Rocky 3, fourth. And then Rocky 5 is the worst. And I haven't seen Rocky Balboa. That's out of the ones I've seen. Squirrel Power donated $2 for you gains. Let me see. Oh my god. Holy shit, that looks like a kaibab squirrel. Oh my god. Whoa, that's a handsome squirrel. Oh my god, look at him. So handsome. Look at him eating his lettuce. Oh my god. That is a good fucking squirrel. I don't see a squirrel. Am I missing something? There's like no squirrel there.
Look, right there. No, not at me. I ain't got nothing. Look at
Oh my
them.
God.
Okay, let me get this out. Hold on.
Oh.
Jump, jump. You got it.
That's weird. Squirrel just followed him one day and they became friends?
Take care of your fur. I'm pretty sure you put a bonnet on when you go to sleep too, don't you? Why are you?
Wow.
Screen door. Let me get him. Richard, get off of the screen door. Why?
That's a really good fucking squirrel, dude.
Oh, you just welcome yourself in.
Bro, I wish squirrels would just randomly want to be friends with me. Oh, he made a little house for him.
Who did you tell?
Oh my God, there's another squirrel.
You got Maxine.
This guy is like the fucking squirrel whisperer. Holy shit.
Benjamin.
I gotta put a squirrel feeder in my backyard.
Yep. Getting along.
Wow.
My God. Don't give up. It don't matter.
Those are good fucking squirrels. Oh.
Did you fall for any of the Mandela effects?
I might have. I'm not sure. It's pretty common. I can't remember specifically which one. Thanks for the donation, though, Speed Racer. That cat wants the squirrel. Hopefully the kitty just wants to be friends. That's a good squirrel, too. Squirrels are so cute, lol. They are. Oh. Oh my God. He's having a snack upside down. That's amazing. And the kitty wants to be his friend and share the snack. Holy shit, I love squirrels. That's a really good fucking squirrel. Squirrels are just my spirit animal. Thanks for the donation, Squirrel Power.
Leadership. And then is it any surprise that my skill and therefore my results in leadership influencing deteriorated? Of course not. So it pains me to tell you that story that I haven't read a single book that would improve my skill to help you through these videos. And I'm pretty sure that's why I haven't gotten results, because quite frankly, I don't deserve them. I don't deserve a growing YouTube channel if I'm not willing to learn for it. If I'm not willing to put in the work. What does the work look like?
By the way, this is the same guy who admitted he doesn't know jack shit about anything, and he just quickly does like Google searches about certain topics that he just has an idea to do a video on, and then just blabs and pretends as though he knows jack shit. So he's lying, as he normally does. This guy is just a complete fraud.
Well, it's learning about it, getting ideas, trying the ideas, and then getting better at that skill. And I haven't done that process. I almost want to apologize to you. Like, if you were watching me, my videos through this entire 1.5 years since like 2023, you probably saw that I kind of lost my way. And I'm pretty sure it was this. My focus went elsewhere. I started learning about different topics like making money. But I used to spend like an hour, 2 hours a day literally learning about leadership, on how I could just help more people take action on self-improvements. And so I'm going to start that again. And my hope is you're going to see this. You're going to literally click on these videos and notice like, shit, like Hamza's skill actually is getting better and better. Like the way he's talking, he sounds more confident and powerful. You'll be able to see more guys in our community actually end up making more progress, listening more to the advice that I'm giving out. And I hope that that makes you proud of me. There is a 0% chance that you're going to be there on your deathbed and you're going to say, oh yeah, I'm so grateful that I decided to stop learning after I left the education system. I'm so grateful I didn't read books in my life. No one has ever said that, right? Think about it. There is a 0% chance that when you're about to die of old age, that you would say something like, oh, I'm so grateful I didn't read books. Of course, you'd still say like, oh yeah, I'm grateful that I went on adventure.
Again, this guy is incredibly uncultured, never fucking reads. Hey, what the fuck is this?
Pretend you're someone else doing an impersonation of Vegan Gains.
Okay. Oh, look at me! I'm Vegan Gains! You wanna have a fucking cage match with me? I can bench 410 pounds! I'll fucking pound your fucking face into the pavement! There you go. That's the impression of somebody else impersonating me. Thanks for the donation, Speed Racer.
Across Bangkok, I ended up here. the legendary War Games, home to this amazing Canis Rex sculpture, where I met these guys, X and P, who showed me around. Inside, it was clear I was in nerd heaven. They had amazing and inspirational displays, like this Titan covered in immaculate freehand, or this to help hobbyists pick their colours, and retro codices from old editions, relics from Warhammer Fantasy. And if that wasn't enough, they had a homemade animatronic Trigon bursting through the wall, protecting a full range of paint supplies and some more cool displays of Titus and Gabriel Angelos. X then showed me the outdoor dining area and took me upstairs to this ominous door carved with the Imperial Aquila, and behind this door, an incredible gaming space.
Whoa!
All those cabinets at the back were
Let me see. I kind of like the Warhammer mechs. They're pretty fucking cool. Since I got so much room in the basement, I should set up like display table for my figures again. Yeah, that looks neat. Dodo don't need to know you hate him, but can you react?
Our dopamine circuitry is like a big lemon that's full of juice. We can do a very pleasurable activity, and that's like squeezing the lemon really hard, right? Or we can do a very boring activity, so it's like a slight squeeze. When I wake up in the morning and my dopamine circuitry is full of dopamine, even a slight squeeze will give us a fair amount of juice, right? When the lemon is full, I can squeeze a little bit.
Yeah, I'm pretty sure he copied this bullshit from Andrew Huberman. What he's saying does not make any fucking sense whatsoever. There's many different dopamine molecules. They do different things. And dopamine isn't something that actually gives you pleasure. It's something that, like, motivates you to do things. It's not like a pleasure molecule necessarily. It's a motivation molecule.
But I get a decent amount of juice. The problem is that if I squeeze it really hard when I first wake up in the morning, all of the juice runs out. So there's this weird...
That is not true. I don't even know how that analogy makes any fucking sense.
Stuff on the internet that kind of rots our brain. This stuff like Skibbity Toilet. I don't even know what that is. Like, I don't know if it's like a song or a dance move or a picture or a philosophy or religion.
Like the thing is, addiction is an extremely complicated thing, and it can't be explained by one single neurotransmitter. I can guarantee you, in a lot of cases of addiction, dopamine and these neurotransmitters probably have nothing to fucking do with it. So this is just complete and utter horseshit. He's just copying this dumbass shit from fucking Andrew Huberman. Like, again, please explain. If dopamine, that single neurotransmitter, is ultimately responsible for addiction, please explain to me why doing drugs like heroin or crystal meth, which massively spike your dopamine, why do most people not get addicted to these drugs? They only have like a 20% rate of addiction. So please explain to me why there are people who can smoke cigarettes or do heroin or crystal meth and just do it casually or occasionally, where they only do it in social settings. They can do it, they don't really want to do it again, and then maybe like a few weeks or a few months later, they'll do it again in some sort of social setting. Again, you cannot explain addiction through one single fucking neurotransmitter. It's just fucking retarded. Addiction is way more fucking complicated than that.
I don't even know what Skibbity Toilet is. And the problem is that the internet is getting filled with this kind of stuff. And we spend our times engaging with this stuff that, like, isn't a narrative. It's not a story. It's not a game. We just spend our time on the internet doing this weird crap. But the weirder thing is not just that we do it, it's that we can't stop. So today we're going to teach y'all a little bit about what the hell is going on, and also hopefully give y'all a foundation to spend less time rotting your brain. So the first thing is that the stuff that we're going to be talking about today is going to be like really fundamental stuff. We're going to be going to biological basics and over it. So we're going to say like, okay, this thing is really important for us. Therefore, we are going to maximize the pleasure circuitry around it to induce the right kind of behavior. And it's not just orgasm. So this is also why, for example, we've developed social relationships. When you hug someone or when you receive a hug, you get this spurt of oxytocin. Oxytocin improves your anxiety, improves your mood, helps you form bonds, relaxes you a little bit, lowers your stress level. And why is that? It's because when human beings hug each other, it forms a bond with them, and this sort of helps them increase their survival chances. Okay, so this is the thing. The brain is all designed to help us survive. Even the negative things that we experience, like hunger and thirst, why are they negative? It's because the brain is sending us a signal, hey, this thing is against our survival. This thing, unless we fix this problem, we will die, like drinking water. Therefore, I'm going to make this experience of dehydration unpleasant. So our brain wants to reward particular experiences that improve survival and punish us for particular experiences that decrease survival. It is 4. Now, I recognize that sentence was kind of long, so I'll give you a simple analogy, right? So there's a difference between calories and nutrition, right? So one of them is, sure, it's like energy and fuel. It's a partial way to stay alive, right? We can eat calories, just plain calories. We can eat like a candy bar or a Twinkie, but that's very different from broccoli. Now, our taste buds and our GI system and even our brain has started to send rewarding signals to us when we eat calorically dense food because it sort of correlates with survival. So someone came along, is like, hey, I have a great idea. Let's make a candy bar. And with a candy bar, what we're going to
again, these analogies and explanations don't make any fucking sense because, like, if this is the way things worked, literally everybody would be ridiculously morbidly obese. Yeah, you might get more of a dopamine hit from eating a fucking candy bar. That doesn't make you endlessly eat fucking candy bars at infinitum until you fucking die. It's just not how it works. You can't blame addiction and obsessive compulsive disorders and shit like this on one single fucking neurotransmitter.
Get is a maximum activation of this particular circuit of the brain. But we're not going to include any nutrition in it, right? So what happens if you eat candy bars all day? You'll get a bunch of calories and you'll get arguably a bunch of pleasure, but you won't get the full, complete experience of nutrition. If you eat a bunch of candy bars, you'll develop obesity, you'll develop insulin resistance, you'll develop vascular complications, you'll literally develop things like numbness in your fingertips and toes, which results in like wound healing problems and all of these kinds of problems. So this is the key thing that we also need to understand about these circuits and when we inappropriately activate them. Anytime you inappropriately or artificially activate a circuit, it causes problems in the human body. And today what we're going to do is go over a couple of examples of those and really sort of highlight why brain rot is so devastating and so addictive. Hey y'all, if you're interested in applying some of the principles that we discussed to your life to actually give you a medicine for lowering your blood pressure.
Impersonate Muhammad Hijab.
Okay. Muhammad Hijab.
You infidels! You desecrate Islam, you kafirs! I will piss on you! You were all obsessed with piss and watch pornography and you're all degenerates. And I will piss on you and give you a golden shower and you will drink the piss. And when the piss runs down on the floor, you'll lick it up because you're all degenerate scum. Your mother will drink the piss too because you come from a mother who's a kafir whore. So, yes, next time I go to the toilet, I'll use you as a toilet and piss on all of you.
There you go. There's my impersonation of Muhammad Hijab. Thanks for the donation, dude.
Joey's beauty.
Let me take a look.
Look at the markings on this cat.
Oh my god.
I mean, just...
Wow.
It's amazing. His markings
What
are
a good
so
chonko.
glorious. Look at the back of his neck. And there's another one on the other side.
Oh my god.
Look at the markings on the back
That's
of
a
his cat's
good
head.
cat.
He makes me so happy. Make me so happy, Joey.
Whoa.
Look at the markings.
That's a really sentient cat. That's a good chonko boy. Thanks for the donation, Ethan, though.
And that's on balance a good thing. But as I'm sure y'all know, what comes with medicine? Side effects. And this is exactly what we see with all of these brain rot kind of things, right? When I eat just candy bars, when I take medication, when I watch pornography, it activates my body or brain in a isolated way instead of a complete way. We're getting calories instead of nutrition. And therefore, that causes problems. So what are the big problems that are caused by brain rot? The biggest problem
That made absolutely no fucking sense.
with calories instead of nutrition is that it destroys our hunger. So remember, hunger is used to help us survive.
This guy doesn't know fucking jack shit about fucking appetite, hunger signaling, anything. There are certain genes that control appetite. There's like really weird rare conditions where people can't produce any hunger hormones. What's the fucking thing called? It usually happens in people who have this weird genetic mutation where they have zero body fat. Yeah, this guy.
Troy Fryer has less than 2% body fat.
The little bit of fat on my body is behind my eyeballs and on my liver. Walking around not having fat, it feels like constant needles are poking through the bottom of your shoe.
Troy
No, I don't think it's
was
ghrelin.
born with a normal amount of fat, but by age 6, he began rapidly losing weight, despite having a voracious appetite.
I would go through 2 or 3 loaves of bread in one day, making 10 sandwiches at a time.
It made no sense until Troy was diagnosed with a genetic disease called lipodystrophy.
We always think about thinness as something good, but thinness, it's actually the excess energy doesn't have a place.
Yeah, what's the fucking... Leptin. Yeah. There are people with leptin deficiencies where they will always feel fucking hungry, and it usually happens to people who have like lipodystrophy or some weird thing where they can't store any body fat on their body. There are people who just have greater or less hunger signaling. There are like smaller things like metabolic differences, but I mean. The basic thing though is that, yeah, if you're in a food environment where you have more palatable food, you're in all likelihood going to eat more, but that alone doesn't explain obesity. Again, he's trying to simplify this down to like say, oh, it's just dopamine. It's not just fucking dopamine.
What makes your criticisms of Dr. K hold any weight? He has specialized training, educational degree, and is a professional. You have none of these things which you just criticized Hamza for not having.
He has no specialized training in what he's fucking talking about. So he's a medical doctor and he specialized in psychiatry. He is not in a position to talk about these things, and what he's saying just makes absolutely no fucking sense. Again, if we could blame all addictive problems on one single neurotransmitter, then again, everyone would be addicted to drugs, everyone would be addicted to gambling, everyone would be like morbidly obese and addicted to fucking candy bars. That's not how addiction works. Thanks for the donation though, Majin Buu.
Islam is atrocious, disgusting, filthy, nasty, evil, wicked, barbaric, revolting and sickening. Any other words to add to the list, or did I cover it all?
No, I think that basically covers it. Thanks for the donation, Viva Korea.
Hey bro, was just watching clips of you on shrooms, dude. I was laughing my ass off seeing you laugh like that. That was great, lol. Also I have a question. I'm totally vegan now, where can I get a decent dose of omega-3? Thank you kindly, I love you bro.
So the only way to get EPA and DHA through your diet as a vegan is to take algae oil supplements. So just like you can go on Amazon, look up vegan EPA DHA supplements. It's algae oil. Fish don't actually produce EPA and DHA. They get it from the algae they consume. So you're getting it from a secondary source if you eat fish. So you can skip a step and just consume the algae oil that they make. I don't think it's a particularly important supplement, but if you really want to take it, you know, there you go. I think it's more important for pregnant women and children, but if you're an adult man, I haven't seen really any good evidence of benefit for it. And your body does convert ALA into EPA and DHA, so if you eat things like flax seeds, you'll get conversion. But yeah, the only way to get a big appreciable source is from just taking a algae-based DHA supplement. Thanks for the donation, though, Captain Black. Guy donated $2. This psychiatrist thinks Trump has ADHD and was on stimulants in the debate. Do you think he has signs of ADHD? You can't fucking answer a single question or focus.
It's great to welcome back to the program today Dr. John Cruz, neuroscientist, psychiatrist, author, who has been working with adults with ADHD.
Well, Trump is well known for being addicted to upper drugs. So that's nothing new. People who've known him personally for quite a while know he's been taking stimulants.
ADHD for over 30 years. It's so great to have.
Is Hogwarts Legacy a good game? It's gotten good reviews. Jasmine really liked it. I still haven't played it. If it goes on a big sale, I'll probably get it. Like if it's half off, but I'm not going to pay like $80 for a Harry Potter game. Pretty much everyone's given it really good reviews, though. I don't know what some of these bad reviews are talking about, but yeah, most people like the game.
Have you on? You know, the aftermath of this presidential debate earlier this week has been very interesting. From a political perspective, the consensus has been Donald Trump had a bad debate night. And of course, this can happen without any sort of interesting analysis with regard to behaviors, conditions, disorders, etc. I'm curious, your general sense, based on the conversations we've previously had, did you believe Trump struggled Tuesday night because of anything other than Kamala Harris simply being more prepared and kind of pushing his buttons?
I think Donald Trump struggles all the time with being coherent, with remembering what he said, with remembering that he shouldn't just be riffing off on everything that's at the top of his mind. So I think there's pre-existing conditions he has that make it a challenge for anyone to be debating with him or talking with him, but that make him vulnerable to looking unhinged, temperamentally unstable, inconsistent in his answers. So I'm not sure if that's exactly what you were asking.
Yeah, no, to some degree. I mean, let's talk about some of the specific things that were observed. There were times where Trump would kind of struggle to stay on topic. He would ramble, and then he'd realize I actually have some more time to fill here. So then he would wildly change topic to immigration or the country being destroyed. Is there, you've talked about ADHD before with regard to Trump. Is that anything related to ADHD in your mind?
Yes, I think those are central elements of ADHD, that being readily distracted, having trouble staying on track with the topic, being pulled in by distractions in your own mind or things you see on the stage, or it's probably good that there wasn't a live audience because Trump would be responding to specific faces, gestures, sounds he was hearing there. So these have been ongoing, pervasive, excessive for his age characteristics of his behavior that we've seen. And one of the things we talked a lot about 3 months ago or 2 months ago when we talked before is his use of stimulant medications to control and limit some of these ADHD behaviors. And that was apparent, again, within the first minute of his presentation.
Okay.
Of the debate.
Let's talk about that. As a layperson, one of the things I noticed I don't know that it was the first minute because I was kind of getting myself settled with my laptop and different things. Certainly within the first 5 or 10 minutes, I noticed that while Kamala Harris was speaking, Trump's eyes would sometimes go from almost seemingly kind of shut, especially the right eye, to wide open. And then they would be going side to side in a very noticeable way. And people that I was seeing on Twitter, et cetera, were commenting about what is he looking at? What is going on there? Is that related to what you're talking about regarding stimulants?
With the stimulants, I'm talking more specifically about pupillary dilation, which we don't have any voluntary control over. I mean, where he's looking, where he's directing his gaze, some of that's probably involuntary, some of it's conscious choice. But his pupils, he can't say, I want my pupils to be bigger right now. And his pupils were huge in contrast to his behavior in other. I mean, what was striking to me is he stood there still in front of his lectern. And in every other speech, not just the rallies where there's different energy and excitement, but in interviews and press conferences, every time you see Trump, he's moving his head, he's twitching his body, he's pursing his lips. And to actually see him, and again, if you're not looking for it, you might not have noticed it, but it was striking.
I remember when I was on one of the antidepressant meds I was on, it was a dopamine reuptake inhibitor. It would make my eyes twitch a lot. They'd like really rapidly move left to right for like just a second, and then I'd be able to like focus again, and it would happen occasionally.
He was standing like a normal adult, which he isn't able to do when he's not medicated. And again, it's the triad of pupils dilated, movements being less than a third of what they are at his baseline, and the coherence of his speech. So lots of people noticed, the times when he wasn't coherent, and by coherent, I don't mean truthful, I don't mean logical, I mean, does this sentence have any connection to what was before it? And although he's still way below a normal adult for his age on medication, when he's not on medication, he's much more incoherent. He's much more jumping from topic to topic, throwing in a sentence that has no connection to the previous ones. So that being scattered, that being unable to track himself, that being distractible are all hallmarks of ADHD, as is the
sertraline's an SSRI.
Yeah, you commented about Donald Trump's hand gestures in our last interview. What was your assessment of that with regard to Tuesday's debate?
So in the first half hour of the debate, I was actually counting again, and it wasn't just hand movement. I'm counting any movement that's more than about 4 inches. And he was making less than 10 movements a minute, which may or may not sound large, but at his baseline, he's usually moving 40, 50 movements a minute. So he did get looser as the session went on. And I think some of it is either conscious, attempting to control, but also we know stimulant medications do decrease hyperactivity in those with ADHD. And might seem a tangent, but I think Donald Trump actually owes his life to his ADHD. That might sound outrageous, but with the recent assassination attempt 2 months back, his head is always constantly and his body. He wasn't a moving target. He gives credit to the chart that he looked at for that 1 second when the bullet came. But if you look at his head, any minute of that rally presentation, there's no 10-second interval where he's still. So he was a moving target for the shooter to begin with, and he was in motion when the bullet came. So I think it would be nice of him if he finally acknowledged his ADHD, because it saved his life 2 months ago.
One of the storylines has been that all of the debate prep that Trump did went out the window. And, part of the prep involved not taking the bait from Kamala Harris on things like crowd size and his rallies and whatever the case may be. And he seemed almost constitutionally unable. It very much agitated him. Every time she would get one of these lines in, he would start kind of talking more loudly. You started to see the sweat from his upper lip, etc. Does that seeming sort of throwing out the window of all of the prep that he did tell you anything relevant?
Yeah, there's 2 angles there I'd like to comment on. One is that he did acknowledge more prep work this time than he has for other debates, but one of the characteristics that's one of the defining symptoms of ADHD is not being willing to engage in tasks that take sustained effort. So doing your homework is something people with ADHD, if they're bright enough, get by in school, but where's your homework? Oh, I didn't do it. He's never prepped for other debates because he knows it already. People attribute that just to being narcissistic, but a real narcissist wants to look good. They know they need to have the facts on hand. So again, how much prep he actually did or didn't. And then the other part of it is how well can he follow it? And again, people think this is all an aspect just of narcissism, that he knows best, so he's not going to listen to anyone. But I think he's not that stupid that he knows that, blurting things out, going ballistic about eating dogs and cats in Springfield, Ohio, probably doesn't help him except with his base. But as you said, he is constitutionally unable to stay on track, to follow advice, to follow particularly a sequence of commands. If you have just one thing he has to keep in mind, maybe he can do that. But people with ADHD are particularly challenged by keeping a sequence of tasks in order. And one other aspect with ADHD, we often focus on the cognitive dimension, the attention, the tracking things. But
what do you prefer, Star Wars or Harry Potter and Star Wars and Star Trek?
Out of the original trilogy, I prefer Star Wars. If you're talking about the modern trilogy, I'd prefer Harry Potter. And again, Star Trek Next Generation and the original series, like, they can't be beat. They're just fucking phenomenal, especially Next Generation. Modern Star Trek is absolutely fucking garbage. So if I were to rank the best out of each genre, it'd probably be Star Trek, Star Wars, then Harry Potter. If we were to look at all the genres as a whole, it'd probably be like Star Trek, then Harry Potter, then Star Wars, probably. Thanks for the donation, though, Riley.
Intrinsic part of ADHD, particularly the hyperactive form of ADHD, which he displays, is emotional regulation or lack of emotional regulation. So for people with ADHD, emotions do tend to come up more strongly, more forcefully, and they have less ability to channel, redirect, control them. And we've been seeing this. I mean, one of my favorite parts of the debate back with Hillary 8 years ago was when Hillary questioned his temperament. And he went ballistic. Like, I have the best temperament of anyone. I have a wonderful temperament. I mean, there was no self-awareness and no ability to control his emotional reaction.
In past debates, Trump often is extremely sniffly. Now, I don't mean that he has congestion necessarily, but I mean that often in between sentence parts, he'll breathe in like that and you hear it, and then he will sort of continue. It's almost integrated into his speech patterns. This debate, I didn't notice that. He was angry. He exhibited other sort of behaviors, but he was not doing that sniffing. Anything about that we should think about?
I mean, there's been lots of chatter, and Howard Dean way back 8 years ago got sort of dinged for commenting that maybe Trump is snorting cocaine, and there's been talk about whether Trump snorts Adderall. Now, when I talk about Trump being on stimulants at certain points that we can be clear of, I'm clear that I don't know what specific stimulant. It's a powerful one, clearly, and I don't know how he's taking it, whether he's swallowing it as he should or sniffing on it. And in fact, I sort of gave an offhand comment in one of my writings that rather than riffing on his sniffing, we should actually be supporting his snorting, because the message is that taking the stimulant medications makes Donald Trump a more functional, organized, less impulsive, more responsible, normal-like human being. And he knows that. That's why before important debates, that's why before important State of the Union speeches, he takes a stimulant. But again, other people commented to me. I mean, first I got lots of texts, look at his pupils, because people remember that. They knew he was, and several other people noticed, as you did, that he wasn't sniffing as much. Does that mean he's changed the mode of how he takes his medication? It's possible, but I put that in the level of conjecture. I just simply don't know.
When it comes to Kamala Harris, the contrast sometimes will make it harder to focus on the specific, in the sense of, for example, in the June 27th debate, so much attention was on Joe Biden's struggles in that debate that the fact that Trump's performance was a disaster didn't really get that much attention by comparison. And similarly, in Tuesday's debate, compared to Trump, Kamala Harris seemed so focused, not a glimmer of sweat, sometimes smirking calmly, sometimes laughing, etc. If we focus in just on Harris, what did you see?
I mean, I saw, again, in contrast to someone with ADHD, I would say I saw someone who appeared like a normal.
I'm not sure if I have ADHD. I do have some of the symptoms, or at least used to. I had terrible emotional regulation. Now my emotional regulation is great after the mushroom trip. I still to this day, I have a really hard time doing things that I don't want to do. That's also a symptom of ADHD.
Adult who could figure out ahead of time the general things that she wanted to say, who could execute them in live time, who could respond with genuine emotions to what the other person was saying or not saying. And I agree with you about the contrast between the two, because lots of people said, oh, this was Trump's worst debate. His defenders were saying that. This was an one-off. But if you look back at how he performed during the debate with Biden, and about the only attention that was directed to him was the fact checkers who said almost 90% of his statements were verifiably false. He was still off track. It was just compared to Biden, you didn't notice his incoherence as much. So I don't think if you just objectively pulled out Trump's portion of the debate 2 months ago and this recent debate.
In context, knowing many people who work in the...
Yeah, Trump's definitely on some kind of like upper drugs.
So when I fill up on candy bars, I no longer feel hungry. This is the driving force for like health and survival and arguably happiness. And what's going on the internet is we have a bunch of people who are experimenting with stuff, right? And this is the problem with the internet, is that like the most brain rotting stuff is what rises to the top, because we have this Darwinian experience of, okay, there's like a bazillion TikToks out there or YouTube shorts or whatever, right? Instagram reels, or we're being platform agnostic. Okay. We have 1,000 of these things. And which one do you see? You see the one that rots your brain the most, because this content is.
No. This guy doesn't even understand how, like, YouTube algorithms and shit works. I don't get recommended any Mr. Beast videos. I haven't even seen Skibbity Toilet until this guy, like, showed it. So, you get recommended things based on your previous activity. So if you have certain interests, like, I don't know, art, science, crap like that, you're going to get recommended mostly art, science stuff. Or if you're into fitness, you're going to get recommended mostly fitness stuff. If you're into stupid, dumb fucking game show shit or kids content, you're going to get recommended Mr. Beast. That's how these algorithms work. They're designed to find out what your interests are and then feed you the content that you're most interested in. There's nothing specific about Mr. Beast content that makes it addictive. The people who are interested in watching Mr. Beast watch Mr. Beast. And whatever aspects of that show that they like, that's why they watch Mr. Beast. I could not be fucked to watch any of the stupid shit that Mr. Beast puts out. I'm not interested in it. I don't find it entertaining. I don't fucking care. That's why I don't watch it, and that's why I don't get recommended it. Like again, this guy doesn't understand anything about fucking addiction or like fucking... He just blabs about fucking horseshit. He thinks Skibbity Toilet and Mr. Beast are inherently addictive? No, they're not. They're addictive to they're addicted, or it's addictive to people who have a particularly high interest in that specific content. Like, I watch a lot of stuff about fitness. I get recommended a lot of animal videos as well on Instagram. Like, if you go on my Instagram and we just scroll down, this is a fitness channel, there's like a food thing. There's like vegan teacher, I'm following her, cat stuff, more stupid food stuff, animals. So I like a lot of these animal videos, so I get recommended these cute animal videos. So, does that mean I'm addicted to it? Like, no, I just like it, so I watch it. None of these things are inherently addictive. It's just you're watching what you have an interest in.
Watch the whole thing. Don't scam.
While we were...
Okay, I'll watch that in a second. Thanks for the donation, Batman. Sky donated $2. Isn't this guy a waste of time? Remember, didn't this guy say some stupid shit about Western medicine? Remind me again what it was. He was, downplaying the efficacy of Western medicine and trying to claim Ayurvedic medicine, which is basically medieval age hippy-dippy bullshit, claiming that it's superior to Western medicine because it's more individualized, which he had no argument for. He's just a fucking moron who doesn't know jack shit. Thanks for the donation, guy.
Away, hundreds of American right-wing thinkers gathered in Washington, D.C. for the annual CPAC conference. And who better to cover it than 22's own Nathan Fielder?
I'm here in Washington, D.C. at the Conservative Political Action Conference, where over 10,000 Republicans from all over America have gathered to talk
This guy's a pretty good troll.
about right-wing issues. This is clearly a gold mine for great comedy. So, let's go make fun of people.
I'm from Boston.
Okay. I'm from Canada.
Cool.
We're with the Canadian.
Your ADHD symptoms could also be autism, many symptoms overlap. Executive dysfunction is one of them, which is maybe why you're having a hard time doing boring shit you don't want.
So, I think most of my behaviors better fit autism than ADHD. I could have both. Like, that is possible. My Jasmine thinks I'm autistic. I never really got an opinion from the psychiatrist I was seeing. She didn't like make any kind of diagnosis on that basis. Jasmine told the psychiatrist that she thinks I'm autistic, and then she just made like a few offhand comments saying like, yeah, that's likely. I wouldn't say I have bad executive function, though. I actually have pretty good executive function. Like, executive function is the ability to plan and organize and crap like that. I don't have a problem with that. It's just that when I don't want to do something, I'll just find any fucking excuse. I'll do it later, or I'll just say, like, I'm just fucking not doing it, even if it's important. But I have a very easy time planning, like with fixing my bike, for instance. I chose what days I was going to focus on, like fixing my bike. There were days where I had less training volume, so I'd have more free time, and I'd make sure I scheduled the stream later, so I'd have a few hours to work on it, and then I'd think about like what specific things are most likely problematic on the bike, and I'd check those first and eliminate those variables. And I have pretty good executive function. It's just that when I don't want to do something, I just won't fucking do it. Thanks for the donation though, David.
Canadian comedy show.
Oh, really? Cool.
Yeah. So, kind of here to make fun of you.
Nice. Nothing wrong with that.
So, here comes a zinger.
Okay.
Do you come in a can?
No.
Because you're nuts.
That was good. Any more?
We're a Second Amendment group that, all we do is lobby. Our idea is that we don't believe in any gun control whatsoever. And it's some people say it's a real radical stance, but we think that it's probably appropriate and time for it.
Is this a mirror? Because you're nuts.
Yeah, I'm not watching the rest of that. That's pretty bad.
Is the stuff that activates certain parts of your brain. So there's certain content that will be funny, but will also like activate your empathic circuitry and will also help make you feel like pity for someone else, and it engages you in lots of ways. We also know that there's stuff like rage bait, right? And when we watch rage bait, what we see is increases in heart rate, we see increases in blood pressure, but when we see increases in heart rate and blood pressure without things like physical exercise, that actually damages our body, and we'll show you a couple papers about that later. So this is the basic problem with the brain rotting stuff, right? So first of all, there's this Darwinian evolutionary kind of selection for the most brain rotting stuff, and the most brain rotting stuff actually activates a number of different circuits, but only partially. And once we start to activate these circuits in a partial way, the biggest problem is that once we activate the circuit, the drive to actually do something healthy disappears. When I eat a candy bar, I no longer want to eat broccoli. So let's run through a couple of simple examples of why this stuff is so unhealthy for us. So everyone knows that dopamine.
I don't know. What basis does he have to make that claim? When I eat a candy bar, I no longer want to eat broccoli. What the fuck could he possibly mean by that? Like, I occasionally eat like junk or snack foods, and I still want to eat fucking fruits and vegetables.
Dopamine is kind of like this pleasure chemical. We have this part of the brain called the nucleus accumbens, which anytime we do something pleasurable, it releases a spurt of dopamine. Now we have a really good video we've got a couple of good videos about dopamine. Y'all can definitely check those out, but I'm going to kind of give you all a quick...
He doesn't know fuck all about dopamine.
Quick rundown of one of the really important points here. So when we wake up in the morning, our dopamine circuitry is like a fresh lemon, okay? So big lemon that's full of juice. Now there are two kinds of activities that we can do. We can do a very pleasurable activity like playing a video game, and that's like squeezing the lemon really hard, right? So the more pleasurable the activity is, the harder the squeeze. Or we can do a very boring activity like sorting our mail or going through our mail or doing some kind of paperwork. Now this is not a very pleasurable activity, so it's like a slight squeeze.
that may or may not be a very pleasurable activity to certain people.
Now, here's the issue. When I wake up in the morning and my dopamine circuitry is full of dopamine, even a slight squeeze will give us a fair amount of juice, right? When the lemon is full, I can squeeze it a little bit, I get a decent amount of juice. The problem is that if I squeeze it really hard when I first wake up in the morning, all of the juice runs out. And then if I try to do a slight squeeze, nothing actually...
That is not how dopamine works. So you're telling me if I get up and immediately have the most dopamine producing activity, so that would be like sex, for instance, if we're going to avoid like hard drugs, you're telling me I won't be able to do anything else during the day? Like, by the way, usually doing something like that, like having a very pleasurable activity like sex when you wake up, you're in a better mood and you're better capable of doing certain activities that you might not necessarily have enjoyed as much, just because you've gotten that nice, refreshing feeling from having good sex.
Actually gets the juice out. I need to squeeze very, very, very hard. So this is what we tend to find if you look at, so I've worked with a lot of people who are, addicted to video games, and this is what we tend to find. If you play a video game in the first couple hours of the morning, the reward that you get from doing work that is important to you actually declines drastically. We essentially empty our dopamine through a video game, and then there's no dopamine.
Yeah, you don't just empty fucking dopamine. That's not how that works.
Dopamine left to give us a sense of reward for studying or going through the mail or organizing our bookshelf or whatever. The flip side is that if you wake up first thing in the morning and you start to do work, you're squeezing out, you get some degree of positive reinforcement, behavioral reinforcement, and pleasure. And then, even after you're done doing some amount of work, then you can squeeze the lemon, right? So we've squeezed out half of the juice by doing not very fun things, and then we can squeeze really hard by playing a video game at the end of the day, and we still have fun. So this is the problem with brain rot, is all of these activities that we do squeeze all of the dopamine out, and then they reduce our...
No. Your dopamine doesn't just go completely away and then you can't get any enjoyment or reward or motivation from other activities. That's not how dopamine works.
Ability to experience pleasure from other things. When you watch shorts for about 3 hours, nothing else feels engaging, right? It's not fun to read a book. It's not fun to hang out with other people. There's
totally untrue.
No amount of pleasure that we experience from work. And I see this all the time where people are like, oh, am I just supposed to work for 8 hours a day and then commute and then work out and do laundry and this is what my life is for the next 30 years? And I empathize with that. We want life to be more than that. But oftentimes what I'm stunned by is when I work with people in my office who are talking about how terrible life is, I'll ask them one really simple thing. Hey, can I see your phone for a second? And I'll flip it open and I'll look at their average screen time usage, right? I'll tell them, hey, can we just check out what your screen time usage is per day? And I'm shocked because it's usually about 4.5 hours at the minimum, up to about 6 hours a day, which is sort of the national average in the United States. And so it's not just that our life is empty, it's that we are engaging with things, we are sort of eating so many calories without getting nutrition that it messes up the way that our brain circuitry works. So let's take it.
Is that even, what does he mean by screen time? Average screen time per day, US? What is it? The average American spends 7 hours looking at a screen each day, according to data from Data Report. The average American spends 6 hours, 59 minutes looking at a screen every day. The average person spends up to 40% of their waking hours looking at a screen. Now, this could be work-related. There's no fucking... Yeah, so let's see. Average daily screen time. Watching TV videos, 3 hours. Gaming, 1 hour, 46 minutes. Social media, 1 hour, 27 minutes. Browsing websites, 51. Other, video chatting, e-reading, content creation. So at minimum, you could say this is the recreational time. So that would be 3 hours, 4 hours. Okay, that's 5 hours, and then 6.5. Wait, that doesn't add up. So this is, okay, US teens. So this is higher than the national average. That doesn't add up. 7 hours, 4 minutes.
1. Do you consider yourself to be a romantic person? 2. Do you think there is any topic that you know less about than the average person? 3. If you had to estimate your IQ, what is your estimate?
Am I a romantic person? I would say so. Do you think there is any topic that you know less about than the average person? I don't know, Taylor Swift? Probably just stupid pop culture crap, like rap music. If you had to estimate your IQ, what is your estimate? I have no fucking idea. It's definitely above average, but I have no idea. Thanks for the donation, Alugi. So, average screen time... Breakdown of the average internet-connected screen time since 2013. 6 hours, 9 minutes. Goes up and down, which is interesting. I don't so these websites seem like they're completely bullshit because they're giving numbers that don't add up. Proportion streaming TV, 91.6%. Proportion playing video games, 80.9%. So 91.6% plus 80.9, that works out to like 170%. So, what? This has to be for, like, teenagers or fucking people who don't have jobs. So, you're telling me your average person spends 3 hours per day watching TV, nearly 2 hours per day playing video games, nearly an hour and a half on social media, nearly an hour browsing websites, and then this could maybe be related to work, like these other categories. There's no way that's true. Like if you have a 6 to 8 hour job, and then you have like other weird random tasks like going to the grocery store, stupid shit like that, there's no way your average person is like just doing this sort of recreational activity for that long as a daily average. These websites are bullshit. Is there any like actual research? Average internet use study. This isn't talking about like time. Okay, so I think we've got enough from this. So basically he got this information from random blog articles that make no fucking sense. They're probably just making this shit up. They don't link any fucking sources on these web pages. So he probably just got these numbers out of his ass, basically.
Another example, relationships and socialization. So once again, the internet offers us an opportunity to scratch certain parts of our brain, but not really do the whole thing. And anytime you get a partial activation of the brain, this results in problems down the line. So there's simple things like I can socialize on the internet, right? So I'm going to talk to my friends, and I'm someone who socializes on the internet. I have friends that I've been gaming with for years that I've never met in real life. I consider them my real friends. I started playing StarCraft with someone when I was 15 years old, or maybe even 14. That the first time I met them was at my wedding. So I'm not one of these people who's like, oh my God, internet relationships are fake. They are real. They can be very positive in many ways, and they are incomplete. And they're a little bit closer to calories than nutrition, because there's some things that you can't do over an internet relationship. You can never receive a hug. You can never have physical contact. And
I don't know why you'd necessarily want that. I do not give a shit about having a hug or physical contact with anybody.
these kinds of things, when we talk about the circuitry of human relationships, these things are...
Fully Black Richard donated $2. This probably leads to kids being more autistic and spending time on the internet than whatever Dr. K is talking about.
I grew up in a car-infested city called London, Ontario, Canada. But we don't want to raise our kids in an environment like this, and we moved to Amsterdam instead. So why is that?
I've already seen this video. I think we've even reacted to it on stream. North America is an absolute fucking shithole when it comes to city planning. I totally agree with this guy. The amount of urban sprawl here is just absolutely fucking ridiculous. And that's probably a fucking contributing factor to why housing prices are so fucking ridiculous. You can't fucking build anywhere. It's all fucking roadways. But yeah. Thanks for the donation, Fully Black Richard.
Are very beneficial for us, right? We already talked about oxytocin. Anytime I hug someone, I get a spurt of oxytocin. Reduces my stress, improves my mood, reduces my anxiety.
Well, yeah, I care about hugging Jasmine. That's a romantic relationship, though. As far as friends, I don't really fucking care.
Reduces my inflammation. Like my whole body inflammation goes down with something like oxytocin. So what we see with all of these like internet relationships is number one. And then especially on the brain rot side, we see things like parasocial relationships. And this is part of the reason why some of these platforms like Twitch and OnlyFans...
Yeah, so you can see it as a downside that you can't be with somebody in person. You can also look at it as a positive. You can break contact as soon as you're not interested. You don't have to smell the other person if they have bad hygiene. You don't have to invite them into your fucking home and worry that they're going to fucking shoot you and steal your money. Or rape your kid or something. Like, the in-person relationships are not necessarily better than online relationships. And especially with online relationships, most of the situations in which you're engaging with a person are on your own terms. Again, it's going to be doing things like playing video games, or just chatting about random fucking shit until you're fucking bored and then you say you have to leave. If you're with a person, like, in person, you're not necessarily doing things that are actually fun or enjoyable. It might involve, like, a long-ass car ride where you have nothing to talk about and then you're just fucking sitting there.
Become so popular because what's starting to happen is people are figuring out how to scratch more of that itch, and the more of the itch that they scratch, the more addicted you will become. So let's use a simple example like OnlyFans. So it used to be that pornography would just activate your sensory receptors and sort of activate some of your dopaminergic circuitry, like that's it, right? So we're seeing these naked people doing things that are sexual, we feel somewhat aroused, and then maybe there's some amount of masturbation or orgasm associated with it, which is some amount of dopamine, and that's kind of how it was. But the issue was that with pornography, you couldn't have a relationship with this person, right? You were a consumer, they are filming something, right? It's a film that...
You also can't have a relationship with prostitutes. You also can't have a relationship with random fucking whores you fuck in the bathroom of a club. A lot of casual relationships, you don't have any kind of close connections, and it's really just about meeting up for sex. Being with somebody in person doesn't establish...
Who is Pay My Rent?
I don't know. I don't know who that is. Thanks for the donation, moron. Just because you're in person with somebody, it doesn't mean you have any more meaningful or beneficial of a relationship
that you're watching or whatever, and then someone invented OnlyFans. And with OnlyFans, now you can have interaction. You can say to them, good morning, and they can say back to you, good morning. You can even create some degree of a transactional relationship or some degree of reciprocity. You send the money, they make a special video just for you. And so if we look at what is this actually doing, it is starting to activate additional parts of our brain. The problem is when we start to do this activation, it's not actually like we're moving from Twinkies or candy bars to broccoli. We're actually just
So, by the way, he has no research to support anything he's saying, and this is just purely his own, like, personal beliefs.
Eating Twinkies for more parts of our brain. Now there is this fake level of social interaction, because when you're getting a DM from an OnlyFans creator, chances are it's some 45 balding dude who's like been hired by the OnlyFans creator to make you feel special. It is highly unlikely that it's the OnlyFans creator themselves. And even if you do this kind of stuff,
Yeah, and so what? If that's what you want, then that's what you're getting. Like, I don't know what to fucking tell you. Do you think, like, servers in a restaurant who are nice and polite and laugh at your stupid jokes and smile, do you think they would be doing that if they weren't working there and you weren't giving them money or a tip? Like, yeah, you pay for things and you get them. If you want to pay for a fake relationship, that's what you get. You're a fucking idiot.
stuff, right? So even if you're directly interacting with them, I don't know that, I've never heard of a case of someone spending a ton of money on an OnlyFans creator and then actually forming a real relationship with them. But this is the way that people feel, right? They think, okay, like this person really does get me. This person has a relationship. This person cares about me.
Like, no. There are some weird retards who think that, but most people who use OnlyFans are not thinking that way. Like, by the way, these sorts of weird parasocial relationships existed before social media and before OnlyFans. The crazy guy who tried to assassinate Ronald Reagan, he thought that he actually had some sort of emotional connection with Jodie Foster, and he thought, like, Jodie Foster was directly communicating with him through the movie. Like, you could make the same argument about anything. There are people who read books or listen to music or watch movies, and they literally think the people who wrote those books or made those songs or in those movies are directly communicating with them in some way.
A lot. And what?
Like it's just a delusional state of mind, okay? The people who go on OnlyFans and think that they have an actual fucking, like, real romantic relationship with you, they're just fucking delusional. This isn't anything, like, this isn't a unique effect of OnlyFans. They're just delusional. This guy is completely full of shit. Again, show me any fucking research supporting what you're claiming. This is just purely his own hypothesis, which he has no evidence to fucking back.
Why do we feel that way? We feel that way because these parasocial platforms engage more circuits of our brain. And once again, the real problem with this stuff is that it decreases our drive to engage in real relationships. And I've even seen or heard and worked with...
No, it doesn't. Show me the research. It absolutely does fucking not. In fact, probably the people who are more likely to watch porn are more motivated to have real life sex because they're just hornier. If you're watching porn more than the average person, that probably means you have a higher sex drive and you're likely more motivated to actually go out and get a relationship, or at least casual relationships, so you can have more sex. You can look at people like Magic Johnson, who fucked like thousands of fucking women. He watched fucking porn.
People who have horror stories of ruining their real life relationship because of a relationship with an OnlyFans creator. So this is the core problem with why we're rotting our brains. People are figuring out how to artificially activate these various circuits. And the more circuits that they activate, the more we get pulled into it, right? Because remember, all of these circuits evolved to drive us towards survival. So when our brain gets this stuff, it's like, hey, this is good. This is great. We like this. Candy bars are awesome. We're getting a bunch of calories and this increases our survival. The problem is that it costs us so much. The first thing that it costs us is it reduces our motivation. It tanks our motivation to actually build the real thing. And I've worked with so many people who have so much...
Please show me the fucking evidence. Again, bullshit claim, provides no evidence for it. Watching porn does not reduce your motivation to get a real relationship. When I was in high school and wanking it fucking daily, multiple times a day, I'd jerk off before I went to school. I jerk off when I got home. I jerk off before I go to bed. I was probably jerking off average 2-3 times per day. I was talking to like every fucking girl I possibly could at school, trying to get fucking dates hooked up. Like this is just absolutely fucking bullshit.
Social anxiety, that they'll turn to online relationships because they feel safer over there. And there can be good things associated with that. We're not against online relationships. But the problem is that you can engender a dependence on that online interaction. And specifically with social anxiety, the more online time you spend, the more some circuits of your brain start to act.
By the way, like, I hate this idea that if something is paid for, it's any less meaningful. The idea of meaning is just bullshit. There's no meaning in the universe. It doesn't exist. Like, me having a relationship with Jasmine is no more meaningful than me having a relationship with an OnlyFans model that I'm paying. If I'm getting exactly what I want out of having a relationship with an OnlyFans model, I don't care about the money that I'm spending. Let's just assume that money is no object, and I'm happy, content, and I can go through life as doing whatever the fuck I want. Why is it a bad thing that I'm having a relationship with an OnlyFans model as opposed to a real human being? Maybe I don't want a real relationship where I have to deal with somebody else's bullshit and problems. If you have an online relationship with an OnlyFans chick, she's not living with you. She's not telling you to do the fucking dishes or pay for some fucking bullshit that she fucking wants because she doesn't make enough money and you make more money. And you feel like you're fucking, like, just giving somebody money for no fucking reason and you're not getting any benefit. Like, if some chick is asking you to pay for her fucking car, but she's not sucking your dick any extra, well, that might feel like you're getting ripped off. The OnlyFans model, if you pay for a video, you get the video, you're not getting ripped off. You pay for your wife's car or her nails or whatever the fuck she wants, and then she doesn't have sex with you anymore, or still isn't willing to have sex with you. Well, then you're kind of getting ripped off in that situation. You might find that it's unfair, and you might find that a typical consequence in most of the real life relationships you've been in. If you're perfectly fine and happy having these sorts of relationships, what is the fucking problem? It doesn't matter. Nothing matters. If people are happy doing what they're doing, just because you perceive it as a problem that, oh, a real life relationship is so much more meaningful and you have so much of a deeper connection. If you don't want that, then you don't have to have it. You don't have to live life like everyone fucking else does. He's just creating an imaginary fucking problem. You can be a reclusive shut-in if that's the way you want to live.
Please watch first couple of minutes and let me know if you notice the pun at 113 ha ha ha.
Okay, I'll watch that in a second. Thanks for the donation, ABC.
The 90s were wild. I also wonder what a $5 shake would taste like right now. I wonder how much it would cost right now too. It's cheaper to get a hooker for sex than going on dates now. Be like Wilt Chamberlain.
Martin and Lewis.
Yes, I've seen this movie. It's one of my favorite movies of all time. Thanks for the donation, my favorite film.
Oh, God.
Father of two, Dale Decker, suffers from a rare and seemingly incurable condition that leads to him suffering up to 100 unwanted orgasms a day.
There's nothing pleasurable about it because even though it might physically feel good, the whole time inside your mind, you're completely disgusted by what's going on. And depending on where you're at, if you're in public, if you're in front of kids, if you're around strangers, I mean, it can make a person break.
This is absolutely fake.
Real fast.
Nobody comes this hard.
Fast.
The 37-year-old is the first man to ever speak publicly about the condition known as persistent sexual arousal syndrome, or PSAS, and he says it's ruining his life.
When you're on your knees at your father's funeral, at his casket, and you're saying goodbye to him, and then you have 9 orgasms right there, while your whole family is standing behind you, it just makes you never want to have another orgasm as long as you live. But you know what? You just keep on coming.
Yeah, I don't know if that's an intentional pun.
And then
yeah, this is just totally fake. Vegan Wings donate $2. The other vegans just looking at you in this debate, like, look at the master handling his work. Being closer to the truth and having a, like, logically consistent position than losing a debate. Yeah. Also, just got some plant-based ranch at Walmart. Fucking bussin' with these Guardian Wings, nigga. Also, thanks, VG. I fucking hate ranch. Ranch dressing is just fucking god-awful cancer. I can't stand ranch. Thanks for the donation, though, Vegan Wings. Forgot my namification, donated $2. Yeah, but the OnlyFans model can't help split the bills because you're too poor to live independently. Well, again, if money is no object and that's not a problem for you, then... Like, look at it this way. If you have a partner who makes far less money than you, and living with... And this is just a quirk of human psychology. Let's say you're a millionaire, and you end up marrying a woman who only makes, like, $40,000 per year. She's going to want to live at your type of lifestyle standards. So if you're driving, I don't know, a fucking Lamborghini, whatever, just a really nice car, and she needs a car, well, she's going to want a car that is way more expensive than something that she can afford. So they're going to end up making demands like, okay, I need at least, you know, like a fucking $100,000 Lexus or something. So you're going to end up spending, in all likelihood, more money on your partner if there's a significant wealth gap than you would on OnlyFans, maybe paying a girl $15 here and there for a special video, or maybe like $10-15 here and there just to chat for a few minutes. So again, claiming that any particular relationship is inherently better and more meaningful and just better for you than any other relationship is just fucking stupid. This is like I don't know what to call it, like heteronormativity bullcrap. But people just expect you to live the same way they do. If you're living outside the norm, everyone thinks there's something fucking wrong with you. You can talk to homeless people on the street. There are a lot of homeless people who choose to live that way. They don't want to have a job. They don't want to like own a home. They don't want to pay taxes. They just don't want to live like everyone else does. And they'd rather live on the street, living the lifestyle they have because they feel like they have more freedom. That doesn't mean there's anything wrong with them. That's just the way they want to fucking live. And yeah, there are people who don't want any romantic relationships. There are people who just want parasocial relationships, or just want to watch porn, or don't want to go out and go to clubs. Like, my type of lifestyle, like, people are like, how can you live that way? Like, you don't go to clubs, you don't go socialize, you don't hang out with friends? Like, no. I like staying home most of the time. I like just working out. Like, if I could live the most ideal lifestyle, like my most ideal lifestyle, let's say I was a billionaire, I would just exercise all day. I'd lift weights, and then I'd like go to the beach or something, take my mountain bike, just bike around, take my rollerblades. That's all I do all day. And I don't really want to talk to most people or do shit with most people. Most people would call me, you don't want to drink? You just want to exercise all day? Don't you want to just like sit down and relax and do nothing? It's just the way I want to live.
How can you say that persistent genital arousal disorder is fake when Wikipedia says it is? Lol. Also, to the PPA who think Holocaust analogy in animal rights is bad, explain Gary Yarovsky.
I'm not saying this condition is bullshit. I'm saying that video that we saw in the Daily Mail is fucking bullshit. Again, nobody orgasms that fucking hard, okay? Like, I could be getting a fucking blowjob right now under the desk and, like, be jizzing my ass off, and, like, orgasms don't make you go, like, it's fake. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben. Riley donated $2.
So that's
Let
a
me
good
see.
sign for who?
The incumbent.
The incumbent.
The incumbent, just to clarify, the incumbent party, right? Not
Party.
the incumbent.
Party.
Yes.
Party, yeah. So
these are measured against the administration.
I do struggle with this because, like, I wonder, like, if this economic data was exactly the same, but Biden was still the nominee, I would have a hard time because I just think that Biden was a weak candidate, and so I don't know. Like, that's
Stick to your model, man. Stick to your
a
model.
big what if, right?
Stick
Yeah.
to your model, because you have no idea what would have happened if Biden stayed in.
I was going to say, and that was just my personal opinion. Okay, so real GDP per capita in 2023 was 66,755. And then this is based for 2024. The latest data we have is based on the second quarter, which showed that real GDP per capita grew to $68,088.
Yeah, I'm not gonna just watch their whole live stream, but thanks for the donation, Riley.
Atrophy, right? So we'll see things like circuits related to body language, tone, some of these like interpersonal communication skills start to weaken when all you're ever doing is DMing people or sitting in voice chats, right? There's no like, you know, there's no like understanding of like eye contact, for example. And so what I see is a lot of these people then try to go socialize, and since they don't have practice with eye contact, they don't know how to do eye contact properly. And since they don't know how to do eye contact properly, one of
Pro-Palestine morons protesting International Weapons Expo in Australia.
On the streets of central Melbourne, anyone who even looked like they were heading to land for...
It's funny they protest this.
I'ma take my time with you, boy. Hold you down and edge till her begging for release. Then slap my cock on her face while her helpless. Paint every inch of your face with my cum. Make you into a cum snowman. A cum man. Nothing you can do about it. All mine.
All right, well, that's nice. Thanks for the donation, M. It's funny they protest this when they're totally fine with Hamas terrorists having weapons.
Expo was fair game for protesters.
Dude, if somebody was screaming in my face like this, they're gonna, like, either get punched or they're gonna get, like, a finger in their fucking nose or something.
Fair game for protesters.
When you see protesters just
for months. Former defense.
If only they could use the weapons at this expo on those fucking protesters. They're all fucking pieces of shit anyway.
Well, how does this happen in our country? Fires lit in the centre of the city, acid thrown at police, all
Whoa.
supposedly in the name of peace.
Bedlam on city streets.
Dude, if I was a cop, I'd have a lot of fun taking all these motherfuckers down.
I don't understand how it can not weigh on their moral conscience. There's blood on all of your hands!
Fire of darkness, heckling.
I didn't realize there's so many fucking liberal pussy cucktards in Australia. Guess it shouldn't surprise me because you know, banned fucking most weapons there. That is some pussy-ass shit. Thanks for that donation, ABC.
Of two things happens. Either they get called a creep because their eye contact is really intense and they don't look away often enough, or people feel like they're mentally checked out because there's not enough eye contact and they're always like kind of looking over here or looking over here and they never make eye contact with you. So these eye contact circuits require some degree of practice, and if they're out of practice, we end up feeling incredibly awkward. Then what happens, I try to go socialize, and since I've been on this diet of candy bars this whole time, when I socialize, people call me a creep, or they call me awkward, or I feel awkward, and then it's very hard for me to socialize again. So this is literally literally what's happening. As we're activating our circuits, we are sort of losing the capacity to engage normally. We're losing the capacity to engage in like romantic relationships, right? Because we're eating this internet diet of like this weird toxic, whatever, like pink pill, red pill, whatever kind of stuff, right? We have all these ideas about relationships, but we're not spending a whole lot of time in relationships. We have all this dopaminergic crap that we're consuming that messes.
By the way, it's all really young teenage boys consuming this content that it's not adults.
With our behavioral reinforcement and motivational circuitry, so we don't feel like doing anything. We have all of these problems with simple things like socialization and anxiety and all that kind of stuff. But that's not the end of it. So I was looking at a bunch of research, right, trying to figure out, okay, what is the cost of spending time on the internet or playing video games? And we'll just show you all a couple of papers. Like, this stuff is wild, okay? Right? So,
like, by the way, the problem that he's mentioning is not necessarily a social problem. It's a fucking personal problem. Like, he's saying that, oh, if you don't have experience socializing and then you socialize and then people call you awkward or weird, that's going to make you not want to socialize again because you're getting, like, negative reinforcement and people are criticizing you. That's a personal problem. Like, that's just cowardice. Who the fuck cares what other people think of you? Like again, I would get shut down by girls when I was going to school, and I just wouldn't fucking care. I just ask out the next girl. Like, what do I care what they think of me? I want their fucking asshole. And the only way to get their asshole is to talk to them, ask them out, and, you know, try to get dates. So what do I care if they react badly to my advances or somebody calls me awkward or weird? If I want something, I'm going to get it or try to get it, regardless of what fucking people tell me.
Would you say that this is fake also? Lol. Also, you can reference the percentage of Israelis that Gary Yarovsky was able to make go vegan by using the Holocaust analogy. The vegan population went from 5% to 13% in Israel.
Well, yeah. The whole talk about, oh, you shouldn't use the Holocaust analogy, they're just all fucking dipshits.
Year-old Amanda Grice has a rare and embarrassing problem. For 12 years, she's been living in a permanent state of sexual arousal.
I lost count, honestly, of how many times a day I have orgasms. I'd have 50 orgasms, and well into the day, it would be well over 100 by that evening.
These news stories that I see just sound like absolute bullshit. Like, again, if you're coming that fucking many times, you're gonna get desensitized to it to some extent, so...
Amanda's condition...
I just don't believe that these people are literally unable to control their bodies and go into uncontrollable fucking convulsions constantly. Like, this just sounds fake. Thanks for the donation, though, Ben.
Come
Let me take a look, Oakout.
Are currently watching footage of a company who will be delivering sunlight during the dark. Can't believe this is actually real. So this is a company based in California, and they're gonna have satellites that will be orbiting the Earth with mirrors on it. Through these mirrors, the sun will reflect, and wherever you order the sunlight through their app, that's where you'll get it. As crazy as it sounds, they just finished their last on-Earth test where they did it with a hot air balloon. So now they're going to space, and you can apply to...
This is a scam. Complete scam. Oh my god. Oh. That cat likes his water. Look at him munching on the water. Wow. That's a good way to water your cat. Oh my god, I might try this. I didn't know you could water your cat like this. That's a really good cat. Wow. That is also a good cat. Thanks for the donation, Oat Goat. ABC donate $2. Asking girls out is easy. People put way too much importance on it. Like, what if she says no? Literally, who gives a fuck? Life literally goes on. Well, again, these aren't really, like, the root of what he's saying isn't a social problem. It's a personal problem. If you're just a fucking coward, that's no one else's fault. So if you're afraid of talking to girls or talking to people in general, that's your problem, not a problem with socialization. Like, yeah, you can get better at socialization if you do it more, but if you're too afraid to socialize, that's your own personal problem. Thanks for the donation, though, ABC.
A couple of papers. Like, this stuff is wild, okay? Right? So, enhancement of allergic skin wheal response in patients with atopic eczema dermatitis syndrome by playing video games or by a frequently ringing mobile phone. So this is
Is this an online-only journal? It's the Wikipedia page. Okay. Esposa donated $2. This is what Ice Poseidon created. Lol. Ice Poseidon in other races. Lol. LMFAO. This Asian dude cool as fuck.
I saw this on Workaholics.
Isn't this the... Yeah, this is, this guy is just a fucking dipshit. He just harasses people. I don't like him. Thanks for the donation, dude. Goomba donated $2, bro. It's so stupid that people are afraid to talk to girls. It's just like a mindset, bro. If you can't talk to girls, that's more of a you thing than a them thing. Yes, I would agree. Correct. Thanks for the donation, though, Goomba.
This is a study that looks at, like, literally how video games and a ringing mobile phone will make your allergic skin responses worse. So if you have an atopic disease like asthma, eczema, these things will get worse when you actually...
Let me look at this actual paper. Enhancement of allergic skin wheal response in patients with atopic eczema dermatitis syndrome by playing video games or by a frequently ringing mobile phone. Playing video games causes physical and psychological stress, including increased heart rate, blood pressure, aggression-related feelings. Use of mobile phones is very popular in Japan, and frequent ringing is a common and intrusive part of Japanese life. Atopic eczema dermatitis syndrome. Exacerbated by stress. Stress increases serum IgE levels, skews cytokine pattern towards Th2 type, blah, blah, blah. In the video game study, normal subjects, N25 patients with allergic rhinitis or atopic eczema dermatitis syndrome, so all of them, played a video game, Street Fighter II, for 2 hours. Before and after the study, allergen-induced wheal responses, plasma levels of substance P, vasoactive intestinal peptide and nerve growth factor, and in vitro production of total IgE, anti-house dust mite, anti-house dust mite? What? Anti-house dust mite. IgE and cytokines were measured? They measured dust mites? In the mobile phone study, normal subjects, patients with allergic rhinitis. Were exposed to 30 incidences of ringing mobile phones during 30 minutes before and after the study. Playing video games had no effect on normal subjects or patients with allergic rhinitis. In contrast, playing video games significantly enhanced allergen-induced skin wheal responses and increased plasma levels of substance P. So they didn't actually measure... It sounds like they didn't actually measure severity of symptoms. They measured just these what is it? Metabolic responses that are associated with the disease. Playing video games enhanced in vitro production of total IgE anti-host dust mite with contaminant, increased production, decreased... However, exposure to frequently ringing mobile phones significantly enhanced allergen-induced skin wheal responses. Not in normal subjects. So, few issues with the study. I don't know why you would necessarily think video games increase stress. I don't even know why you'd think a ringing phone would necessarily increase stress. And tons of things can increase stress. Like, is Dr. K saying you shouldn't work at your job because jobs are stressful? Like, I would imagine doing a job you don't like versus playing a video game that you want to play, the job would be more stressful. I don't know what he's trying to say
asthma,
here.
eczema, these things will get worse when you actually play video games. So physiologic responses to playing a video game. This is another paper that kind of looks, both of these papers look at cardiovascular things. So when we play video games, we'll do things like we'll see increases in heart rate, systolic and diastolic blood pressure, ventilation. So these are normally things that are associated with exercise. So when we exercise, we see all of these increases. The problem is that like when our physiology gets stressed in this way and we're not
Forgot my namification, don't need to tell others. If most people are retarded, then most women are retarded. I don't want to talk to retards. I'm retarded enough. Am I right? Coping or both? Well, I don't want to talk to most people, including women, because yes, most people are retarded. So if you want to avoid people, then avoid people. We make our own choices. Thanks for the donation, though. Forgot my namification.
exercising, it actually causes damage. So we see this, like this gets really wild.
So, no. By the way, you can get heart rate increases from sexual arousal. If a girl that you really like shows sexual interest in you, and then you go to her apartment, and then she undresses, your heart rate is going to increase. You might get nervous. So is he saying, like, normal sexual behavior is bad for you because it increases your heart rate? Heart rate increases from non-exercise, that's not necessarily bad for you.
So it turns out that there's this is a paper that looks at 4 cases of people who have thromboembolic events. So sometimes human beings have these things called blood clots. And sometimes the blood clot is in a place like your brain. And then you get
obesity, sedentary lifestyle, and video games, the new thrombophilic cocktail in adolescence. So obesity itself increases the likelihood of having thrombocytes. And sitting down for very prolonged periods of time where certain blood vessels can end up being constricted, that also increases the risk of getting thrombocytes. This has nothing to do with video games. ABC donated $2. The study also doesn't address how well controlled the eczema is and if patients are receiving treatment. Both sound like confounding variables. Well, it's a garbage study. Like, so again, like there are an innumerable amount of things that can stress somebody. If you're playing a video game that you don't really like and you're forced to play it for 2 hours in a study, yeah, that can be stressful. If you're playing a video game that you do like, that you find relaxing, that's literally the opposite of stress. So they didn't really control for the factor of whether or not anybody enjoyed the video game they were playing. And again, there could have been an innumerable amount of things in their lifestyle that could have been stressors. Their job, their relationship, or lack of a relationship, like tons of different things. So, like, the study he showed doesn't say anything about video games necessarily. Thanks for the donation, though, ABC.
Thromboembolic events. So sometimes human beings have these things called blood clots. And sometimes the blood clot is in a place like your brain. And then you get something called a stroke. And when you have a stroke, there's a part of your brain, there's a part of a blood vessel in your brain.
Sengoku donated $2. Is any amount of alcohol non-harmful? Well, the dose makes the poison. If you were to have, like, a microgram of alcohol, it's not going to do anything. So, yeah, I mean, there is technically a certain amount of alcohol that won't do anything. If you're talking about normal consumption, so, you know, if you have a glass of some sort of alcoholic drink, yes, the more alcohol you consume, the worse off you'll be, and the less you consume, the better off you'll be. People who consume zero alcohol are better than people who occasionally drink. So, if you want to get really technical, yeah, like, I mean, if you have a microgram of alcohol, it's not going to do anything. But when you're talking about normal drinking behavior, there's no amount of alcohol that is non-harmful. Thanks for the donation, though, Sengoku.
Do you think in the future we'll have the easiest solutions for things like hemorrhoids/acne/balding/dizziness? I figure since better medical treatments for cancer/dementia are on the way, hemorrhoids will be easier to treat in the future too, right? Anus Gaines.
Yes, I would imagine any kind of disease or physical ailment will be better treated in the future. Thanks for the donation. Do scam, don't do sit up. Vegan Metal donated $2. Ever wonder what Indian metal sounds like? Well, here you go. It's not bad. It's not as bad as I thought it'd be. Not bad. Thanks for the donation, Vegan Metal.
Brain gets blocked off by a clot. And when a clot blocks off a blood vessel, all of the tissue downstream from the clot that gets fed by that blood vessel actually doesn't get blood anymore. And then that tissue dies. So this is normally a problem that we see in older people, right? So strokes and blood clots are things that we see in people who are like 60 plus, 70 plus, like not even 50-year-olds. Like the majority of people who have blood clots are like, you know, in retirement age. Now what's super scary is as we play these dopaminergic games and we're sitting on our ass all day, we have young people who are developing blood clots and things like.
Again, that's not the fault of video games. That's a fault of your own physical inactivity.
Like strokes. And this is insane, right? This is not what the body is made for. And by the way, there's all.
And again, this is also heavily related to obesity.
Also a correlation between, you know, the inappropriate activation of the cardiovascular system and the development of blood clots. Like all that stuff is related. Like everything in the human body is related. We also see problems with things like insulin resistance, like literally playing video games. I'll show you.
Again, what he's saying is just complete and utter fucking nonsense. Just because your heart rate increases from non-exercise activity, that doesn't mean it's bad for you. If we were to have that, if that were true, that would mean sex is bad for you or any kind of sexual arousal. So if you get excited talking to a girl you like, your heart rate's going to increase. Oh, well, that's bad for you. You shouldn't talk to girls. Oh, well, you're having sex, and because you're so aroused, your heart rate is faster than it really needs to be. Well, I guess sex is bad for you now.
Show you all the paper real quick, right? So associations of sedentary behavior and screen time with biomarkers of inflammation and insulin resistance. So leisure screen time was detrimentally associated with IL-6. This is an interleukin that activates our immune system and leads to things like autoimmune disease. Leptin, this is something that has to do with our feeling of hunger and satiety. Insulin, HOMA, we won't go over that, and there's all these other things.
Only the association with insulin, HOMA IR, HOMA beta remains significant after further controlling for body fat. So,
but basically, like these are all indicators of our energy metabolism, our feeling of feeling full, feeling hungry, inflammation, and insulin resistance.
Kid Boo donated $2. You still dieting? Yes.
The reason why it doesn't end his career is because his supporters are just as despicable. All right, like Trump's whole thing, he's a narcissist, right?
Why does this guy look like he has a cotton ball on his head? This guy is a retard. I don't really want to watch him. Thanks for the donation, Kid Boo.
And insulin resistance leads to things like diabetes. Forget about forming bonds. Forget about dopamine. There are...
Diabetes is genetic. There are lifestyle factors that put you at higher risk, but fundamentally it is a genetic disease. There are people who are 500-pound fat asses who are not diabetic, and it's just because they don't have the diabetes genes.
Very real health effects from engaging with this brain-rotting content. And so the question is, like, what do we do about this, right? How do we stop? How do we break this cycle? And this is the real problem, is like, this is the reason it's so important, is because as we consume this weird content, right, this weird, like, AI-generated, like, bot farm, rage bait-inducing crap, the problem is that it destroys our motivation to actually, like, build our lives. Because what happens is they offer...
Everything this guy is saying is bullshit.
Us such a cheap and easy way to get mentally satisfied. The problem is they literally, like, not literally, I guess, no, I think I can say literally, right? Because it induces inflammation, it induces thromboembolic events, it induces insulin resistance. All of these things are messing us up and then detract from our ability to actually improve our lives. And that's the real problem.
ABC donated $2. Guess exercise is now bad for you because it increases your heart rate. Retarded. Well, he said anything that increases your heart rate that isn't exercise related. So that wouldn't be, he's not claiming that. He's just saying anything that raises your heart rate that's non-exercise. He didn't take the 2 seconds to think of all the things that are non-exercise that raise your heart rate. So if you live in a hotter climate, so say you live in Florida and it's hot, that will raise your heart rate. Your heart rate increases in hotter weather. So I guess living in Florida is bad for you. Getting sexually aroused apparently is bad for you. Getting excited because you got a payday or a bonus, I guess that's bad for you. Like, there's a million different things that'll raise your heart rate that's non-exercise that are clearly not bad for you. Thanks for the donation, though, ABC.
So what do we do about this? So the short answer is, I don't know. Right? So this stuff is so new that I don't have a very simple, like, okay, just do this, 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 and this. But here's what I would kind of say. Here's when I work with people, this is kind of what I focus on. The first thing is that understand that there is a difference between calories and nutrition. And take a look.
Yeah, I'm going to leave a comment. Most of what you said is pure nonsense. You mentioned dopamine as a pathway to addiction, which which isn't well supported in any medical literature. Addiction is extremely complicated and can't be explained by a single molecule. If dopamine is what causes addiction, then everyone who has ever taken any illicit substance or tasted any or ate a candy bar would instantly become addicted and become dependent and obese. What you said about dopamine stores getting squeezed out also isn't supported by any science. People with addictive tendencies might have trouble with motivation if they give into their addiction, but doing something that is particularly pleasurable or enjoyable at the beginning of a day does not waste your dopamine reserves and makes it difficult to near impossible to do any less enjoyable tasks. You didn't provide any research for these claims, and that's because these are simply your assumptions, but you did bother to provide research for other claims about how stress-inducing activities are bad for you. I'm sure if you did have research for these other claims about dopamine and its relationship with addiction, you'd probably would have provided it. There we go.
Look at your life and start to ask yourself, what am I really getting from this? What direction is this stuff moving me in? Now, I know that everyone sort of says like, oh yeah, like obviously I should play less video games. Obviously I should spend less time on my screen, but I just don't do that. And then the question becomes why? Because when I work with people, it's not like there's a generic answer. This is where
no, orgasms do not shorten your life expectancy. Particularly for men, frequent ejaculations are actually good for you because they pretty significantly reduce your risk of prostate cancer.
Like the reason I love doing individual work is because people have individual solutions. And so I really start with sort of thinking a little bit about, what do you get from doing this. And don't say I don't get anything, it's a waste. That's incorrect. You know, I wrote a book about like parenting kids with video game addiction, and one of the key things that I sort of found when it comes to addiction is you have to understand what is driving the addiction. Why are we engaging this behavior? What am I really getting out of this? And then the real way to get off of this brain rot is to really think about, okay, what am I getting out of this, and how can I get this outside of the brain rot content consuming OnlyFans video game kind of world, right? How can I get this outside of that? And here's what I tend to find when I work with people.
They're consuming content that they're interested in. If they have an issue with addiction where it's destroying other parts of their lives, it's not because of the content they're watching, it's because of their behaviors around the content that they're watching. And they're like, again, addiction is extremely complex. You can't chalk it up to fucking dopamine. There's nothing inherently dopaminergic about brain rot content like Skibbity Toilet or porn. They just happen to have a particular interest in it. And again, they may be making up for a lot of bad emotions that they have throughout the day. So they overly rely on some of these things that do give them these good feel-good feelings to overcompensate. They might have some sort of genetic risk factors for addiction, where if they do find things that are particularly pleasurable for them, they have issues moderating their use of those things that they find pleasurable. Like, there could be just a ton of different reasons, and there's, I'm sure, a ton of different treatments that may be effective.
Is that when you start to work on getting it outside from whatever the brain rot content is, it actually reduces your dependence on the brain rot. A simple way to put it is, if I eat a bowl of broccoli, my desire for a candy bar will actually decrease, right?
That is not true.
So this is what's really cool, is we can use the same principle of candy bar. If I eat a candy bar, I don't want to eat broccoli. The opposite is also true. If I start to eat broccoli, I don't feel like having a candy bar. If I'm dehydrated,
please show me the research in support of that. Like, again, you notice when he feels confident about something, he'll show research. And then when he's just blabbing about his own personal beliefs, he will never show research. Please show me the research that shows if you eat broccoli, you are less motivated to eat ice cream or candy bars or McDonald's or anything. Show me. Oh, you can't show me? This is just your own stupid, dumbass fucking opinion that you made up? Like, bro, if it was this easy to solve this problem with food addiction, just eat broccoli. You won't want to eat candy bars anymore. There wouldn't be this obesity epidemic, fucktard.
Hydrated and I drink water, my desire for soda will naturally go down, okay?
That is not true. Again, show me the fucking research. If you drink water, you won't want to drink soda anymore. Show me the fucking research, stupid.
So this is where what we tend to work on here at Healthy Gamer is building a life that is worth living. So take one or two things, start very, very small, take one or two things, and really...
This guy is just an absolute fucking charlatan and a fraud. He is so fucking manipulative. So this guy poses, like, he is a doctor, he is a medical doctor, and people watch him because they think they're getting actual, scientific advice from a doctor. He'll pepper in like some studies that are unrelated to the actual fucking topic he's discussing to make it seem as though he has some well-researched, educated opinion on the topic. Then he'll blab and say the most stupid fucking shit that he can't support with any evidence. And then, random dumbasses who watch this will think, oh, I didn't know that. If I ate broccoli, I wouldn't want to eat McDonald's anymore? Like, speaking of brain rot content, this is fucking brain rot content. You are feeding people stupid fucking nonsense, and you're getting fucking clicks. Congratulations, you are literally the fucking problem you're talking about.
Really think about, okay, what am I getting from this kind of thing? Is it social interaction? Is it a sense of joy? Is it a sense of accomplishment? What is it? And try to do those things as early in the day as possible. It can be something as simple as food, right? So even if I'm like spending 3 hours on the internet and then I'm starving and then I order a pizza or like microwave something, it can be something as simple as eating something. So steam some broccoli and eat it. Try to create whatever you can that sort of gets you to satisfy some nutritional need in yourself. That's the first thing. Second thing we really want to focus on is inflammation. And the third thing we want to focus on is sleep. So anytime I'm working with someone, what I tend to find is that there's a very efficient path of like reducing their inflammatory burden. So the second thing that we're going to focus on is inflammation. Now, this sounds kind of weird, right? Because what does inflammation have to do with this? So all of these activities, not all, but the majority of these activities will increase our inflammatory burden. Now, the problem is that inflammation causes all kinds of downstream effects that make it really hard for us to stop the brain rot activities. So inflammation has been associated with depression. Inflammation is common in things like anxiety. Inflammation also makes it hard for us to sleep. So I see this cycle when I work with people where like they have a high inflammatory burden. It's hard for them to sleep. So when they wake up in the morning, their frontal lobes in their willpower is actually exhausted. A crappy night of sleep means that you have very little willpower the next day, which then makes it very hard to resist all of this brain rotting activity. So what I tend to do, and then it becomes like an impossible cycle, right? So if I can't sleep, then I have no willpower. If I have no willpower, I can't resist the activity. If I can't resist the activity, I can't sleep, right? Because then I stay awake all night. I stay awake way too late, spending time on the internet or whatever. So how do you break the cycle? It's really interesting, but oftentimes you have to kind of work tangentially. So try to reduce your inflammatory burden as much as possible. So that means a couple servings of fresh fruits and vegetables a day. There are some supplements and things like that that have been shown to use inflammatory burdens. Strongly recommend that you'll talk to your doctors about things like that. But even things like fish oil and omega-3 and stuff like that has been shown to reduce inflammation. It can be healthy for your heart. So do whatever you can to reduce your inflammation. Another thing that's really good at reducing inflammation is actually exercise. And you can even do something like go for a walk for like 30 minutes. The cool thing about going for a walk is it sort of activates your cardiovascular system, creates an energy expenditure, causes you to do things like sweat. And then the cool thing about exercise is as you exercise, you will start to crave healthier foods. So your desire
No, exercise does not make you crave healthier foods.
For drinking water will actually increase the more that you exercise. So anti-inflammatory diet and
drinking water does not increase the amount you exercise.
I'd say spend 1 hour a day. That's it, right? So we're going to do some activity at the beginning that we find nutritious, and then we're going to exercise for 30 minutes and cook yourself some kind of healthy meal. And I know it sounds like, but how does that tackle the brain rot? This is the key thing that I want y'all to understand. You need to leverage your physiology, right? You need to get your physiology working for you instead of working against you.
So this idiot is fucking claiming that if you have an inflammatory state in your body, you're more likely to watch garbage content on YouTube or play video games. Please, I would love to see a study linking inflammation to watching Mr. Beast videos. Where is he getting this fucking idea?
And when we have a brain rot lifestyle, when we have a sedentary lifestyle, our cravings for water actually decrease. Our desire for soda can increase because we have insulin resistance. So
no. What?
We need more sugar to overcome that insulin resistance. So a lot of things can start to turn around. The last thing that I would strongly recommend.
Oh my God, this guy is like an actual fucking retard.
And if you're stuck in this brain rot lifestyle, is a decent night's sleep. So I recommend things like yoga nidra about 1 hour before you go to bed. You can take things like melatonin and stuff. That's definitely something to talk to your doctor about. But this is the kind
Melatonin does not seem to aid with sleep, so that's just a bullshit recommendation. Secondly, melatonin supplements are completely unregulated. They're not a medication, so you might either be getting way too low of a dose or way too high of a dose.
Kind of thing where getting a good night's sleep is about how you spend your day. We have a whole video about that hopefully will help y'all out quite a bit. And this is sort of how we break free from the cycle. So it's kind of scary, but the stuff that rots our brain is actually incredibly addictive. And the reason that it's incredibly
No, it's not. There's nothing inherently addictive about any fucking video, any video game, none of it. This guy is an idiot.
Addictive is because people have figured out how to hyperactivate certain circuits of our brain that in the...
Please explain to me why I'm not addicted to Mr. Beast. I've seen one of his videos. I've seen one of his stupid fucking 300-person challenge videos. Why am I not addicted to Mr. Beast? It's not inherently addictive. If you have an interest in that content, you're going to watch it. Again, you can look at my YouTube recommendations. It's mostly fitness stuff, some video game stuff, and that's mostly it. Am I addicted to any of that? Can this guy even how does he even define addiction?
Past helped us to survive, which means that since these circuits were survival oriented, anytime we activate them, we have a very strong behavioral reinforcement to engage with it again. The biggest problem with activating these circuits isn't even the direct damage that they do. It's actually that it destroys our motivation to satisfy those circuits in the way that they're supposed to be satisfied, in a way that is way healthier. And so that reduces our motivation to actually put our lives together. So
this guy, everything he's saying is just such a mountain of fucking bullshit. He is not even defining what addiction is. I probably exercise more every day, than most people, play video games on average. So the amount of exercise I do is probably higher on a daily basis than, compared to your average person playing video games. Does that mean I'm addicted to exercise? And I mean, it has affected like my relationships to some extent. Jasmine has gotten mad at me that I was exercising for so long and not spending time with her. She wanted to like spend more time with me, and then I told her I have to train. I was benching, like I was training to bench, 405 pounds. She got mad at me that I was training so much and I was getting like obsessed with it and I wasn't paying enough attention to her. Is that an addiction, or do I just have more of an interest in training at that particular moment in time than spending time with my wife? Please explain what addiction is, jackass. Like, if it's my job to play video games and I play like, I don't know, 6, 7, 8 hours a day, am I addicted to video games? Is it my job? How does he define addiction? How do we define what is and isn't a fucking problem? Just because you do something more than a normal person, does that mean you have an addiction, or do you just like it? He won't explain any of this because his content is literally fucking brain rot and fucking stupid. Like, again, people have different fucking interests. If you want to play video games all day long because you enjoy it, then do it. Who fucking cares? Yes, there's health risks involved with sitting down for so long. There's also fucking health risks for exercising too much. There's downsides to upsides and downsides to everything. Like, I would say that if you actually feel like you have a problem with something and you feel like you don't have control over your own actions, and you don't want to play video games so much and you want to do other things but you literally can't stop, like that's a situation in which I would say, like, yeah, you likely have an addiction and you have a problem and you need help with something like that. But like the way he's approaching this topic, where he's just talking about your average person spends like 6 or 7 hours a day on a screen. So fucking what? If they want to do that, they can fucking do that.
I hope that this video has been helpful for y'all. I know it's incredibly challenging. And please let us know, for what we said today, what works, what doesn't work, what are the additional challenges that y'all run into, and let us know, because this is not the last video that we're going to make on brain rot. Hey y'all, if you've watched...
Yeah, his content is literally fucking brain rot. Dr. K can go fuck himself. He's just an absolute fraud.
Adventures and live life. And I'm not telling you to not do those things. Of course, go out there, live life, go through the trials and tribulations, develop your own stories. But reading and learning is basically you taking the lessons from someone else who's already went out there, gotten all the pain, all the scars, and then condensed it in a practical, like short, concise version for you so that you can absorb that and then slingshot past their success, past their results, and go even further. The amount of young men who are doing no learning at all, as soon as they finish school, all they do is consume, play video games, and sit around entertainment and like watching like TV shows, reality TV. Like in the UK, we have one called Love Island, which is a bunch of like simpletons who just go and live inside of a house, and they basically just like start having sex with each other, and they have to like stay inside the house and not get pulled into drama and shit. That's the fucking brain rot content that most people are watching. Or maybe you're like an internet kid and you're watching fucking Mr. Beast or some random stream.
This could not possibly be a coincidence. Does Dr. K watch Hamza? Or does Hamza watch Dr. K? They literally just said the exact same phrase, and they're also talking about the exact same content. There's no way that's a coincidence.
Streamer and like some internet beef or some shit like this. It's all a fucking waste of time. This real education that will genuinely make your life better and better and better. Here's the thing, no matter what any of these other guys say of like, oh, I don't really read books, here is a promise that I will make to you. And if this promise ends up becoming false, you can literally stop watching my videos forever. You wanna know what the promise I can make to you is? When you learn, your life will improve correlatively. That's a big word. It's correlatively. Basically, when you read books on a certain topic,
I have taken mood stabilizing drugs, so antipsychotics. I was never prescribed lithium. I had issues with them. The one antipsychotic I was on gave me insane fatigue. Like, I couldn't stay awake for more than like maybe a couple hours at a time. I had to go on a different one. It wasn't quite as bad, but it was still giving me a lot of fatigue. I've never tried lithium, though.
your results in that topic will improve long-term with it. So let's say in the year of 2024, let's say if you only read like one book on business, I can expect that your business results are staying about the same. Next year, if you end up reading 10, 25 books on business, I guarantee we will see your business success go up like this as well. Is there some big businessman out there whose success in business is going to go up even though he doesn't read books? Yes, but this gets complicated because he's hired employees who are reading the books. So that's technically still learning. But for you, a solo young man who's probably not going to have employees right now, who's probably not going to have assistants or anything like that, I guarantee for the rest of this year, if you learn more about fitness, you will build a better physique. I guarantee if you learn more about your diet and
Hamza doesn't really know jack shit about fitness. He just goes to the gym and throws weights around.
the real healthy food that you should eat, your physique, your fitness, your health, your energy will all improve. If you learn and start reading books on love, on dating, on attracting and keeping a woman, you will improve your dating life and you probably will end up attracting an amazing, beautiful girl that you're actually really, really happy with within like 6 to 12 months from now. When you learn, you naturally improve your skill to get the thing that you want. Doesn't it blow your mind that there's people out there who aren't watching shit like this? Like, this is like inspiring content. I'm literally telling you to be a better person. But in my videos, I often don't give you like advanced education. We can all admit that, right? I'm not the professional you come to when you want to learn the specifics of like REM sleep or this like fucking muscle protein synthesis. I'm just the guy who like inspires you and gives you hope to go and do those things. I'm like the welcoming door to self-improvement. Imagine the kind of people who don't ever discover this kind of content. Like, you know, your friends from high school, they're not watching this. They would think it's weird to watch someone kind of hype them up and tell them like, yeah, read books. They would think that's weird. Project forward 10 years from now and think about the difference between them and you. It's brutal. Chances are you're much younger than me. I'm 27 years old. You want to know a brutal truth? I might be offending people I know. Most people that I know of are losers. Honestly, most people have not read a single book since they left high school. Those people all are still on minimum wage. They don't.
A YouTuber who is a fucking retard who has an audience of stupid fucking children who aren't smart or wise enough to realize this guy is a fucking retard is talking about how everyone he knows is a loser because they make less money than him. Yeah, dude, it's pretty easy to make money on YouTube when you find some, like, weird niche audience where you can sucker money out of them and get ad revenue. Like, when you tried to get a normal fucking job, how much money were you making, jackass? I think at one point Hamza said he was working at a fucking homeless shelter? How much money were you making there, dickhead?
Don't own any property, any houses, any investments. They have to work for a boss that they don't like taking orders, which is reducing their testosterone. The girl has to work a shit job that she doesn't like, taking orders from a boss that she doesn't like because they can't afford to retire her. Their families, their parents, their mothers and fathers have to work shit jobs because they can't retire them. They've all got like poor, shape, skinny, fat, skinny, not looking athletic or strong or feeling like that. I'm telling you right now, if you're a young guy, you might just not right now see the major difference between you and the guy who's doing like all the wrong habits. But mark my words, over the next few years, it will be so obvious who's been reading the books. It'll be so obvious in a few years who's been watching this kind of educational, inspiring content and who's been watching brain rot Mr. Beast reality TV shows. Now,
I mean, you have people like Sniper Wolf on YouTube who are fucking complete morons, degenerate pieces of shit scumbags, making garbage reaction content, and they're fucking millionaires. Just because you have money, that doesn't mean you're smart or well-educated or well-cultured or anything.
of course, I'm not gonna lie to you. If you only watch these videos and don't take action, you're still gonna be a fucking loser. I'm just gonna be honest with you, right? Like, always remember, I'm gonna be honest in my videos. I'm gonna tell you the truth. If you only
Well, you're a loser if you're watching Hamza videos unironically, I can tell you that.
learn and you don't take action, you're still basically a loser. But this is why I like learning. This is why I don't think that's a good argument. I'm like, oh, but you still gotta take action, because when you learn, you're more likely to take action and better action, right? It's not like you watch my videos and then don't feel that drive inside of you, like in deep in your fucking balls, where I'm inspiring you to work harder to go and achieve something. You literally are more likely to get into the gym. You're more likely to get into self-improvement when you learn about it. There's the twofold things. Keep learning.
Watching his videos makes me just want to die.
That's the habit that will change your life. But of course, don't be a pussy. Get into the fucking gym, take the action, start the business, approach the girl. If you just do one, congratulations, you've helped my business. If you just watch these videos, you've helped my business grow. You've gained me views and subscribers. But motherfucker, I already had enough to begin with. I'm not making these videos to try and get another fucking number on my screen or one more view, because I want more men to actually take action on self-improvement. I want to walk into the gym and see even more young men in there. I want to walk past another guy and I can tell he meditates, I can tell he journals, I can tell he's healed like trauma. I want to meet more guys who are making money online, who've got like successful online businesses who can travel. I remember I used to travel a few years ago and I was with like an ex-girlfriend of mine, and we always used to laugh saying like, we wish we could meet more people who are quite financially well off and made money online so we could travel with them. But it's still more of like a rare thing, you know, it's becoming more popular.
Hamas taking Hamza's advice and reading Mein Kampf.
Yeah. Yeah, the books you choose to read are kind of important. Thanks for the donation, ABC.
I want you to actually get results. If you learn, that's awesome. But if you only learn and you don't take action, you're still not going to get results. So mark my words, your life will get better when you learn, you watch this kind of content, you read books. But only if you take all that knowledge, all those insights and ideas, and just go try them. There's always fear involved when you're trying something new, this new idea. There's always resistance. Right now, to help everyone else.
Rolling.
That was a little painful.
Act of horror.
Well, the rocket launcher strapped to President Reagan's back.
A key role in strengthening.
Excuse me, President Reagan.
America is a nation that can be defined in a single word.
Hello, talking that nigga, that snitch. I ain't been up on the block in a minute.
LeBron James, scream if you're.
I don't think I saw the movie Bone Tomahawk. I don't think I saw that one.
Native.
Cry, my son, cry for the people. Right. I'm taking over the whole movement. I'm sorry, I been took over the movement. I'm taking the movement to another level.
Welcome to the
reservation.
How
Resi.
are you?
How Resi am I? How Resi am I? I just went the whole week drinking.
Yes, so?
Without any money.
Right this way, sorry to keep you waiting.
Don't say that. Please, kill him today. Right now,
God.
today.
That last one was a good zinger. All right, it is late. I'm going to go to bed. I have to get up and train and do the usual, things that I do tomorrow. Son Goku donate tellers, have you had any cheat meals? Also, how much weight have you lost so far? Well, technically I've had cheat meals. I went to the Vegandale thing. That's really been my only cheat meal. I started at 276 and I am now 247 as of this morning. And probably by next week I'll be like down to 240. Thanks for the donation though, Son Goku. Alright, so I'm gonna go nighty-night. Big thanks to everybody who donated in Streamlabs, really appreciate it. And, no, I'm gonna scam you and not do the sit-ups. Maybe next stream. But sweet dreams, everybody. See you all tomorrow, probably around the same time.